The torch hissed and spat in Jon Snow's hand, its light crawling up the rough-hewn stone and licking at faces that never moved. Kings of Winter watched him pass, their granite eyes and great stone direwolves bearing down with the silent judgment of centuries. The air in the crypts was cold even for Winterfell, a still, old cold that tasted of dust and rock and memory. Ghost padded at his side, white fur turned amber and shadow by the shifting torchlight. The direwolf's paws made no sound on the worn steps as Jon descended deeper, past the familiar lords and ladies whose names Maester Luwin had recited to him as a boy. He knew them all in a way: Brandon the Shipwright, Theon Stark, Torrhen who knelt, but tonight those names slid off his thoughts like water off stone. Tonight his mind was full of leaving. The wall, the Night's Watch, the black cloak he had asked for, the life he thought would finally fit. If he said the words, he would have a place that belonged to him and to no one else. A brotherhood where being a bastard mattered less than standing your post when the wind howled and the dead walked in old stories no one believed. He told himself that was why he had come down here, to say goodbye to the ones who had come before. But his feet went of their own accord to the far end of the crypt, where a woman he had never known stood carved in gray stone, a garland of winter roses resting in her arms. Lyanna Stark looked as she always did, wild hair pinned back in frozen curls, the faintest hint of defiance carved in the line of her mouth. Someone, Eddard Stark, it had to be, had placed a fresh candle before her, its stubby flame casting long shadows over the contours of her face. Jon stared at her a long time. He did not know why the statue troubled him more than the others, only that it did. There was something in the eyes, in the way the sculptor had found a kind of living sharpness in dead stone, that made him feel seen and weighed and found wanting. "You would not have thought much of a bastard either, I suppose?" he murmured, the words sliding out before he could stop them. His breath misted white in front of him. Ghost snuffed at the base of the plinth, then whined softly, muscles taut beneath his fur. Jon glanced down in surprise. The dire wolf was rarely uneasy, not in darkness and not among stone bones. "What is it?" Jon shifted the torch lower. Ghost's nose pressed to the ground, then scraped along the line where the statue's base met the floor. His claws scratched stone. His ears flattened. He backed away a pace, then went forward again, as if scent and instinct warred inside him. Jon's frown deepened. He knelt, letting the torchlight rake along the floor. Nothing obvious, just rough flagstone, chipped and worn, and the faintest whisper of old dust stirred by Ghost's agitation. Yet the wolf's unease bled into him, a prickle of awareness running along his skin like the first breath before a storm. "Easy," Jon said softly, though his own voice had gone quiet. "There's nothing here." Ghost did not agree. Jon set the torch in a rusted iron sconce and pressed his palm flat to the floor where Ghost had been scratching. The stone felt colder here than elsewhere, as if the chill ran deeper, down into the bones of the earth itself. He shifted his hand, fingers splaying wider, and felt it. A faint line, no wider than a blade's edge, running across the flagstone and disappearing beneath Lyanna Stark's plinth. "7 hells," he whispered. He knocked his knuckles along the seam. The sound that came back was not the solid dullness of full stone, but a muted, hollow note, like a cask half full. A hidden chamber, here beneath Lyanna. His heart began to thud, slow and heavy. Winterfell was old. There were tales about secret ways and lost vaults, but those belonged in old Nan's stories, not under his knees. Still, here was proof he could feel with his own hands. Jon glanced up the passage. No sound from above. No one came down this deep at this hour, and if his Lord Father did, Jon would hear his measured tread before he saw him. He swallowed, set his jaw, and rose to his feet. "Ghost," he murmured. The dire wolf watched him with red eyes that burned in the gloom. Jon braced his shoulder against the edge of the plinth and pushed. Stone grated against stone, the sound echoing up through the crypt like a groan from some slumbering giant. Nothing. The plinth might as well have been the wall itself. He stepped back, breathing harder, and wiped a smear of dust from his cheek with the back of his hand. There had to be another way. His gaze fell to the seam again. Not the plinth, then. The flagstone. Jon crouched and hooked his fingers along the narrow line, feeling for purchase. There was almost nothing to grip, but he dug his nails in, ignoring the sting as one split against the stone. He hauled upward, muscle straining. For a moment, the flagstone did not move. Then, with a grinding shudder, it lifted, just enough for air to rush up from the darkness beneath. It smelled dry and used, older than dust. Ghost's fur puffed as if a strange wind had brushed him. "Help me," Jon grunted, though there was no one to hear him but the wolf and the dead. He shifted his hold, teeth gritted, and heaved again. The stone rose another inch, too. His shoulders burned. Sweat slid down his spine despite the cold. Ghost moved in close and, as if understanding, pushed his broad head beneath the edge, lending his strength. Together, they managed to tilt the flagstone enough for Jon to let it fall aside with a jarring scrape. A black mouth gaped open at his feet. A narrow stairway spiraled down into darkness, far colder even than the crypts. Jon leaned over the opening, torch held high. The flame guttered as if something breathed from below. "Why would they hide this?" he murmured. Ghost's nose twitched. The dire wolf gave a low huff. Not fear, Jon thought, but alertness, as if facing some new, unfamiliar scent carried from very far away. Jon studied the opening only a heartbeat more before decision settled over him like a cloak. If his father had hidden something down here, then perhaps he had a right to know what. If some older Stark had done so, then the blood in Jon's veins, bastard or not, still carried the name. He took the torch, set his foot on the first step, and began to descend. The steps were steeper than those that led to the main crypts, and more treacherous. The stones had not been worn smooth by generations of feet. They still held the rough edges of the mason's tools, and dust lay thick in the corners where no broom had ever swept. Jon moved slowly, one hand trailing along the wall, the other holding the torch out before him. The flame seemed smaller down here, its glow swallowed quickly by the dark. Ghost followed close, his flank pressing against Jon's leg on the narrower turns. The air grew colder with each step. Not the natural chill of Winterfell's deep places, but something older, untouched, as if no breath had stirred it in 100 years or more. Jon's own breath came quicker, sounding too loud in his ears. He tried to imagine who had cut these steps. A Stark from the Age of Heroes, perhaps, when the first men carved their halls with stone axes and the children of the forest still whispered in the woods. Or later, when Brandon the Builder was said to have raised the wall itself, his blood and genius shaping stone to his will. The thought made his skin crawl. These were not the sorts of wonders meant for bastards to uncover. The stairway ended abruptly at a small landing. Before Jon, a low arch opened into a chamber. He stepped through and raised the torch. The room was circular and not large, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were dressed stone, fitted so closely not even a knife's edge could slide between them. Strange carvings had been etched into the blocks, spirals and sigils, some like the old runes he had seen in Lewin's books, others more fluid, almost like the curving Valyrian letters Robb had once tried to copy from a dusty tome. In the center of the room stood a single object. A chest of black stone, waist-high, its surface polished so smooth the torchlight slid over it like water. It seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it, a darkness deeper than the shadows around it. Jon approached, the hair on his arms prickling beneath his sleeves. Ghost patted ahead, sniffing at the chest, then withdrawing with an uncertain whine. "It's only rock," Jon said under his breath, though he was no longer sure he believed it. The chest had no visible hinges, no lock. At first glance it seemed carved from a single block, edges sharp, lines clean. But as Jon came closer, he saw that the lid was outlined by an almost imperceptible seam, finer even than the one that had circled the flagstone above. His fingers hovered just above the stone. It was cold, colder than anything he had ever touched, colder than snow, colder than ice. As his skin neared it, his breath fogged more thickly in the air. "Who put you here?" Jon whispered, No answer came, of course. Only silence and the faint pop and crackle of the torch. He set his hand to the chest. Pain lanced his palm, a biting cold that sank straight through skin into bone. He hissed but did not pull away. He had known pain before. Bruises from Rob's training blows, cracked ribs from being thrown by a horse, the deep, dull ache of a mother's absence. He could bear this. The stone gave under his touch, not with the yielding softness of flesh, but in a sudden, decisive way, as if some unseen catch had been pressed. There was a faint click, so quiet he almost doubted he had heard it. Jon stepped back. A hairline crack chased itself across the lid. Slowly, with a sound like a sigh exhaled after a very long time, the top of the chest lifted. Inside the chest, on a nest of gray, brittle cloth that might once have been velvet, lay a single object. It was roughly the size of a man's head, oval and heavy-looking. At first, Jon thought it was simply a stone, some polished black rock carved in the shape of an egg. But as the torchlight drew closer, the surface came alive. Scales, tiny, overlapping plates covered the egg, each one catching the light differently. They were mostly black, blacker than the chest, black as a moonless night beyond the wall, but veined with thin lines of white that threaded through them like frost creeping across a window pane. Those pale filaments seemed to pulse faintly, as if remembering a light that had once moved beneath them. Jon's heart stumbled in his chest. He had seen such things before, though only in books. In a folio Maester Luwin kept locked away, with drawings of dragons and Valyria and Slender, cruel-faced kings who rode beasts of flame and shadow. Dragon eggs, the text had called them. Turned to stone now, mere ornaments on some lord's shelf or buried with Targaryen princes in far-off crypts. This one was here, in Winterfell, beneath Lyanna Stark. His hand trembled as he reached toward it. The air above the egg felt different. Not warmer, not exactly, but charged, the fine hairs on his skin lifting as if a storm brewed somewhere unseen. He hesitated. He was a Stark's bastard, raised on tales of the Old North and the direwolves in its woods, not on dragon dreams and burning skies. Dragons were the stuff of another world, far to the south and across the sea. A world that had ended when the last of them had withered and died. Yet the egg lay before him, real, solid. The weight of it anchored the air. "Jon Snow," he muttered. "You truly have lost your wits this time." He slid his hands beneath it, bracing for icy weight. The shell was cold, but not with the piercing, bone-deep chill of the chest itself. It was the clean, bracing cold of a winter river. Heavy, too, he had to adjust his stance to bear it, but he managed to lift it free of its resting place. Ghost watched him, eyes burning red in the dimness. The direwolf's ears were pricked, his entire attention fixed on the egg. There was no growl in him, no fear, only an uncanny focus that made Jon's throat tighten. "It's only stone," Jon told him. The lie sounded thin to his own ears. He looked back into the chest. Nothing else. No note, no sigil, no mark to say who had placed this here and why. Only the egg and the brittle cloth that crumbled when he brushed it. "Someone wanted you hidden," Jon murmured to it. His hands adjusted their grip unconsciously, cradling the egg as if it were something already living. "Someone wanted you to sleep." Ghost shifted closer, nose twitching as he sniffed at the shell. When his muzzle brushed it, Jon felt the faintest answering thrum against his palms, like the echo of a heartbeat heard through stone. He froze, breath locked in his chest. "No," he whispered, every part of him suddenly alive with a wild, impossible hope. That can't be." The sensation faded as quickly as it had come. Perhaps he had imagined it. Perhaps it was only his own blood pounding. He forced himself to breathe again, steady and slow. Regardless of what it was or had been, he could not leave it here. Old secrets left to rot in the dark grew sour and dangerous. He knew that well enough. Better he put this one before someone who might know what to make of it. Maester Luwin would know its true nature. Or if he did not, he would at least have books that might. "Come, Ghost," Jon said. clutching the egg close against his chest. He turned and began to retrace his steps up the cold, narrow stair, bearing with him something that should not have existed in the world he knew. "It is stone," Maester Luwin said, peering at the egg through the thin, polished lenses he wore perched on his nose. "Hard as any rock I have studied. You see." He tapped it lightly with one blunt fingertip. The contact produced a small, hollow sound that seemed too sharp for mere stone. Jon fought the urge to yank it back. Every touch, even that gentle, felt like an intrusion. "You recognized it," Jon insisted. "You knew what it was the moment you saw it." Luwin sighed and straightened, the chain of his office clinking softly against his gray robe. His hair, what little remained, was thin and white, a fringe around his otherwise bare scalp. He looked suddenly much older than he had that morning over breakfast, when they had spoken of ravens and roads and the king who rode toward Winterfell even now. "There are very few things in this world that look like that, Jon Snow," the maester said mildly. "And yes, I have seen illustrations. Once, in a treatise copied in Old Town from an even older Valyrian scroll. If it is what it appears to be, then you have brought me a curiosity worth a line in a maester's letter, perhaps a wager over ale." "Nothing more." Jon stared at him. "Nothing more? You're telling me this came from under the crypts and it is nothing more?" Luwin's bushy brows drew together. "From under the crypts, you say? You are certain?" Jon hesitated only a moment before nodding. He had considered lying, saying he'd found it in some forgotten chest in a storeroom. But secrets piled atop secrets weighed too heavily, and Luwin had known him since he was small enough to sleep in the kitchens when summer fevers raged. The lie would have stuck in his throat. "There was a hidden stair," Jon said, "beneath Lyanna Stark's statue, a chamber with a chest and this inside it. Ghost found the seam in the floor." "Ghost?" Luwin glanced at the direwolf, who lay near the hearth but had not taken his eyes off the egg. "Yes, of course." The maester removed his lenses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He looked troubled now, truly troubled, and that frightened Jon more than any lecture could have. "Many strange things lie within Winterfell's bones," Luwin said quietly. "Passages cut and forgotten, stones shifted and relayed, legends that have calcified into stories that old women tell by the fire. The crypts are older than any of us can clearly grasp. It is not impossible that some lord or lady of House Stark hid this away there, once." "But why?" Jon asked. "If it is only stone as you say." "As I suspect," Luwin corrected gently. "Suspect, Jon. The last living dragon died over 150 years ago. Its eggs turned to cold rock, unable to quicken. The world has moved on. Men ride horses. Kings are made by steel and ink, not by fire and fear." He bent again, studying the shell more closely. "Still, it is a remarkable piece. These veins, like ice within obsidian. Unusual. The Targaryens sometimes lined their crypts with eggs that had failed to hatch, but such a blend of coloration is rarely mentioned." Jon swallowed. "You said there were drawings of dragon eggs." "Yes." Luwin's mouth flattened, but he nodded. "I can show you the book. After." "After what?" Jon demanded. "After I have written to the Citadel," Luwin replied. "Such a find doing nothing in an old chest under Winterfell serves no one. Scholars will be eager to examine it, to weigh and measure and compare. Perhaps in a year or two they will have some clever theory as to who placed it there." A year or two. The words might as well have been a door shut and barred in Jon's face. "They'll send it away?" he asked. "Likely yes," Luwin said. "The Citadel is better fitted for this sort of study. You understand. Knowledge belongs." Jon did not hear the rest. Something hot and fierce rose in him, surprising in its suddenness. He looked at the egg, at the fine pale lines that threaded across its surface, and the idea of it vanishing into distant hands filled him with an irrational, consuming resistance. It was foolish. It was stone, it was dead, it was nothing. Luwin had said so, but Jon remembered that faint, almost imagined thrum in his palms, like a buried heartbeat, and he could not bear to part with it. It... His voice came out rough. He cleared his throat. It was under our crypts, under the Starks. Does that not mean it belongs to House Stark? To Lord Eddard Stark. Luwin's eyes softened. Your father will decide. Of course. I have no wish to go behind his back. Tell him, and if you wish, I will stand beside you when you do. He is a reasonable man. Reason will guide him. Reason, citadel, letters, time. All slow, all inevitable, pushing the egg further and further from Jon's grasp. He nodded stiffly. Thank you, Maester. Do not let your mind run too wild with fantasies, Jon, Luwin added gently. If this is a dragon egg, it is a dead one. The magic that once moved in such things has gone from the world. The dragons are no more. We live in the age of men. Jon did not trust himself to speak. He simply gathered the egg back into his arms. For an instant, as his fingers closed around the shell, he felt it again. That faint hum, just at the edge of sense, like the echo of something sleeping and restless. Luwin, busy capping his ink, did not seem to notice. Jon turned away. Ghost rose in one fluid motion and fell into step at his side, as if the direwolf had been waiting for this moment. He did not go in search of Eddard Stark. Not yet. The Godswood was quieter than the crypts in its own way. The sounds that did move there were softer. The whisper of wind in the red leaves, the distant creak of branches rubbing together, the quiet drip of water from an unseen pool. Above, the moon rode high and pale, its light silvering the snow that clung in ragged patches to the ground. Jon sat with his back against the weirwood's great white trunk. Its bark was cold through his cloak, and he was acutely aware of the carved face above him, eyes bleeding red sap that had long since dried into dark, flaking trails. He had come here often when anger or shame or restlessness gnawed at him. The old gods, his father said, listened in silence and judged in their own time. Jon had never heard a whisper in answer to his muttered confessions, but something about the place steadied him even so. Tonight, the steadiness would not come. The egg lay in his lap, its weight a reassuring anchor. Moonlight traced the pale lines that webbed its shell, making them seem almost luminous against the black. You were there all this time, he said quietly. While I was learning my letters and how to swing a sword, while I was listening to Robb snore and Sansa complain and Arya threaten to cut my hair off in my sleep. While Lord Eddard Stark. He trailed off, unsure what he meant to say. He should take it to his father. That would be the honorable path. Ned Stark would know what to do, and there would be no secrets festering in corners of the truth. Jon had seen enough of lies in Catelyn Stark's eyes when she looked at him, hard and cold, mouth tight around words she refused to speak. Yet some stubborn part of him balked. The egg felt like his in a way nothing else ever had. He had found it. Ghost had led him to it. It had lain beneath his feet for years, beneath the boy who was and was not a Stark, and no one else had known. He ran his fingertips lightly over the shell. The texture surprised him anew. Not smooth, but ridged, each scale distinct. Here and there, the white veins widened into patches where pale and dark met in a marbled tangle, like snow melting over coal. You're a fool, he told himself, and a bigger fool for talking to a rock. Ghost shifted, pressing his warm bulk against Jon's thigh. The direwolf's head rested on Jon's boots, eyes half-lidded but watchful. When Jon's hand stilled, Ghost gave a low, soft huff, as if urging him to continue. You think I should keep it? Jon asked the wolf. Ghost did not answer, of course, but his gaze flicked from Jon's face to the egg and back again. It was madness to imagine intention in that look, but Jon had long since stopped pretending Ghost was only an animal. Lord Commander. The words still felt strange in his mind, though he was not that yet. That was one of the reasons he meant to take the black. At the wall, a man could rise by merit, not by blood. He could be more than the sum of his name. If he appeared at the wall with a creature like this, even lifeless and stone, what would it make of him? A curiosity? A threat? Something to bind him more tightly to vows that already seemed to scrape at the edges of his freedom? He exhaled slowly, seeing again Luwin's kindly, cautious face. Dead magic. Dead age. You live in the time of men. What if you're wrong? Jon whispered to the dark. What if there's more left in the world than anyone remembers? The weirwood said nothing, but a breeze moved through its branches, and the red leaves rustled overhead like 1,000 soft, dry sighs. Jon tightened his arms around the egg. I will keep you a while, he decided aloud, surprising himself with the firmness of it. Just a while, until I know what you are, until I leave. Then I will see. It was no oath carved in stone, but it was enough to steady his breath. He stayed there a long time, beneath the watching face of the old god and the cold, thin moon, with Ghost's warmth at his side and the impossible weight of the egg in his lap, balancing between the life he had resigned himself to and something new that trembled at the edges of possibility. The storm came 2 nights later. Snow had been falling all day, soft and steady, but after sunset the wind shifted, rising from the north with a sound like distant, ragged screaming. By the time the castle gates were barred, gusts were hurling white walls of snow across the courtyards, and the towers groaned and shuddered under the assault. Jon's little chamber in the corner turret shivered with each blast. The shutters rattled despite the firs wedged into their frames. Drafts wormed their way under the door and through unseen cracks in the stone, chill fingers that made the candles gutter and lean. He sat on his narrow bed, boots off, shirt unlaced, the egg resting against his bare forearms. It had seemed only proper to keep it close when the cold grew so fierce, some half-remembered tale whispering in his mind of warmth and life and breath. That was what you did for fragile things in winter. You held them close. The shell felt much as it always did. Cool, solid, unyielding. Yet Jon could not shake the conviction that it was not as cold as it had been when he first lifted it from the chest. Or perhaps that was only the contrast between it and the icy air. Ghost lay stretched before the door, a white barrier against the draft. His ears flicked at each rising scream of wind, but he did not move. His gaze remained fixed on Jon and the egg, unblinking. Do you hear them? Jon asked, voice barely rising above the moan of the storm. The way it howls? Old Nan says the others ride on nights like this. Dead men on dead horses, with blue eyes and frost in their hair. He had laughed at those tales once, as Robb had, as Theon had. They were for children, for Arya to act out with a broomstick sword and for Bran to stare at with 2 big eyes while they all pretended not to be unsettled. But some part of him, something in the marrow of his bones, perhaps, had always listened. He smoothed his palm over the egg's shell, tracing one of the wider white veins. It almost seemed to twist under his touch, the pattern shifting like snowflakes sliding over dark ice. I am leaving, he said to the egg, to Ghost, to the empty room. When the king arrives and goes again, I will go too. I will say the words. I will take the black. There is nothing for me here. The admission tasted bitter, yet it was a bitterness he had grown used to, like the tang of strong ale. The egg was heavy in his hands. He closed his eyes and, unbidden, imagined it cracking, light spilling from the fractures, a creature emerging, small and sinewy, smoke curling from its nostrils, wings spreading in the close, dim room, catching candlelight across newborn scales. He had dreamed of strange things as a child, wolves with shadows of men, men with eyes like stars, kings of winter rising from their stone beds to take a knee and name him son. He had learned to push those dreams aside. They did no good in the waking world. But tonight, with the storm clawing at the walls and the future looming like some great black wave, they crept back in. His fingers tightened unconsciously. If you were real, he whispered, not sure whether he spoke to the egg or the idea of it. If you could be. The candle on his bedside table flared, its flame stretching tall and thin as if dragged by unseen hands. A sudden gust rattled the shutters again, and the room plunged into near darkness as the flame shrank to a trembling blue pinprick. Jon's eyes flew open. The hair on his arms stood on end. The egg was warm, not the faint, skin-deep illusion he had tried to convince himself of before. Not his own body heat bounced back at him. A real warmth, subtle but undeniable, seeped through the shell into his palms, like embers long buried beneath ash stirring to life. He sucked in a breath. "No," he said, though he did not mean it. "No, that's not possible." At once, the temperature faded. The shell cooled beneath his touch, returning to its familiar, river-cold feel. Ghost rose in a fluid lunge, claws ticking on the stone as he crossed the room to Jon's side. The direwolf's nose bumped the egg, breath frosting in the sudden, deep cold. The candle flickered back to its normal size. Outside, the wind screamed again, as if in frustration. Jon stared down at the egg, heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. The storm battered at the walls. Somewhere below, a door slammed. Voices shouted, faint and distant. "You felt that," he said hoarsely. "You did." Ghost's eyes met his. In their red depths, Jon saw no reassurance, only a reflection of his own astonished fear. The egg moved. It was the slightest shift, a subtle tightening against his fingers, but it was movement all the same. Jon jerked, almost dropping it, then clutched it more firmly, breath catching in his lungs. A sound reached his ears then, a faint, brittle noise like ice fracturing on a frozen pond. He looked down to see a line etched itself along the shell, right where one of the white veins ran. It glowed for an instant, a soft, uncanny light, then dimmed, leaving behind a hairline crack. Jon's mind blanked. Every story he had ever heard about Dragon's Ward with Maester Luwin's calm dismissal. The rational part of him clamored that stone could shift with temperature, that flaws formed over time, that this was nothing more than old rock giving way under stress. But the part that had always listened to the wind in the Godswood and the whispers in old Nan's tales knew better. Another crack sounded, then another. Fine fissures skated across the shell, radiating from a single unseen point. Tiny shards flaked off, dusting Jon's bare arms with slivers dark as coal and pale as snow. The egg was hot now, not burning but close. His skin prickled where it touched the shell, a deep, insistent heat that felt less like fire and more like the heart of some living furnace. Ghost whined low in his throat. The direwolf's body was rigid, muscles bunched, as if torn between flight and some fierce instinct to guard. "Easy," Jon managed, though his own voice shook. "Easy, boy." He had no idea whom he was trying to soothe. A jagged piece of shell fell away near the apex of the egg, revealing a glimpse of something beneath. Slick, dark, and wet, like a coal dragged fresh from a forge and plunged into water. For a heartbeat, Jon thought he saw the surface shimmer faintly, colors sliding across it in a way that made his eyes ache. Then something inside the egg moved again, more decisively this time. The fissure widened. Another fragment of shell tumbled free, bouncing off his forearm and landing on the bed with a soft, brittle clink. The sound seemed to echo, far too loud in the small, storm-racked room. Fear cut through Jon's astonishment at last, sharp and bright. He looked wildly around, as if expecting the door to burst open and his father to stride in, or Catelyn's eyes to spear him with cold fury, or Rob's laugh to shatter this fragile, impossible moment. There was no one. Only the storm and the candle and Ghost, and the thing in his hands that was insisting, defiantly, irrevocably, that the world was not as small and finished as Maester Luwin had said. Another piece gave way, then another. The shell flaked and shattered, edges curling outward like charred paper. Heat washed over Jon, rising in waves, making sweat bead along his temples despite the winter raging just beyond the stone. He wanted to set it down. He could not make himself let go. "Come on, then," he whispered to the creature within, words escaping without thought. "If you are real, come on." Something inside the egg gave a last, twisting heave. The shell split from top to bottom with a sharp, decisive crack. The world narrowed to heat and movement. The creature spilled out of the broken shell in a tangle of limbs and wings, wet membrane clinging to its body like a second skin. Steam rose where the cold air met its warmth, curling upward in faint, ghostly tendrils. The smell of it, sharp and metallic, edged with something sulfurous, filled Jon's nose, driving out the mustiness of stone and straw. For a heartbeat, he was too stunned even to breathe. The hatchling lay sprawled across his thighs and hands, small by the measure of horses or men, yet heavy, coiled muscle and sinew sheathed in slick skin that already began to harden into scales. Its body was mostly black, darker than coal, but streaked with jagged slashes of white that ran along its spine and ribs, echoing the veins that had marbled the shell. Where the light caught those pale markings, they did not gleam like simple ivory. They seemed to have depth like ice over still, black water. Wings twitched along its sides, half unfurled. The delicate membranes between the slender wing bones were almost translucent, a smoky gray threaded with faint, branching lines of silver. Claws flexed blindly, wicked little hooks that caught at Jon's breeches and skin without quite breaking through. Its head was angular, jawline sharp, nostrils flaring as it sucked in its first breaths of Winterfell's cold air. Small horns sprouted from the crown of its skull, two main ones sweeping back and up, pale as bone, and smaller spikes arrayed behind them like a jagged crown of frost. Then its eyes opened. They were not the blazing red or molten gold Jon had imagined from Luwin's dusty drawings. They were a strange, shifting hue, like the heart of a fire seen through thick ice, yellow and orange and white all tangled together, with a faint rim of pale blue around the pupil. For an instant, he thought he saw his own startled reflection in them, distorted and small. The hatchling hissed, a thin, rasping sound, and snapped its jaws weakly at the air. A wisp of steam escaped its mouth, vanishing quickly in the chill. Ghost's growl rolled through the room, low and menacing. The direwolf's lips peeled back, baring long, white teeth. He crouched, ready to spring. "No!" Jon said sharply. "Ghost, no." The word carried more command than he knew he possessed. Ghost froze, ears flicking, gaze flicking from the hatchling to Jon and back. The growl subsided into a rumble that trembled in his chest. The dragon, because what else could it be, turned its head toward the sound. Its gaze locked on Ghost, and for a heartbeat the room seemed to hold its breath. Predator met predator, something old and wild and dangerous in both sets of eyes. The hatchling made a small, curious churring noise. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Ghost's tail gave the faintest, uncertain twitch. Jon felt a laugh bubble up in his chest, half hysterical. He swallowed it down. "You are both mad," he muttered. "That makes 3 of us." The dragon shifted, claws digging into his thighs as it dragged itself closer to the warmth of his body. Instinct moved Jon's hands without permission. He cupped one beneath its chest and another along its back, supporting it as it wriggled free of the last clinging scraps of shell. Heat bled into his skin. Not enough to burn, but enough to sear away any lingering doubt. "You're real," he whispered, saying it made it no more believable. The hatchling's head lifted, swaying slightly, and those impossible eyes fixed on his face. For a moment, everything else, storm, stone, fear, fell away. There was only that gaze, bright and newborn and terribly, terribly ancient. Something passed between them then. Not words. Whatever Maester Luwin might say of minds and measures, this was not language as men understood it. But Jon felt a tug somewhere deep in his chest, a subtle hook sinking into his heart, binding, claiming. Whether he was claiming the dragon or it was claiming him, he could not have said. The dragon made a small, trilling sound and nestled more firmly into the hollow of his arms. Its body was already drying, the membranes that had clung to it turning brittle and flaking away, leaving behind scales that caught the candlelight in strange, shifting patterns. When Jon stroked a finger tentatively along its back, the texture had changed. Still damp in places, but beneath that, he felt the first suggestion of armor, hardening with each breath. It was heavier than it looked, solid. Every movement carried a latent strength, coiled and waiting. Ghost edged closer, one cautious step at a time. The direwolf's nose stretched forward, whiskers quivering as he sniffed. Jon tensed, ready to wedge an arm between them if either made a sudden move. The dragon's nostrils flared. It hissed again, softer this time, and its tiny wings flapped once, an unsteady, instinctive gesture. A puff of warm air brushed Jon's wrists. Ghost's growl vibrated in his chest, but he did not retreat. His gaze flicked to Jon, asking a question that had no easy answer. "It's all right," Jon said. He did not know if he spoke to Ghost or to himself. He's ours." The word slipped out, startling him. Ours. As if some part of him had already written Ghost and this newborn creature and himself into one tangled knot. The dragon's eyes drooped. Its breathing slowed, evening out into a steady rhythm. The storm outside had not abated. The wind still howled, and snow still hurled itself uselessly against the stone. But in this small circle of candlelight and shared warmth, a strange stillness settled. Jon let his back rest against the cold wall. Exhaustion crashed over him in a sudden wave, all the fear and wonder and impossible awe draining his limbs. He realized dimly that his shirt was still half unlaced, his feet bare, his hair damp with sweat. He should tell someone. That thought flickered weakly in his mind. He should run to his father, or to Luwin, or to anyone who might have the smallest notion of what to do with a dragon in a northern boy's arms. But the idea of rising, of breaking this fragile moment, felt somehow sacrilegious, as if movement would shatter the spell and leave him holding nothing but cracked stone and a foolish dream. Just a moment, he told himself. Just a moment. The dragon's warmth sank into him. Ghost lay down with a heavy sigh, head resting on his paws, eyes never leaving the creature but no longer bristling with threat. The candle burned steady and bright, its flame a small defiance against the storm. Jon Snow sat there, in a tower of Winterfell while the wind shrieked and kings and queens rode toward his home, and cradled in his arms a living thing that should not have been possible in his world. He was not Lord Eddard Stark's trueborn son. He was a bastard, a boy poised on the edge of a different life, with no place save the one he carved out for himself. Yet in that moment, with the dragon's heartbeat thudding softly against his skin, he felt, for the first time he could remember, not small, not half-claimed, but at the center of something vast and hidden and waiting. Dawn came pale and grudging. A thin wash of light pressed against the storm's lingering edge. The wind had eased enough that the shutters no longer rattled like bones in a sack, but snow still fell in a slow, relentless drift, softening the hard lines of Winterfell's walls. Jon's chamber was warmer now, though he did not know whether to blame the easing storm, the small fire in the hearth, or the creature nestled beneath his cloak. The dragon had woken once in the night, hissing weakly, mouth opening and closing in a soundless snap. Jon had fed it what he could, slivers of meat stolen from a forgotten trencher, hunks of fat he coaxed it to swallow. It had eaten greedily, then curled up again, its long, sinuous body wrapping around his forearm like some living, burning bracer. Now, as he descended the tower stairs and slipped out into the early morning stillness, it lay coiled against his chest, its warmth spread across his ribs. He had wrapped it in a strip of cloth torn from an old shirt, both to shield its scales and to hide its telltale shape. Ghost trotted at his heel, leaving a trail of paw prints in the thin layer of fresh snow. The dire wolf was uncharacteristically silent, not even a huff as they passed servants shoveling paths or guards stamping their feet against the cold. His eyes flicked to anyone who came too near, then back to Jon, as if guarding a secret he understood in his own wild way. No one spared Jon more than a cursory glance. The castle hummed with a different excitement now. The king was close. Flags needed mending, kitchens needed stoking, walls needed sweeping. A bastard boy with a white wolf was hardly worth noting in the rush. That anonymity, long a quiet ache in Jon's chest, felt for once like a blessing. He slipped down the familiar steps toward the crypts, the chill deepening with each level. The dragon shifted against him, reacting to the cold even through cloak and cloth. Jon adjusted his hold automatically, shielding it as best he could. The crypt entrance loomed, black and still. He paused there, breath pluming. The last time he had crossed this threshold, his hands had been empty and his mind restless. Now he carried with him a secret that could upend the world. He thought of turning back, of seeking out his father instead, blurting out the impossible truth in a rush and letting whatever came next fall as it would. Eddard Stark would be just. He would be stern, perhaps, but not cruel. He would decide what to do with a dragon hatched under his roof. But as Jon stood there, fingers curled tight around the hidden weight in his cloak, another thought rose, unbidden and fierce. If he gave this up now, if he handed the dragon and the choice of it to another, then whatever destiny lay coiled inside that small, scaled body would belong to someone else. A maester, a lord, a king. Not to Jon Snow, who had so rarely been allowed to hold anything of his own. He could still tell his father. He would have to, eventually, but perhaps not yet. Perhaps he could keep this one piece of wonder for himself a little longer. The dragon stirred, a faint ripple of heat. Jon glanced down and murmured, "Hush!" It made a soft, almost questioning chirp, then settled. Ghost pressed his shoulder against Jon's knee, a silent, solid presence. Jon drew in a breath of cold air that burned his lungs and stepped through the arch into the dimness below. The stone faces watched as he descended, torchlight flickering over their unmoving eyes. He did not go all the way to Lyanna this time. He paused halfway, between nameless kings whose names he knew by rote now but could not bring himself to speak. Here, in the quiet and the cold, he pressed his back to the wall and slid down until he sat on the step, knees drawn up, cloak wrapped close around him and the dragon. "Whatever you are," he said softly into the stillness, "you're mine now. Do you hear? Mine and Ghost. And we are Stark, whatever anyone says." The dragon shifted once more, as if answering. Jon closed his eyes. Above, in the gray morning light, the banners of House Stark snapped in the wind, and a king's party rode ever nearer to Winterfell. Below, in the crypts, a bastard boy sat with a direwolf at his side and a dragon against his heart, without yet knowing that the egg he had hatched would grow into something greater and more terrible than any beast the world had seen since Balerion the Dread darkened the skies. For now, there was only the stone, the cold, the quiet breathing of wolf and dragon, and Jon Snow, at the edge of a path that would lead far beyond anything he had ever imagined. By the time pale daylight began to seep through the narrow slit of his window, Jon Snow had not slept. The storm had raged and spent itself against Winterfell's stone while he sat upon his narrow bed, back to the wall, the dragon a warm weight along his arms. At some point in the night, he had wrapped himself in his cloak more for the creature's sake than his own, tucking it nearer his chest when a draft knifed through some unseen crack. The hatchling's breathing had steadied after its frantic birth, settling into a slow, deliberate rhythm that felt too measured to belong to something so new. Each inhale drew a faint whisper of warmth across Jon's skin. Each exhale carried the barest wisp of steam, a ghost of fire yet to be. The scales had dried fully now. Where his fingertips brushed its hide, he felt a surprising hardness, tiny plates already overlapping in a protective shell. The black scales gleamed dully in the half-light, drinking in the dawn, while the streaks of white that marbled its body caught what little glow there was, lines of frost threading through shadow. Ghost had not moved far from the door. The dire wolf lay stretched across the threshold, a barrier of fur and muscle between Jon and the rest of Winterfell. His eyes glowed in the dimness, fixed always on the dragon, but the low rumble had faded from his chest. Wariness remained. Hostility had relented. "You are both too clever by half," Jon murmured, voice rough with exhaustion. The dragon shifted at the sound, lifting its head unsteadily. Its eyes opened, still film-clouded in places. They found his face quickly, irises swirling with that uncanny blend of molten yellow and firelit white, rimmed in faint blue. "Hungry, are you?" Jon asked. The hatchling answered with a soft, rasping hiss that did not sound quite like anger. Its jaws opened and closed, tongue flicking out to taste the air. When it exhaled, there was no fire, only warmth and a scent like hot iron. His stomach chose that moment to growl, a hollow, unhappy sound. He had eaten little the previous evening, too restless to do more than push food about his plate and suffer Theon's jests in brooding silence. Now hunger gnawed at his own belly as insistently as it seemed to gnaw at the hatchlings. "We'll need food," he said, "for both of us." The dragon did not understand the words, but it understood his movement when he shifted to stand. It tightened around his forearm, claws pricking his skin through the thin linen of his shirt. Jon suppressed a wince. He murmured something soothing. Nonsense, really, just syllables wrapped in the tone one might use for a skittish horse, and the pressure eased. Ghost rose too, shaking snow-damp fur. The direwolf's ears pricked at the distant sounds beginning to stir through the castle. Doors opening, men's voices calling. The dull ring of iron on iron as someone somewhere began their morning's work. Jon tilted his head toward the window. "Stay close," he said to Ghost. "And quiet." He opened his door a crack, listening. No footsteps in the corridor, no prying eyes. He slipped out, cloak wrapped tight about his chest with one arm, the other hanging low as if to even the weight. To anyone glancing his way, it would look simply like a boy cold in the morning draft. Inside the cloak, the dragon lay pressed against him, heat bleeding into his ribs. The corridors of Winterfell were half asleep. Torches in the wall sconces burned low, their flames guttering in the chill air. Servants moved with the weary efficiency of people who had done the same tasks in the same sequence since they were taller than the buckets they carried. Hauling water from the wells, lugging wood for the kitchens, sweeping rushes from hallways that would be filthy again before noon. None spared more than a glance for Jon. A few nodded in wary courtesy, eyes slipping past him in search of more pressing concerns. Bastards could haunt the stones like ghosts and harm nothing. Kings did not ride into a northern courtyard every day. The thought slammed into him with sudden force. The king, Robert Baratheon, fat and fierce and laughing in every tale, a hammer in one hand and a woman in the other. He was on his way even now, bringing half the south with him if rumors were true. Knights in bright armor, gold cloaks, banners that had never seen snow. They would fill Winterfell's halls and yards and hearts. They would peer into corners, ask questions, remark on oddities. They would see a white direwolf and a bastard and think it quaint and northern. But if they saw what Jon now hid beneath his cloak, he quickened his steps, breath ghosting before him. The dragon shifted and gave a small, indignant peep, as if complaining about the jostling. Jon pressed his arm closer to his chest, muttering, "Hush, just a little further." The kitchens were already roaring when he slipped in through the side door reserved for servants. Heat slammed into him like a physical blow, the flames of great hearths turning the air thick with the smells of bread, meat, grease, and smoke. Jon's eyes watered. Cooks bustled between tables laden with dough and butchered carcasses. A pot big enough to boil a man simmered in the corner. A boy scarcely younger than Bran strained to stir it with a paddle taller than he was. No one looked twice at Jon. Bastards came and went here often enough, fetching food when fondness or duty or simple hunger drove them. He snagged a trencher from a stack and, while no one watched too closely, palmed a handful of raw scraps from a bored-looking butcher's block, fat and gristle and slivers of flesh destined for the dogs. He scooped a heel of yesterday's bread and a curl of cheese into the trencher to disguise his theft. A cook glanced up, saw him, and grunted. "Take that to the guards on the east wall, then," she said. "And hurry with it. They'll be wanting something hot in their bellies before the wind cuts them in two." "Yes, cook," Jon said, ducking his head in practiced deference. He left quickly, Ghost at his heel. Once out of sight down a side passage, he veered off toward the old, disused armory. A cramped, half-forgotten room near the inner wall where broken shields and rusted spearheads went to die. There was dust here, and cobwebs, and the faint smell of oil gone rancid. No one had reason to visit this place often. Jon shouldered the door shut behind him and let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "All right," he murmured to the bundle beneath his cloak. "Let's see if you have teeth." He unwrapped the dragon carefully, easing the cloth back from its body. It emerged with surprising quickness, head snapping to and fro, nostrils flaring. The heat that rolled off it was more pronounced in the cooler air of the armory, enough that Jon felt sweat prick along his hairline. "Easy," he said, more to himself than to the creature. He laid the strips of meat on a dented, discarded shield, reasoning that it did not matter if dragon's teeth gouged further wounds into something no one valued. The hatchling's gaze locked onto the pale slivers at once. It huffed, chest swelling. Jon expected it to lunge, to devour thoughtlessly. Instead, it moved with a strange, sinuous grace, placing each clawed foot with care. His head dipped, tongue flicking out to taste the nearest scrap. For a heartbeat it hesitated. Then it struck. The jaws closed with startling force, teeth clicking against metal as it tore into meat. It swallowed without chewing, throat working in a quick, rippling motion. The next strip vanished just as swiftly, and the next. Jon watched, fascinated. "Slow down," he murmured. "You'll make yourself sick." The dragon did not understand the words, but it paused after the fourth piece, sides heaving. A faint puff of smoky breath escaped its mouth, carrying that same metallic tang. It blinked up at him, and Jon, impulsively, foolishly, extended a finger to touch the bony ridge above its eye. Heat buzzed against his skin. The dragon did not bite. It closed its eyes briefly, as if accepting the contact. "Greedy," Jon said, unable to keep a half-smile from twisting his mouth. "You'll eat us out of Winterfell at this rate." Ghost came forward at last, curiosity overriding caution. The direwolf's nose stretched toward the shield, nostrils flaring. There was still one ragged scrap of meat left. The dragon hissed softly, a warning sound, body coiling. Ghost froze. "Enough," Jon said sharply. His hand slid from scale to fur, fingers tangling in Ghost's ruff. "There's more where that came from. No fighting." It surprised him, again, how both creatures responded. Ghost lowered his head, grudgingly relinquishing the morsel. The dragon, after a moment's tense stillness, turned back to its breakfast and snapped up the last scrap. In that small, dust-choked room, surrounded by relics of battles long past, Jon felt something settle into place. A fragile, precarious balance between wolf and dragon and boy. He did not know how to name it, but he knew it would not last if any other eyes beheld it. Later that morning, when the yard rang with the clatter of practice swords and the sharp bark of Ser Roderick Castle's commands, Jon moved through the drills with a focus that was at once sharper and more fragmented than usual. "Keep your shield up, Jon," Ser Roderick shouted, mustaches bristling. "You'll be dead a dozen times over before the first arrow falls." Jon snapped his attention back to the present, bringing his shield up to catch Robb Stark's downward stroke. Wood met wood with a jarring impact that shot up his arm. Robb grinned at him over the edge of his own shield, cheeks flushed with cold and exertion. "Where are you?" Robb panted as they broke apart and circled. "In the crypts again, talking to stone kings? Or dreaming of the wall?" Jon had no breath to waste on an answer. He feinted left, then spun right, aiming a blow at Robb's side. Robb twisted away, boots skidding on the packed snow. Their swords met in a flurry of strikes, each testing the other's guard. He had always matched Robb well enough in the yard. They had grown up together, after all, learning footwork and stance side by side, taking bruises from the same rough hands. But today there was an added edge to Jon's movements, a fierce urgency that came from somewhere new. Each blow he landed, each parry he caught, felt like proof that he was more than the secret he carried. He wondered briefly and wildly what Robb would do if he knew. If Jon told him that beneath Winterfell stones and within its forgotten rooms, something from the oldest tales had unfurled wet wings and hissed at the cold, would Robb laugh? Would he swear with shining eyes to keep the secret, the way they had once sworn boyhood oaths over stolen wine? Or would he look at Jon with that tight, puzzled frown that sometimes crossed his face when Catelyn Stark was particularly cold, as if some unseen wall had dropped between them? "Eyes," Ser Roderick barked. "Use them or lose them." Jon realized his gaze had drifted over Robb's shoulder to the curtain wall, to the tower behind which his chamber lay. Somewhere beyond that stone, swaddled in stolen cloth and warmth, the dragon slept. Or perhaps it did not sleep. Perhaps it watched the inside of his door with its strange, fire-ice eyes, waiting for him to return. Robb's sword came whistling in. Jon barely brought his own up in time. The shock of the impact jarred his fingers, nearly sending the weapon spinning from his grip. He snarled under his breath and drove forward, forcing thoughts of eggs and scales and heat aside. For now, he was only Jon Snow in the yard, bastard of Winterfell, half-accepted son with no dragon shadow trailing his heels. They fought until their arms trembled and their breaths came in white gusts. When Ser Rodrik finally called a halt, Jon's muscles sang with exertion and his shirt clung damply to his back. Sweat cooled quickly in the northern air, leaving gooseflesh in its wake. Robb clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. "You're somewhere else today," he said, not unkindly. "Dreaming of your black cloak already?" Jon forced a smile. "Maybe I'm dreaming of you finally besting me." Robb snorted. "You wish." He turned away to trade boasts with Theon Greyjoy, who lounged near the fence with a sword over his shoulder and boredom in his eyes. Jon took the moment to glance toward the covered walkway where Eddard Stark had stood watching earlier. His father was gone now, called away by a dozen duties. Preparations for a royal visit did not make themselves. A strange certainty filled Jon then. If Lord Eddard had seen something in him that morning, some oddness, he would have sent for him by now. He had not. Jon still had time. Time to decide how to live with what he had done, with what had hatched in his arms. He wiped his sword on the hem of his shirt, returned it to the rack, and made his excuses to Ser Rodrik. The old knight gave him a measuring look, then waved him off. "There'll be plenty more drills before the king arrives," he said. "Get yourself fed. You look pale, boy. Pale." Jon almost laughed. If Ser Rodrik could feel the heat that still lingered in his bones from the dragon's touch, he might have chosen another word. By light, Jon was as he had always been. A bastard son in a lord's hall, eyes cast down when Catelyn Stark passed, quick to laugh with Robb and Bran, quicker to slip away when the talk turned to noble futures he would never share. He trained in the yard until his muscles ached, ran laps along the curtain walls with the other boys, sat in quiet corners while Maester Luwin droned about the lineage of southern houses. By dark, he vanished. Not truly vanished. Someone with purpose could have followed him and found his trail. But there were always other tasks, other people to heed. And Winterfell's nights, in those brief days before the king's arrival, were full of their own distractions. Jon would wait until the hall had quieted, until Robb snored and the castle's pulse slowed. Then he would wrap the dragon in his cloak and slip out through the postern gate near the kennels. The one that opened onto the fringe of the Wolfswood, seldom used except by rangers and poachers. The dragon did not like the cold at first. Its body was still small, no larger than a cat, and though heat radiated from its core, the northern winds bit at its thin wing membranes. Jon could feel it shiver against his chest. In the shelter of the trees, however, where snow lay soft and deep and the wind's teeth were blunted, the creature seemed to rouse. It wriggled free of the cloak with surprising determination, claws catching at the wool. Jon released it reluctantly, hands hovering close in case it stumbled. It did not. Wobbling a little, wings held half open for balance, the dragon took its first steps on the snow. The snow did not crunch beneath its talons as it did under Jon's boots. Where the dragon's claws pressed, the white simply melted, hissing softly, leaving tiny, damp, five-pointed prints that steamed in the winter air. Jon stared, throat tight. Ghost shook himself, sending up a flurry of crystalline powder. The dragon hissed briefly at the shower, then shook its own small body, flinging droplets from its scales. "Come on then," Jon said. He chose a small clearing ringed by birch and fir, close enough to the walls that he could see the pale outline of Winterfell through the trees, distant enough that the sounds of the castle came only as muffled hints. No one had reason to come here, Not at this hour. Ghost settled under a tree, tongue lolling, watching. The dragon paced restlessly in a small circle, tail lashing with each step. Its wings unfurled more fully, membranes stretching, catching the dim light that filtered down through the canopy. It flapped them once, twice, sending up a spray of fine snow. Jon's heart kicked. "Careful," he said, as if the creature would understand the danger of discovery if anyone saw a flying shape against the winter sky. "Not yet. You'll have your chance." He moved slowly, every muscle aware of its own movement, as he took a length of knotted rope he'd filched from the stables. Looping it around a fallen branch, he dragged the makeshift lure across the snow in front of the dragon. The little creature's head snapped up. His pupils narrowed to slits. Crouched, body lowering, tail going still. Jon jerked the branch away at the last moment. The dragon leapt. It was not a graceful movement. Its wings flailed, claws skidding on half-melted snow. It landed in a tangle of limbs and hissed, affronted. "Too slow," Jon said, a laugh escaping him before he could stop it. He tried again. Again the dragon pounced. Each time it landed slightly better, tail flicking for balance, wings finding more purposeful positions. The heat from its body carved a circle of bare ground around it, tiny flowers of frost forming and melting at the boundary where warmth met cold. It was absurd. It was dangerous. It was the most alive Jon had felt in memory. As the days passed, the dragon grew. The change was not slow and subtle, as with pups and children. It was near enough to a visible thing that Jon found himself staring some mornings, trying to mark the exact moment when the creature crossed some new threshold. Its body lengthened, muscles thickening beneath its hide. Its wings broadened, the membranes darkening from smoky gray to a deeper storm cloud hue threaded with veins of pale silver. By the end of the week, it could leap higher than Jon's head if it chose, wings beating clumsily to add a little hang to each bound. It had begun to snap birds from the air when they came too close, its head darting up with terrifying speed, jaws closing on flutter and feather. The first time it did so, a foolish raven that had lingered too near, perhaps scouting for shiny things, the dragon's shadow had cut across Jon's face like a blade. He had watched, heart hammering, as the creature landed with its prize clamped in its teeth. Blood spattered the snow, stark and red. The raven's wings flapped once, twice, then went still. The dragon shook it with a jerk of its head and swallowed in ragged chunks, eyes half-lidded in what looked unervingly like satisfaction. Jon had dreamt that night of shadows slicing the sky, of a black shape blotting out sun and moon alike. He did not name it at once. Names were weighty things in the north. They came with history and expectation, with stories murmured over ale and in dark corners. He had worn his own as both shield and stone since he was old enough to understand that snow meant something very different from stark. But as the dragon grew, the need for a name pressed on him. He could not go on thinking of it as the hatchling or the beast in the privacy of his own head. Something in him rebelled at the distance those words implied. One evening, as dusk bled into full dark and snowflakes drifted lazily down through the treetops, the dragon made another of its impossible leaps. A raven croaked in annoyance from a branch overhead, hopped once, twice, and vanished in a spray of black feathers. The dragon landed heavily, snow exploding outward from its talons. Its wings snapped wide, dark membranes briefly filling Jon's vision. Against the fading light, they looked like torn pieces of storm cloud stitched to bone. For a heartbeat, the creature's shadow covered him entirely, spilling out behind him across the snow. Something in the sight lodged in Jon's chest and stayed there. "Skyrender," he said aloud, almost without meaning to. The dragon, Skyrender now, lifted its head, raven's wing dangling from its jaws. It regarded him with those molten, winter-rimmed eyes, as if considering the sound. "Skyrender," Jon repeated, the word steadying on his tongue. "That's what you are, isn't it? You tear the sky wherever you go." The name felt right. It tasted of storm and steel and something older, something that belonged to the world before walls and crowns. Ghost huffed, A short, derisive sound. Jon reached down to scratch behind his ear. "You're jealous," he told the direwolf. "No one will ever outdo you, you know that." Ghost's tail thumped once in gruff acknowledgement. He began to speak the name more often, if only when they were alone. "Easy, Skyrender." When the dragon's excitement turned its play too rough, claws snagging at his leather. "There, Skyrender." When it took a piece of meat carefully from his fingers instead of snapping. "Hush, Skyrender." When it growled at distant noises drifting from the castle. The dragon never answered with anything but hisses and trills and the occasional experimental croak that might one day become a roar. But its head would turn at the name, eyes sharpening, as if some part of it recognized the sound as belonging to itself. Back in his chamber, Jon learned the limits of secrecy. Skyrender could no longer be easily concealed beneath his cloak. The dragon's body had grown thick and long enough that its tail threatened to poke from the hem if it shifted just so. Its wings, still delicate at the edges, brushed against stone doorframes when it passed too close. Its claws left faint scratches in the flagstones. It wanted to explore. He could see it in the restless lashing of its tail, in the way it paced the perimeter of his small room, sniffing at every corner, snorting at the shuttered window. When sunsets painted the sky beyond his arrow slit in streaks of red and gold, Skyrender would sit beneath it, head tilted, nostrils flaring, as if trying to drink in the colors through stone. "You don't belong in here," Jon told it one night, watching the dragon's restless circuit. "You belong." He gestured helplessly to the air. "Out there. But you'll burn this whole place down if anyone sees you." Skyrender did not appear impressed by his caution. It flexed its wings, sending a gust of warm air across the room that made his candle flame dance. There were close calls. Once, Arya Stark burst into his room without knocking, hair wild, eyes alight with some new mischief. "Jon, you have to see what Syrio showed me today." She stopped dead just inside the threshold. Ghost stood in the center of the room, hackles lifting, blocking her path. His growl was low and immediate, but not directed at her. It was a warning, a barrier. "Ghost, move," Arya said, frowning. "I only want to talk to Jon. You like me, remember?" "Arya," Jon said, throat suddenly dry. His heart tried to leap into his mouth. The closet door at his back seemed to pulse with the heat of the body hidden inside it. "Not now." Her eyes flicked to him, to the way he stood with his shoulders square against the door, one hand flat against the rough wood. She narrowed her gaze, suspicion clear. "What are you hiding?" Behind him, there was a faint, muffled scrape of scales against wood. Ghost's growl deepened. "I said not now." Jon tried for calm and landed near desperation. "Please." Arya stared at him, another heartbeat. She was 11 and skinny, all elbows and knobby knees, but there was something shrewd in her stare that had nothing to do with age. "Fine," she said at last, dragging out the word. "But you'll show me, you know, whatever it is. You always tell Robb, and he tells me." He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. His secret measured against stolen sweets and hidden wooden swords. "I will," he lied. She gave Ghost a last, wounded look, "Traitor," and darted back out into the corridor. Her footsteps receded quickly, swallowed by the castle. Jon exhaled so sharply he nearly choked. He waited until he could no longer hear anything in the hall, then eased the closet door open. Heat rolled out in a suffocating wave. Skyrender crouched inside, wings tight against its body, eyes narrowed against the sudden light. It hissed, more in discomfort than anger. "I know," Jon muttered. "I know. This won't work much longer." He was right. It did not. The solution, when it came, grew from his first transgression. The hidden chamber beneath Lyanna Stark's statue called to him in idle moments, an itch beneath the skin of his thoughts. He had not returned since the night he stole the egg from its chest, fearful that someone might notice disturbed dust or a scuff on the stair. But the memory of that perfect circle of stone, those strange, fluid carvings, lingered. If the chest had sat there for decades or centuries without discovery, might not a dragon? The notion was madness on the face of it. He dismissed it at once, then revisited it cautiously, in the quiet between drills and meals, turning it over from angles he had never imagined he would need. In the end, it was necessity that drove him back. During the next storm, when wind howled again around Winterfell's towers and snow drew a veil across the yard, Jon made his way to the crypts. Ghost paced at his side, Skyrender padding behind them with a predator stealth that would have terrified half the castle if they had seen it. He did not go to Lyanna's statue this time. Instead, he counted the steps in the shadows, 12 down from the entrance, 3 across, and found the rough patch of wall he remembered from childhood games of hide and seek. A place where the stone rang just slightly different when struck. There was no hidden spring here, no cunningly carved catch. The passage beyond had been sealed the hard way, stones mortared into place where an arch had once yawned. But that had been done long ago. Mortar cracked, stone loosened, and dragons were not without their uses. Here, Jon said softly to Skyrender, laying his hand on the wall. Just here. Can you? He fumbled for the right words. He had seen no fire from the dragon yet, only warmth and steam and that soft, smoky scent. Perhaps he imagined that, like the eggs in Lewin's books, such things would remain cold relics. Skyrender sniffed the wall, scales rasping faintly against rough stone. His nostrils flared. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the dragon drew in a breath. It did not seem like much. It barely inflated its ribs, but Jon felt the air around them change, tasted iron and ash on his tongue all at once. Ghost's ears flattened. The tiny hairs on Jon's arms lifted. Skyrender opened its jaws and exhaled. It was not the roaring, golden-red torrent of old Nan's tales. It did not flood the passage, did not send Jon stumbling as if faced with a furnace's open maw. At first, it was a narrow stream, no wider than Jon's wrist. A tongue of fire that licked at the mortar with unsettling precision. Its color was wrong. There was orange there, yes, and yellow, but the heart of it burned a harsh, almost colorless white, fringed in places by flickers so dark they seemed like moving absence, as if shadows themselves writhed within the flame. The stone hissed, tiny cracks spiderwebbed through the mortar where the flame touched, racing away from the point of impact. Heat rolled off the wall, searing Jon's cheeks. He lifted a hand to shield his face, awe and fear warring in his chest. Enough, he choked at last. Skyrender, enough. The dragon closed its jaws. The fire cut off midstream. Smoke coiled in the close air, thick and acrid. Jon coughed. Ghost shook his head, sneezing. When the haze cleared, the wall looked wounded. The mortar had crumbled to a chalky ash, leaving gaps between the stones. Faint lines of heat shimmered in the air where the flames had passed. Jon pressed his shoulder to one of the loosened blocks and pushed. It shifted more easily than he had any right to hope, grinding against its neighbors with a grudging groan. Another shove and it toppled inward, landing with a dull thud on whatever floor lay beyond. Cold air washed over them from the dark opening. Not the stale, long-sealed chill of the hidden chamber where the egg had lain, but sharp and new, cutting through the lingering heat. He grinned, breathless. Good, he told Skyrender, hand finding the scales along its neck. Very good. Behind the breach lay a storeroom long forgotten, a narrow space stacked with old, moldering barrels and crates. The air was dry, the ceiling low, the floor strewn with the remnants of straw. It would not serve forever. The dragon was already stretching the limits of contained spaces. But for now, it offered shelter and secrecy. He cleared a space near the back, pushing aside rotten wood and dragging in an old, discarded straw pallet. Ghost nosed about the perimeter, scenting for rats and other intruders. Skyrender prowled the edges, sniffed the corners, and finally, apparently satisfied, curled itself atop the pallet, tail wrapping around its body. You'll stay here, Jon whispered, kneeling. His fingers traced idle patterns between the bony ridges along the dragon's head. When I can't take you out, When there are too many eyes. Skyrender's eyelids drooped. A soft rumble emanated from its chest, not unlike Ghost's contented growl when sleeping before the hearth. Heat rose from its body in shimmering waves. Jon rested his forehead briefly against the dragon's scales. "I will come back," he said quietly. "I swear it. I won't leave you alone in the dark." He did not realize until the words left his mouth that he had sworn it as solemnly as any vow he had ever considered making to the Night's Watch. By the time the king's outriders were sighted on the King's Road, Winterfell thrummed like a plucked string. Every banner that had seen neither wind nor battle in a decade was brought out and beaten clean. Every piece of silver was polished until it gleamed. Servants hurried under burdens of rushes, tapestry, wine. Words like royal and your grace and Southron fluttered through the air like startled birds. Jon moved through it all half present, half elsewhere. He stood with Robb and Theon near the main gate, dressed in his plainest good clothes, a dark wool cloak, a surcoat bearing no sigil. Snow drifted in lazy spirals from a sky the color of dirty wool. His breath steamed in front of him as he stared out at the empty white road. "What do you suppose a king looks like?" Bran asked for the fourth time, bouncing on his toes, eyes bright. "Fat," Theon said without hesitation, smirking. "And drunk," Robb nudged him. "Mind your tongue. That's Robb's king you're speaking of." "And yours," Jon said, because he knew his place. The words tasted odd this time, though. Not bitter. He was used to bitterness, but oddly thin, as if they did not quite fit his mouth as they once had. He thought of Skyrender, coiled in the shadowed storeroom beneath the crypts, and wondered what a king truly was next to that. He felt the dragon always now. Even with layers of stone and earth between them, some part of him picked up the faint hum of its presence, an awareness like a low, constant note at the back of his thoughts. It was hungry again. He could feel it not as a sharp pain but as a restless itch. He would need to steal more food that night, more and more as it grew. How long before some cook or stable boy noticed the missing scraps? How long before Maester Luwin started asking pointed questions about rat populations? The horns sounded at last, low and sonorous, rolling across the snow. Bran surged forward, only to be snagged by a hand on his collar. Eddard Stark, grim and still, stood at the front with Catelyn at his side, her face a carefully arranged mask. The great gates creaked open. Sound spilled inward. The creak of harness, the jangle of steel, the snorting of horses unused to such cold. The first of the riders entered, lances bearing the crowned stag on black cloth snapping in the wind. The king came after, just as large and loud as the story said, belly straining his fine clothes, beard spangled with snow, laughter booming even as he dismounted. He hugged Ned Stark with a bear's strength, slapped his back, called him old friend and stubborn Northman. Jon watched it all, heart pounding for reasons that had nothing to do with royal pomp. All he could think was that beneath their feet, deeper than the king's eyes would ever stray, something older than any Baratheon had opened its eyes to a northern winter and found it wanting. Robert Baratheon's gaze swept the assembled household. It slid over Robb, over Sansa and Arya and Bran, over Catelyn's stiff courtesy, over servants and guards. For a moment it seemed as if it would pass Jon by entirely. Then his eyes caught on Ghost. "Gods!" the king rumbled, eyebrows leaping. "Ned, did you breed wolves up here? Or are your dogs just badly in need of a shave?" Laughter rippled through the yard. Ghost's lips curled very slightly. Eddard Stark's expression did not change. "That is my son's direwolf," he said. "Son." Robert turned his full attention on Jon at last, eyes narrowing as if seeing him clearly for the first time. "You've more than the three I know of, then. Which one is this? He's got your look." Jon felt heat rise in his face despite the cold. He bowed his head. "Jon Snow, your grace." "Ah," the king grunted, understanding dawning. His interest cooled a degree. "Your boy, then, not your heir." The distinction slid between Jon's ribs like a familiar knife. He forced his shoulders not to stiffen. Eddard inclined his head in acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying, letting the words settle like snow on stone. Robert gave Jon one more considering look, then turned away to bellow for wine and warmth and a bed that did not rock under him. The crowd closed around the king like water around a stone, sweeping him toward the great hall. Jon found himself left at the fringes, as he so often was. Robb disappeared into the tide of bodies. Bran scampered after, only barely avoiding the heel of a knight's heavy boot. Arya had already slipped away, as she always did when forced ceremony grew too thick. He stood a moment longer in the courtyard, letting the cold bite at his cheeks, listening to the muffled roar from within the hall. Then, quietly, he turned away. Ghost padded after him, leaving a trail of paw prints in the fresh falling snow. Jon's own tracks merged with theirs as he angled not toward the hall, nor his chamber, but the stair that led down into the dark. Beneath the feet of kings and the eyes of stone Starks, the dragon in the winter slept and grew, and Jon Snow, bastard, wolf brother, unwilling host to a secret older than crowns, went down to meet it. The hidden room had begun to smell of them, not only of damp straw and old wood and the faint sour tang of forgotten grain, but of fur and scale and boy sweat, of hot breath and smoke that had nowhere to go. Jon Snow sat with his back against the rough stone, knees drawn up, elbows resting there, and breathed it in like a man trying to memorize a place he would have to leave. Ghost lay pressed along his right side, white fur warm and solid. Skyrender sprawled along his left, coiled and uncoiled in fitful half-sleeps, tail twitching when some dream stirred its mind. The dragon's body was longer now than Jon's arm from shoulder to fingertips. When it stretched, its talons reached past his knee. They had discovered, to his mild astonishment, that the two could share space without tearing each other apart. It had not been certain at first. The first time Jon coaxed Ghost all the way into the storeroom while Skyrender was awake, the direwolf had bristled, lips peeled back from long white teeth. Skyrender had answered with a sibilant hiss, wings flaring to make itself larger. Heat shimmered in the air between them, Ghost's growl rolling beneath it like thunder. Jon had placed himself in the middle by instinct, one hand on each neck, ready to be mauled from both sides. "Enough," he had said, voice low but sharp. "Enough. We're not enemies here. You're both mine. Do you understand? My pack." He did not know which part of it reached them. The words, the tone, the touch. Perhaps none. Perhaps some older, nameless bond. But something eased. Ghost had subsided first, hackles smoothing, though his eyes had remained fixed on the dragon with the steady, measuring stare of a born hunter. Skyrender had been slower. It had hissed a final time, air whistling between needle teeth, then drawn its wings tight against its body and lowered its head a fraction. Not submission, not yet, but a truce. Now, days later, Jon could feel the subtle wariness had shifted. Ghost still watched Skyrender as he might watch a new, dangerous addition to his world, but there was curiosity there too, and a sliver of respect. The dragon had stopped trying to snap at Ghost's tail each time it twitched. Their movements around each other had become less like those of rival predators and more like beasts learning each other's place. Ghost's head lay across Jon's thigh, weight anchoring him. Skyrender's muzzle rested nearer his hip, nostrils occasionally flaring with a soft snort when Ghost's fur tickled its nose. Between them, Jon's hands moved absently, fingers combing white fur, then sliding over hot scales. "You two are going to make my life very short," he said quietly. "Do you know that?" Ghost's ear flicked. Skyrender's tail thumped once, a heavy, reptilian sound against straw. Torchlight licked the walls, throwing moving shadows that made the carved, half-eroded symbols there seemed to shift. Jon had traced some of them with his fingers once, earlier that day while Skyrender hunted and Ghost patrolled the perimeter. He recognized none of the marks. They were not the straight, sharp lines of the First Men's runes, nor the flowing letters of the South. They curved and crossed, more organic than either, like something grown rather than carved. Old magic, old Nan would have said. strange spells from before the wall was raised. He had never put much stock in such talk. Even now, with a dragon's heat soaking into his side, he found it hard to picture the world as it had been when these marks were new. But he could not shake the feeling that the room itself, this place of lurking stone and stale air, had been a waiting place. A cradle for something that did not belong to the age of men. Skyrender shifted again, claws flexing. Jon felt the edges through his breeches. The dragon's eyes opened, pupils narrow slits in the low light. It stared at him, then at Ghost, then back again, as if checking the pack was present and accounted for. "You're a strange thing," Jon murmured. "Part fire, part snow, and something else besides." The dragon's head tilted slightly, as if listening. "And you," he added, scratching Ghost's ear, "are worse. You think you're a man when it suits you, and a beast when it doesn't." Ghost's jaw parted in what might have been a yawn or a silent laugh. His breath misted in the cooler air near the floor. Skyrender, by contrast, steamed faintly wherever its body touched stone, heat bleeding away into the chill. The differences between them were obvious. Wolf and dragon, fur and scale, Old North and older fire. Yet in this cramped space, pressed against him in mirrored lines, Jon felt an odd symmetry. He thought of Bran and Robb and the way they fit together in the yard, of Sansa and Arya circling each other in the hall, of Lord Eddard's steady hand on a hilt and Catelyn Stark's careful silence. Families came in shapes the South would never understand. Packs had rules all their own. "Wolf-hearted," Jon said under his breath, tasting the words. "That's what you are, isn't it?" Skyrender's tail twitched again. Ghost huffed, a breath that could have been a scent. Jon let his head fall back against the stone. For a little while longer, he allowed himself to pretend there was no world above this hidden room. No king filling the hall with his uproarious laughter. No queen with eyes like chips of green glass assessing the north with the same measured coolness she might give a battlefield. No choices looming that would tear him away from this makeshift pack. Down here, there was only breath and heat and the steady thud of his own heart. They learned to hunt together before Jon quite realized what he was teaching them. At first, it was simple necessity. Skyrender's appetite outpaced his ability to pilfer offal from the kitchens. Each day the dragon grew, its hunger sharpened. Scraps that would once have satisfied it now vanished in a single gulp, leaving it restless, claws tapping against stone, tail lashing. "You'll have us all whipped if you keep eating like that," Jon muttered, watching Skyrender devour what remained of a haunch he'd claimed in the confusion after the midday meal. "We need another way." The answer lay, as so many answers did for Northerners, in the woods. He began taking them both out beyond the walls more often, slipping through the postern gate when duties allowed. The wolfswood wrapped around Winterfell like the fur of some great, sleeping beast, its snow-laden branches muffling sound, its paths known in his bones. Ghost had always ranged there with him, silent as shadow until teeth sank into hare or fox or the occasional unlucky grouse. The dire wolf hunted with a sure, clean efficiency that Jon admired with something close to jealousy. Ghost always seemed to know where prey would run before it did. Skyrender, when set loose among the trees, was chaos. The dragon charged at everything that moved, birds, squirrels, the shifting branches themselves. Tail whipping, wings flapping in half-controlled bursts. More than once, Jon winced as hot breath seared bark or sent a spray of sparks across snow. Twice he threw himself bodily over a patch of dry deadfall to smother embers before they caught. "No," he said, fingers gripping the bony ridges along the dragon's neck, voice low and firm. "Not everything. We take what we need. No more." Skyrender hissed, offended. Ghost paced at the edge of the clearing, watching with what Jon could have sworn was exasperation. It was Ghost who showed the dragon how to do it properly. On the third day, they found deer sign. Slots pressed into snow, droppings still soft, a faint, sharp-sweet scent on the air. Ghost's head snapped up at once. He wuffed quietly, then slipped into the undergrowth, body lowering, paws placing themselves with deliberate care. Skyrender started forward in a clatter of claws. Jon caught its neck. "Watch," he whispered. "Look at him." The dragon stilled, more from surprise than obedience. Its eyes tracked Ghost through the trees, pupils dilating to drink in every detail. Ghost flowed between trunks and snow-laden branches, nearly invisible but for the faint ripple where his white fur blurred against the white landscape. He paused once, nose lifting, then altered his course slightly, angling downwind. It was a dance Jon had watched 100 times. He had never seen it through another predator's eyes. Skyrender shifted, muscle tensing beneath Jon's hand. The dragon's head tilted, nostrils flaring. Jon could feel the moment understanding stirred in it. It wasn't anything he saw. It was a pressure, a focus, like the air just before a strike of lightning. The deer bolted from cover a moment later, startled by Ghost's sudden appearance. It bounded through the clearing, flanks heaving, eyes rolling. Ghost gave chase from behind, not quite at full speed, driving it. "Now," Jon said. He released Skyrender. The dragon exploded forward with a burst of power that made the ground tremble. Wings snapped open, catching the air. It did not so much fly as fling itself along an arc, talons outstretched. It struck the deer high, claws sinking into the animal's shoulder. The force of the impact twisted them both, sending them crashing into the snow with a spray of white and a flurry of flailing limbs. Ghost was there a heartbeat later, teeth closing at the throat. The deer kicked once, twice, then stilled. Steam rose in great plumes from its body where Skyrender's heat met its fading warmth. Blood stained the snow, startlingly bright. Jon approached slowly, heart pounding. He had seen kills before, Ghost and other wolves, his father's men bringing down boar. But something about this felt different, older, as if, in that moment when wolf and dragon had moved together, the woods had remembered a story it thought long forgotten. Ghost backed away from the carcass as Jon neared, unbothered. Skyrender hissed, wings flaring, possessive. "Easy," Jon said. "I'm not taking it from you." He crouched, hand resting on the dragon's neck, feeling the tremble of effort and triumph in its muscles. Ghost pressed in against his side, flank warm. Together, the three of them stood over the fallen deer. "Good," Jon said. "Both of you." Skyrender's head lifted, blood slicking its muzzle. It made a sound then that was not quite a hiss, not quite a growl. A low, rumbling noise that Jon felt in his chest more than heard. Ghost answered with a soft, approving grunt. Pack. When Bran Stark fell, the world tilted. The news came to Jon as a rush of footsteps and a burst of panicked voices in the yard. He had been crossing the stones with Ghost at his heels, intending to slip away to the crypts while the castle's eyes were turned toward the king's next whim. The sound stopped him cold. He caught words in fragments. Fell, tower, the boy, Maester Luwin, quick now, quick. Jon's feet moved before his mind caught up. He ran toward the inner keep, Ghost matching his stride. Servants pressed against the walls to let him pass. No one thought to stop him. In that moment, distinctions between son and bastard blurred under the weight of shared fear. He saw Bran carried past on a makeshift stretcher, small body limp, neck at an angle Jon did not like. Catelyn Stark clung to his hand, her face a mask of white stone and raw, torn eyes. Eddard moved beside them, jaw clenched so tightly that the lines around his mouth looked carved. Jon reached for Bran's still fingers as they passed, unable to stop himself. They were cold. "Bran," he whispered. No answering squeeze. They disappeared into the keep, doors slamming behind them. Jon stood in the corridor, chest heaving, feeling more useless than he ever had in his life. Ghost whined, a thin, frightened sound. His red eyes stared not at the closed doors, but somewhere beyond, as if tracking things Jon could not see. That night, when the hall roared with forced merriment and raw, jagged grief cut through the cracks in laughter, Jon could not bring himself to go in. He stayed in the shadows near the back stairs instead, watching men drink and shout, watching Robb's too bright smile and Sansa's rigid posture and Arya's ghosting absence. He slipped away when no one looked, lifting wine from a discarded cup and a heel of bread he did not taste. The dragon waited below, hungry and unaware of broken boys or broken mothers. Yet when Jon sat in the hidden room with Skyrender curled against him, Ghost at his side, he felt Bran's fall like a physical weight pressing on his shoulders. He slept badly. When he did drift down into dreams, they were strange, fragmented things. The godswood's red leaves weeping blood, wolves howling on a frozen field, a dragon coiling around the base of a white tree like a living shadow. In one dream, he saw through someone else's eyes. He stood no-lay, looking up at rafters he did not recognize, at the dip in a ceiling he had catalogued before, the pattern of a crack like a lightning strike. His body felt heavy, unmoving, as if filled with snow, yet his mind roamed. Wolves ranged through the wolfswood. He saw through their eyes, smelled through their noses, tasted blood and cold and the sharp tang of sap. The sensation was at once familiar and new, as though his bones remembered something his waking self had never known. And then there was something else. A heat that cut through winter, a smell of iron and smoke, a sound like cloth tearing stretched into a roar. He turned that other gaze and saw, slipping through the trees, a shape that did not belong in any story he knew. Dark scales and pale streaks, wings folded close, eyes like molten gold rimmed in frost. The dragon stared at him, through him. For a moment, wolf and dragon and boynot there shared the same breath. Jon woke with his heart pounding, sweat cold on his skin despite Skyrender's warmth. Ghost's head lifted from where it had lain on his chest. The dire wolf regarded him solemnly, as if to say, "You felt it too." "Bran," Jon whispered into the dark. He did not know if the dream belonged to him or to his brother. But the next day, as he sat awkward and out of place in Bran's sick room while Catelyn stared at him like an intruder, Jon could not shake the knowledge that somewhere, beneath closed lids and still flesh, Bran's mind was not entirely trapped. And if Bran's dreams could brush against wolves and dragons, then the web binding them all was tighter than Jon had guessed. He almost told his father. The urge struck him like an arrow, quick and sudden, as he stood with Eddard Stark beneath the weirwood's bleeding face one evening when the sky was the color of old bruises and the godswood's pool lay black and still. Ned's hand rested on Ice's pommel, as it so often did when his thoughts were heavy. His gaze was turned toward the King's Road, though all he could see from here were trunks and snow and the faint outline of the wall beyond. "The king will not stay long," he said quietly. "He has never liked the cold." Jon shifted his weight. Ghost lay at his feet, eyes half closed, appearing to doze. In truth, the direwolf's ears flicked at each sound, each whisper of wind. Somewhere beyond the ring of trees, Skyrender waited among the shadows. Hidden as Jon had made him skybound in the branches, muscles coiled and restless. "I heard Ser Roderick say the wall has never been more thinly manned," Jon said. "Fewer brothers each year." Ned's mouth thinned. "The wall has been thinly manned for a long time, Jon." "I could help," Jon pressed, the familiar argument rising. "I'm good with a blade. Better than..." He bit off the last words, but they hung between them anyway. "Better than most boys with names grander than mine." His father looked at him then, truly looked, eyes gray and sharp as winter. "You are 14, he said. "Almost a man grown," Jon countered. "In the south, perhaps." Ned's gaze softened, but only a fraction. "In the north, you are still a boy with more temper than sense some days." Jon's throat tightened. "I have no place here. You know it. Lady Catelyn." "This is not about my lady wife," Ned cut in, more sharply than was his habit. He drew breath, let some of the edge bleed away. "Or not only. The wall is a hard place, a lonely one. If you take the black, you will never father children. You will never hold land, or title, or any of the things." "I am a bastard," Jon said, the word hitting like a rock dropped in still water. "I will never have those things anyway. Not here." Silence stretched between them, full of unsaid truths and old hurts. Ghost shifted, pressing against Jon's leg. In the trees, beyond sight, something moved. A flicker of pale-veined scales, a rustle of snow shaken from a branch. Skyrender's presence hummed at the edge of Jon's awareness. He could tell his father. He could open his mouth and let it all out. The hidden chamber, the egg, the hatching, the dragon sleeping under Winterfell's stones like some secret heart. He could watch how Ned Stark's face changed, how the measured calm gave way to shock, anger, fear, wonder. He could give up the burden of secrecy and let someone else, someone older, wiser, burdened already with a king's secrets and a realm's, decide what to do. The word stuck. Ned was watching him, waiting. Jon swallowed. The confession burned the back of his throat. "Bran," he said instead. "Will he wake?" His father's shoulders sagged, some other weight settling there. He looked away, back toward the unseen King's Road. "I do not know," he said. His voice, steady always, faltered on the last word. They stood like that a long time. Jon listened to the rustle of leaves, the soft lap of water against stone, the distant murmur of the castle. Ghost's warmth pressed against him. Skyrender's awareness brushed his thoughts like a wingtip. He said nothing about dragons. Later, he told himself it was because he feared for what they will do to you. Later still, he admitted to himself that he feared something more selfish as well. For what they will do to me. If he handed Skyrender over, he would be a boy in his father's hall again. A bastard under a lord's gaze. If he kept the dragon, he was something else. He did not yet have a name for what that something might be. The first time Skyrender truly flew, it was more fall than flight. Jon chose a night when clouds had thinned and the moon rode clear and high, casting the wolfswood in cold silver. He led Ghost and Skyrender out via the postern gate, heart pounding in rhythm with the soft thud of paws and the sharper click of claws. They climbed to an outcrop he knew, a chunk of old stone thrust up from the forest floor like a giant's knuckle. From the top, the trees fell away on one side, their tops a dark, undulating sea. The ground dropped sharply there into a small ravine, more than enough height for a gliding leap. Ghost reached the summit first, scarcely winded. He turned in a slow circle, nose testing the air, then lay down near the edge, paws hanging casually over the drop as if he trusted the stone not to shift. Skyrender scrambled up behind, wings flaring to keep balance on the last steep stretch. The dragon had grown heavier in the last week. Jon's shoulders still ached from the last time he'd carried him up the storeroom stairs. Yet there was coiled strength in its movements now that made his muscles twinge in sympathy. Jon followed, slower, hands finding familiar holds in the rock. When he stood atop the outcrop, wind knifing through his cloak, he felt for a moment as if he stood on the wall already, looking north into endless dark. "All right," he said, trying to keep his voice calm. "Let's see what you can do." He moved to Skyrender's side, fingers tracing the line of bone where wing joined body. The membranes stretched between the wing fingers were thicker now, less translucent, a deep storm gray etched with veins that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. He remembered Luwin's drawings, the anatomy of dragons, sketched from old texts and half-legend. He remembered the notes about lift and surface and balance, words that had meant nothing to him at the time beyond their strange shapes. "Wings out," he murmured, as he might to a horse at a jump. "Come on," Skyrender hissed, more from excitement than protest. It spread its wings. For a heartbeat, Jon forgot to breathe. They were larger than he had thought, even folded against the dragon's sides. Fully extended, they seemed to catch more than moonlight. They caught the wind itself, the fabric of night. The edges shivered as air slid along them. The dragon's body shifted, weight redistributing. Ghost watched from his recline, eyes bright. "One step at a time," Jon said. "You don't have to go the whole way. Just..." He gestured at the ravine, at the slope leading down. "Glide, like a crow, like the ravens from the rookery." Skyrender's tail lashed once, twice. It inched closer to the drop, claws scraping stone. It peered down, head tilting, nostrils flaring at the smell of earth and pine rising from below. The wind gusted, stronger this time, plucking at Jon's cloak, making ghosts for a ripple. It filled Skyrender's wings like hands pushing at them from behind. "Now!" Jon whispered. Skyrender jumped. For an instant, Jon's heart stopped. The dragon fell in an ungainly lurch, wings flapping wildly, tail whipping. His body tipped sideways, corkscrewing. Then instinct, or some buried memory older than Winterfell's walls, took over. The wings snapped taut, the wild flapping smoothed into long, powerful strokes. The dragon's body leveled, momentum catching. It did not soar. It did not cleave the sky like a creature of pure legend, but it glided, clumsy and low, yes, but held aloft by more than falling. Jon laughed aloud, the sound torn from his chest. The wind whipped it away. Skyrender swept forward over the ravine, handling barely better than a sack of stones, but handling all the same. It dropped sooner than Jon would have liked, landing with a thump that sent up a spray of snow and bent a sapling nearly double. It shook itself, indignant, then looked up. Jon waved, exhilaration bubbling in his veins. Again, they spent the better part of an hour repeating the process. Climb, coax, leap, glide. Each time Skyrender's movements grew a fraction more assured. It began to time its wing beats to the wind, feeling for currents the way Ghost scented for deer. Ghost barked once, then twice, as if offering commentary. On the last attempt, as Skyrender flared its wings to land, the direwolf loped along beneath, matching its course, packmate to packmate. They were awkward. They were magnificent. As Jon climbed down after that final run, legs shaking from effort, he knew two things with bone-deep certainty. First, Skyrender would not be confined to rooms or trees much longer. The sky was a promise in its bones. Second, when the dragon truly learned to ride the wind, nothing in the north or the world would be able to pretend it had not. It was an accident that taught him Skyrender's fire could do more than burn. He misjudged a landing in the clearing, stumbling over a root half hidden by snow. His hand went out to catch himself on a stone. A sharp edge opened his forearm in a thin, ugly line. Blood welled at once, bright against pale skin, then dripped down to patter onto the snow. "Seven hells," Jon hissed, clamping his other hand over the cut. Ghost appeared by his side in an instant, nose pressing at his arm. The direwolf huffed, nostrils flaring at the scent of blood. His ears pricked forward, body tense, as if expecting enemies drawn by the smell. Skyrender swung its head around too, pupils contracting. It made a sharp, questioning chirp, then lowered its muzzle to sniff near Jon's fingers. "It's nothing," Jon muttered, though the sting was sharp. "I've had worse from a blunted sword." He should have tied it up at once, or at least wrapped it in a strip of cloth. The wilderness taught such habits quickly. Leave blood in the open and the world would answer. But his hands were full, one making a fist around his own skin, the other braced in the snow. Skyrender made a small, almost impatient sound. Then, before Jon could guess its intent, the dragon's tongue flicked out and licked along the length of the cut. The burn was immediate and profound. Jon yelped despite himself, jerking, a flash of heat shooting up his arm to his shoulder. It was not like a brand, not quite. There was no sense of flesh searing or crisping, but the intensity of it made his vision go white at the edges. "Stop!" he gasped, trying to pull away. Skyrender's claws tightened on his sleeve, anchoring him with surprising gentleness. The dragon's tongue passed again, slower this time, pressure more careful. Jon gritted his teeth, riding the pain. Ghost growled, unsure whether to intervene. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the burn eased. Something in the heat shifted from raw to focused. It sank into the wound, into the skin around it, like the throbbing pulse of a forge turning out a single, clean blade. Skyrender drew back. Steam rose faintly from Jon's arm. He forced himself to breathe. His heart hammered, but the pain was already receding, leaving behind a strange, tingling sensation, as if he'd held his hand too close to a fire for too long and then pulled away. Slowly, wary of what he might see, he lifted his other hand from the cut. The blood had stopped. The wound itself, which had been a line of ragged, weeping flesh a moment before, looked wrong. Or rather, wrong for a cut so fresh. The edges had drawn together, the gap between them narrowed. Rawness showed, but the angry, spreading well of red had closed. Jon pressed gingerly at the skin around it. Tender, yes, but not the hot throb he would have expected. He looked up at Skyrender. The dragon blinked at him, eyes as unreadable as polished stone. Its tongue flicked out once, as if tasting the air for his reaction. "What are you?" Jon breathed. It was not just fire, then, not just heat and hunger. There was something in the dragon's breath, in its blood, that could knit as well as break. Ghost snuffed at the wound, then at Skyrender's muzzle, as if trying to reconcile the sense. Wolf, dragon, boy, blood, and something else besides. "Thank you," Jon said, feeling slightly foolish for speaking the words aloud. Skyrender's tail twitched. A soft sound rumbled in its chest in response, not unlike a cat's purr but deeper, more resonant. Wolf-hearted, he thought again, but that was not all. Whatever old magic had clung to the egg's shell had not only woken fire. It had woken something that did not map neatly onto Maester's lessons or Septon's sermons. It made him wonder what would happen if that fire were turned on deeper wounds. On stab cuts, on a broken necks. He pushed the thought away before it could fully form. Hope like that was dangerous. Better to keep it wrapped in the same hidden corner of himself where he kept dragons and dreams. Secrets did not stay buried forever in Winterfell. The stones had ears, and children were always underfoot. Arya Stark had a gift for being where she should not. It was how she had found Syrio Farrell, how she had learned to slip past Septa Mordane's notice, how she had overheard more than one conversation she was not meant to hear. It was also how she nearly discovered Jon's dragon. He did not see her at first. His mind was on Skyrender, on the way the dragon's weight shifted beneath his cloak as he descended toward the crypts. Ghost took the steps with practiced ease, brushing his shoulder against Jon's knee when the torch guttered. Jon had timed his visit for a gap in the castle's rhythm. Supper was over. The king, well-fed and well-watered, had retired to whatever chambers Catelyn Stark's tight smile had been forced to show him. The hall's roar had diminished to a low murmur. He slipped past the statue of some long-dead Stark with barely a glance. His thoughts raced ahead. Check the storeroom for new cracks from Skyrender's experiments. Bring down more straw. See if the deer bones had drawn rats that needed discouraging. He did not think to look behind him. Arya watched from the shadow of a pillar near the entrance. Pressed so close to the stone her cheek grew cold. She had followed Jon from the yard, curiosity piqued by the way he moved. Tense, purposeful, cloak held oddly close. Ghost padded at his side, white fur bright even in the dimness. That wasn't unusual. The lump beneath Jon's cloak was. She had seen him sneak off before. Jon was good at it. But tonight something was different. The way he held his arm like he was trying to protect a bundle. The way Ghost kept glancing at him as if checking on more than just his master. The way Jon's jaw was set. He went into the crypts. Arya had always liked the crypts. They were quiet and full of stories, and the statues did not tell her to sit still or sew straighter. But she knew, because Septa Mordane and everyone else had said it often enough, that little girls had no business there alone at night. She waited until the sound of Jon's boots on stone had faded. Then she followed. She moved lightly, years of racing after cats and dodging scolding hands serving her well. Her soft boots made little sound on the steps. Ghost did not reappear at the top, which meant he had gone all the way down with Jon. That was odd. Usually the direwolf ranged. The air grew colder. Arya's breath puffed in front of her. She listened hard. Faintly, from somewhere below, she heard a noise that did not fit any of the usual crypt sounds. Not Jon's footfalls, not Ghost's nails, not the soft sighs of drafts through stone mouths. A rasp, a low, throaty hiss. Arya stopped, heart beating faster. She pressed herself against the wall, straining to hear more. Nothing for a moment. Then Jon's voice, quiet but firm. "Hush, you'll have more, but not if you give us away. Do you understand?" There was another rasping sound in answer. Arya's mind offered her a dozen possibilities. None of them felt right. She eased down another step, peering into the gloom. A flicker of light at the far end of the row of statues, Jon's torch, somewhere near the deeper levels. She saw only the faintest suggestion of movement, the barest hint of a pale shape that had to be Ghost. Something else moved too, something larger than a pack of rats, smaller than a horse, shadows sliding in ways that made her eyes ache. "What are you hiding?" she whispered, more to herself than to anyone who could hear. Ghost's head snapped up. Arya froze. The dire wolf stared directly up the steps, eyes glowing red in the dimness. His ears pricked. A low, warning growl rumbled up the stones. Jon's voice came sharper. "Ghost!" Arya's courage, which had been so bold a heartbeat before, faltered. It was one thing to spy on conversations, another to be caught by Ghost's unblinking gaze. The dire wolf would never hurt her. She knew that as sure as she knew her own name. But he would go to Jon, and Jon would tell Father, and Father would frown in that heavy way that made her feel 6 years old. She backed up one step, then two, careful, silent. Ghost's growl followed her, low and constant. When she reached the bend in the stair and the crypt's entrance came back into sight, she turned and ran. Later, lying in her bed with needle hidden under the mattress and the sounds of the hall muffled through thick stone, she thought of that hiss in the dark. A part of her was certain she had heard a story slipping itself under the skin of Winterfell. A story that did not yet have a shape. Whatever Jon was hiding down there, it was his, for now. But she would find out. She always did. Tyrion Lannister saw more than most. Jon had not planned to speak with him. The dwarf's sharp tongue and sharper eyes made him wary. But on a night when the hall's heat and noise felt suffocating and Catelyn Stark's glare burned hotter than the hearth, he fled to the yard for air and found Tyrion already there, a shadow propped against stone, eyes on the stars. "Brooding again, bastard?" Tyrion asked without looking away from the sky. His breath smoked in front of him, but his hands were bare on the chilled stone. "Careful. You'll freeze your melancholy to your bones and never shake it out." Jon stiffened. "I could say the same of you, my lord." "Ah," Tyrion smiled faintly, "but I have the advantage of height. Less of me to freeze." Ghost snorted, nose nudging Jon's hand. Jon scratched absently between his ears. They stood in silence a while, watching the torches flicker along the walls, listening to distant laughter. "You're thinking of the wall," Tyrion said at last. It was not a question. Jon did not deny it. "I mean to take the black," he said. The words tasted different now than when he had first whispered them to himself. Heavier, threaded with things he had not accounted for. Tyrion shifted, turning his pale eyes on Jon. "A hard place, from what I'm told. Cold. Lonely. Not unlike here, but with fewer options for escape." "There is nowhere for me here," Jon said. The phrase had become a sort of shield he raised against other truths. "No?" Tyrion's gaze dipped to Ghost, then flicked, so brief Jon might have thought he imagined it, toward the dark square of the crypt entrance. "I see a dire wolf that follows you like a shadow. A father who, while he cannot give you his name, looks at you as if he'd like to steal back the years and make you firstborn. Brothers and sisters who are either fond of you or terrified of your disapproval. Seems a place of sorts." Jon bristled. "You know nothing of it." "On the contrary," Tyrion took a slow sip from the wine cup in his hand. "I know quite a bit about being the wrong shape in the right family." Jon's retort died on his tongue. The dwarf's eyes were tired in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. "You think the Night's Watch will fix that?" Tyrion went on. "That black wool will cover the seams between who you are and who they say you should be? It will give me a purpose," Jon said. "A place where my birth matters less than my oath. And yet still you stare down there." Tyrion's finger tapped lightly on the stone rail, in the direction of the crypts. "As if the roots of this place have hooked themselves into you and do not mean to let go." Jon looked away, throat tight. Below, under layers of stone and earth, He could feel Skyrender's slow, coiled awareness. Not awake, not fully asleep. Waiting. "I have things I must protect," he said. The admission wrung out of him more than given. "If I go, there will be no one to watch them." Ah! Tyrion's eyes sharpened. So that's the heart of it. Not just the boy who wants to stand on an ancient wall and stare nobly into the cold. The boy who leaves something behind. Jon swallowed. He could not say dragon. He could hardly even think it with another man's gaze on him. Tyrion did not press. "If you go to the wall," he said instead, "go because you choose the hard road with your eyes open, not because you believe it will make you whole. Walls keep things out. They keep things in. They do not mend what's broken." He drained his cup. "And if you stay, think hard on what you are binding yourself to. Some chains are worn as proudly as crowns." Jon did not answer. He stood there long after Tyrion had gone back inside, Ghost a warm weight at his feet, Skyrender a muted heat far below. The cold seeped into his fingers. He did not know then what choice he would make. Only that whatever he did, part of him would remain in Winterfell, in stone and snow and hidden fire. The morning they hunted under a sunrise streaked with pink and gold, Ghost howled for the first time in Skyrender's presence. They had run far that day, deeper into the wolfswood than Jon usually dared. He needed distance. Distance from the noise and press of Winterfell, from Bran's sickroom and King Robert's booming voice, from the weight of decisions stacking like stones upon his chest. Skyrender loped easily through the snow at his side, heat turning the nearest drifts to slush. Ghost ran ahead, cutting paths between trees, tongue lolling, every line of him singing with motion. Eventually they reached a small rise bare of trees, a rocky hillock where the wind had scoured the snow thin. From the top, the world seemed larger, the sky vast. Ghost scrambled to the crest and stopped. For a moment he stood there, white fur framed against the paling sky, chest rising and falling. Then he tipped back his head and let out a sound that had lived in his bones since long before he was whelped. The howl cut through the cold air, long and low and rising, carrying across the trees. Jon felt it in his ribs, in his teeth. It spoke of distance and longing and the fierce, wild joy of being alive in a world that did not care. He had heard wolves howl before. He had never heard Ghost. Skyrender stopped beside Jon, head snapping up. The dragon's eyes fixed on the direwolf's silhouette, pupils wide. Its body went tense, as if some note in that sound had plucked a chord inside it too. Ghost's howl fell away at last, long echo fading. Silence brief and deep, then Skyrender drew in a breath. Jon turned, startled. "Don't!" The dragon threw back its head. The sound that tore from Skyrender's throat was not like Ghost's. It was harsher at first, raw and ragged, like a new sword scraping from a scabbard that did not yet match its shape. It cracked in places, pitch shifting, volume swelling and faltering as the dragon's lungs found their range. But as it stretched, it began to align itself with something older. The cadence changed, lengthening. Where a dragon's scream might have been all fire and fury, this sound wound itself through the memory of Ghost's howl, following its rises and falls, echoing its call with a twisted, new reflection. The air shivered. Birds took flight from nearby branches, wings beating in sudden, panicked bursts. Somewhere distant, another wolf answered, its voice faint but clear, taken up and altered by the trees. Jon stood between them, wolf on one side, dragon on the other, and felt two ancient notes braid together around his heart. When Skyrender's cry dwindled at last, the dragon panted, chest heaving. A curl of smoke escaped its open jaws. Ghost flicked an ear, then stepped forward, bumping his flank against the dragon's shoulder in what could only be recognition. Skyrender huffed, steam puffing, and nudged back. "You'll wake all of Winterfell if you keep that up," Jon said, but his voice came out softer than he intended. They descended the rise together. Boy, direwolf, dragon. Jon knew, in some distant, rational part of his mind, that none of this could last unchanged. Kings would ride away, fathers would follow, vows would be spoken, The world beyond the Wolfswood would make demands. But on that hill in the new light of a winter dawn, with Ghost's howl still echoing faintly and Skyrender's strange, answering cry hanging in his bones, the path ahead felt, for one fleeting moment, less like exile and more like a story waiting to be written. Whatever else he was, bastard brother, soon-to-be black brother perhaps. Jon Snow was also this, the boy at the heart of a new pack, bound to a direwolf and a dragon whose fire had learned the shape of a wolf song. Wolf-hearted, he thought again, hand resting on Skyrender's hot neck as Ghost pressed against his hip. The dragon's scales thrummed under his fingers, as if in answer. The flame should have seared him to the bone. Jon Snow had watched steel warp in less heat, leather curl and blacken. Yet when Skyrender's breath washed over his outstretched palm, he felt only a rush of blistering air that stopped a hair's breadth above his skin, rolling there in a thin, shimmering veil. It was not the full roar of dragonfire. He wasn't mad enough to ask that. This was only a trickle, coaxed with patience and a great deal of caution. A tongue of pale, glass-bright flame edged with darker shadows, no wider than a dagger's blade. "Easy," Jon murmured, voice low and steady. "That's enough." Skyrender's jaws snapped shut. The flame winked out. Smoke drifted upward, tasting of hot iron and something sharper, stranger. Jon lowered his hand and flexed his fingers. The skin was flushed pink, warm to the touch, but unblistered. Ghost watched all of it with a hunter's focus, red eyes narrowed. The direwolf's nose twitched at the lingering scent. His ears pricked forward when Jon turned his hand, examining it, then huffed as if to say fool thing to do. Jon could hardly disagree. He wiped sweat from his brow with his unmarked hand. The hidden chamber was already close, but Skyrender's presence turned it into a furnace. Frost had long since abandoned the corners of the stone. Even the old damp smell of the place had baked into something dry and mineral. "You can burn stone," Jon said, looking past Skyrender to the wall where the dragon's fire had left its mark. The carvings there, those strange, flowing symbols, glowed faintly where flame had touched them, as if something in the grooves answered to heat. "You melt snow beneath your feet, but you don't burn me." He wasn't sure if he was reassured or unnerved by that. Perhaps both. Skyrender tilted its head, nostrils flaring, as if searching his face for meaning. The dragon's scales had darkened as it grew, the black deepening to a hue that swallowed torchlight. The pale streaks along its flanks stood out more sharply now, no longer fine veins but bold strokes that reminded him of the old tales of ice rivers under the aurora. He laid his hand along the dragon's neck. Heat pulsed there, steady as a heartbeat. "You're not like the ones in the books," he murmured. "If those ever truly existed the way Maester Luwin says." Skyrender's pupils narrowed to slits. A low sound rumbled in its chest. Not a growl precisely, but something older, like stones shifting under deep earth. Ghost's tail thumped once, damp straw crackling under him. Fire and fur, heat and winter, both of them his and yet never wholly his. He sat between them on the rough floor, back to the carved stone, and tried to fit them into the world he knew. The North did not deal in dragons. Dragons were a Southron thing. Red and black banners flying over scorched fields, silver-haired kings on thrones of melted steel. Direwolves belonged to snow and the long howl across frozen moors. Yet here, under Winterfell, the lines blurred. Jon thought of the way Skyrender's breath had shattered the mortar between stones without bringing the whole wall down. Of the way that same breath had closed the cut on his arm rather than widening it. Of the way the dragon's eyes changed with the light. Sometimes bright gold, sometimes pale as candle flames seen through frost. Two natures warred in the creature's body, or perhaps danced together. He did not know which. "You're as much winter as summer," he said softly. "As much stark as whatever else you are." The words hung in the heated air. He didn't yet know that somewhere else, in a chamber thick with the smell of sweat and worry and fear, a boy who shared his blood twisted in fevered sleep and dreamed of the same dragon coiled in roots older than any king. Bran Stark fell forever, He fell past stones and sky and memories, through long corridors of wind and whispers. Some part of him knew he lay still in a bed in Winterfell, his neck wrapped and braced, his legs dead weight beneath furs. But that part was small, dim, muffled under the rush of air and the dizzying spin. Voices sometimes rose through the fall. His mother's raw pleading, Maester Luwin's calm recitations, Robb's hoarse attempts at cheer. Once, faint and strained, Jon's voice had reached him too, talking of the wall and duty and saying goodbye. But now the world of beds and bandages was far away. Bran hung suspended in a place where there was no up or down, only the throb of a vast, slow heartbeat that was not his own. "Fly," a voice croaked near his ear. "You must fly." He turned, or thought he did, and saw the raven. It was not like the birds in the rookery, though it had black feathers and sharp eyes. This one had 3 eyes, the third set in the middle of its forehead, unblinking and pale. When it beat its wings, the air folded around it like pages of a book turning. "I can't," Bran said. His own voice sounded thin in this place. "I'm broken." "Broken things are sharp things," the raven said. "Sharp things cut the chains. Fly, below or above." Directions had lost meaning. He saw Winterfell. The castle lay spread beneath him like a carving in ice. Walls rimed with snow, the gods would a splash of red among white, smoke rising from chimneys in faint gray curls. Tiny figures moved in the yard, their breath fogging the air. He saw his father speaking to the king, Robb drilling with Ser Roderick, Sansa walking arm in arm with the queen. He saw Arya chasing cats along the walls. He saw himself, small and whole, racing them all, climbing where he should not. The image shimmered, and the view sank deeper. Stone fell away to stone. The crypts, their long rows of silent kings and queens, torches burning low beside them. Deeper still, through places even old Nan's tales had never followed, into roots and rock where no man's foot had trod in living memory. Something moved there. At first he thought it was shadow. A denser darkness coiled around the tangled roots of the great weirwood that pierced Winterfell's bones. Then it shifted, and 2 eyes opened. No, not eyes. Not exactly. Pits of light, white gold and rimmed in frost, staring upward with a patient, waiting hunger. The shape uncoiled, long and sinuous. Scales caught some unseen light, black and bright and threaded with pale, jagged lines like the cracks in lake ice at the end of winter. Wings pressed close to its sides unfurled slightly, like a crocus pushing through snow. A dragon, Bran thought, awed. "That's a dragon." "You see it," the raven observed. "It's under Winterfell," Bran whispered. "Not the way the others are. Not stone. It's alive. It is older than your fall and younger than your blood," the raven said. "Born of 2 burnings, ice and fire, dark and dawn." Bran reached toward the dragon without thinking. His hand, if it was a hand in this place, met something hot and smooth and solid. For an instant, warmth surged up his arm, through his chest, into his skull. Images exploded behind his eyes. A man in furs and black iron armor stood beneath a younger sky, his hair dark as coal, his eyes gray as winter. Beside him, a woman whose hair fell like molten silver over a cloak of white sable touched a stone egg veined in frost. Behind them, a dragon larger than any castle tower stretched its wings, smoke curling from its nostrils, while snow fell softly on its back. The man and woman pressed their palms together over the egg. Words were spoken in a tongue Bran did not know. One harsh and clipped as the old northern speech, the other flowing and sharp like Balerion. The egg shone, white and black together, then dimmed as it was lowered into a hollow in the rock and covered in earth and roots. "Who?" Bran began. The vision shattered. He was falling again, the raven's claws digging suddenly into his shoulder like talons of ice. "Remember," it croaked into his ear. "Remember the dragon in the roots. Remember the blood in the snow. You will need it." "I'm tired," Bran whispered. The effort of holding 2 worlds, stone and sky, waking and dream, tore at him. I want to wake up. I want to see Jon. The raven's third eye flared, white as snow in full sunlight. For a moment, all Bran could see was that brightness, and in its heart a shape he recognized. A boy with dark hair and gray eyes, a ghost white wolf at his side, a dragon above him throwing a long, strange shadow. Then the light swallowed him whole. He woke to pain, not the sharp, immediate agony of a broken limb. This was deeper, a dull ache that filled his body from neck to toes, heavy as wet cloaks. The world resolved around that ache. The prickle of sweat on his skin, the weight of blankets, the smell of soot and herbs. Light danced at the edges of his vision. He blinked, and they became candles. Shadows shifted, grew faces. Bran? A voice whispered, cracked and disbelieving. He turned his head with effort. His neck protested, a hot line of protest running down his spine. His eyes found his mother's face. Catelyn Stark had always, in Bran's memory, been composed. Her hair lay smooth, her eyes clear even when anger sharpened them. Now her hair was unbound and tangled, her eyes ringed with purple shadows, red-streaked from weeping. She gripped his hand so tightly her knuckles whitened. "Mother," Bran croaked. His throat felt scraped raw, as if he had swallowed dust for days. I fell." A sound escaped her, half sob, half laugh. "You did," she said. "You foolish, beautiful boy. You did. But you're here. You're here." Someone shouted for Maester Luwin. Boots thudded on stone. Robb's face appeared over Bran's other shoulder, older and thinner than Bran remembered, jaw set in a way that looked uncomfortably like their father's. "Bran," Robb said, voice thick. "You're awake." Bran tried to smile, felt lopsided. "I saw you," he mumbled, "on the yard, with Ser Roderick. And the king." And his gaze slid past them toward the doorway. Jon Snow stood there, half in shadow, ghost pressed to his leg. The direwolf's eyes burned red in the dimness. Jon's own eyes were gray and wide, and Bran realized with a jolt, wet. "Jon," Bran said. The dream of him, standing beneath a dragon's shadow, overlapped with the real boy, cloaked and rumpled and thinner than before. "You were there too. Below." Jon's throat worked. "Here," he said roughly. "I'm here." Catelyn's head snapped toward the door. For a heartbeat her face hardened, all softness scraped away. "You shouldn't. Let him stay," Bran whispered, surprising even himself with the urgency in his voice. There was a tense silence. Catelyn's fingers tightened around his. At last she looked back at Bran and forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Just for a moment," she said. "He was worried, that's all." Jon stepped fully into the room, ghost gliding silently ahead. The dire wolf approached the bed and laid his head gently on the coverlet near Bran's feet. Bran could not feel the weight. A hollow chill ran through him at that realization. But he saw the trust in Ghost's posture, the way his ears angled carefully, and some of the panic eased. "I'm not broken," Bran said, though he wasn't sure who he meant to convince. His mother, his brother, himself, or the echoing voice of the raven. "Not all of me." Jon's lips twitched. "You scared us anyway," he said. "All that falling, and you still found a way to land on your head." Bran managed a weak snort. "I flew," he said. "I think I flew." They looked at him oddly, the adults with something like concern passing between their eyes, Robb with baffled hope. Only Jon's expression changed in a different way. For a heartbeat, his gaze sharpened. "In my dreams," Bran added, "there was a raven, and a dragon under the tree." He watched Jon closely. Jon froze. It was just for a moment. A slight stilling of his shoulders, a fraction too long before he cleared his throat. But Bran had always been good at watching his brothers, at guessing their moods in the tilt of their heads or the angle of their hands on a sword hilt. "A dragon?" Maester Luwin's voice came from the door, thin and precise even through sleep's ragged cloak. He hurried to the bedside, hands already reaching to check Bran's pulse, his eyes. "Dreams like that are common after a fall, my boy. The mind makes strange pictures while the body mends." It wasn't strange, Bran insisted. It was under Winterfell, wrapped in the roots, black and white. I saw. His mother's fingers brushed his brow. Hush now, plenty of time for stories later. Let Maester Luwin look at you. Her voice held the clear warning that stories would be for children's moments, not for maesters and lords. Bran heard it, but the memory of the dragon burned bright behind his eyes, refusing to be soothed away. He glanced once more at Jon. Jon's gaze met his. For an instant, Bran saw fear there. Not for him, for something else, for something hidden. Then Jon looked away, hand dropping to rest on Ghost's head, as if anchoring himself. You can tell me the rest later, he said quietly. When you're stronger. Bran nodded, mind already reaching back toward roots and flame. The gods would felt different now that Bran had fallen and woken. The weirwood's face looked the same. Eyes bleeding dried sap, mouth carved in a perpetual sorrowful frown. But Jon felt watched in a way he had not before, as if the tree's gaze had sharpened. Bran sat at its base, propped against a cushion someone had brought from the hall. Furs were piled around his legs, though he could not yet feel them. His cheeks were pale, but his eyes were bright, fever gone and mind clear in a way that made him look oddly older. Ghost lay at Bran's side, flank pressed against his good leg. Jon knelt opposite, close enough that his knee brushed Ghost's shoulder when the dire wolf shifted. Above them, high in the branches where the red leaves thinned near the top, shadows moved. If anyone else had been there, they might have assumed it was a bird. A large bird, perhaps, or some shifting pattern of leaves in the wind. But Jon knew better. He could feel Skyrender's presence like a second heartbeat overhead, heat diffused by snow and distance. He'd brought the dragon in at dusk, when the wall's watchmen were changing shifts and the light played tricks on the eye. Skyrender had climbed the outer stone with disturbing ease, claws finding cracks Jon had never noticed. Now the dragon lounged in the upper branches, nearly too large to hide, scales pressed against white bark. You're sure no one will see? Bran asked, following Jon's gaze. No one looks up unless taught to, Jon said. And no one's ever had reason to be taught to look for dragons in Winterfell. Bran's mouth quirked. That's stupid. It is. Jon couldn't help a ghost of a smile. And it's what we're counting on. Bran tilted his head back, squinting into the canopy. I can feel it, he said quietly. Jon's chest tightened. Skyrender, and the tree, and Ghost, and you. Bran frowned, as if trying to untangle threads only he could see. They all hum, different songs, but they are not together. Here, his hand lifted with effort, fingers brushing the white bark behind him. Jon glanced at the weirwood's face. The carved eyes stared past him, as they always did, yet he felt something shift in the air. The hair on his arms prickled. What did you see? He asked. He had been thinking of the question since Bran had first muttered about dragons upon waking. Time had been short before Ned Stark's duties and Catelyn's grief took them away. Now, at last, they were alone enough to speak. Bran's brow furrowed. I fell, he said slowly, but I didn't break. Not in there. He tapped his temple. A raven told me to fly. It had 3 eyes. I thought that was funny, but it wasn't. It hurt. Flying always hurt at first. Jon tried to imagine it and failed. And the dragon? It was under us, Bran said. His gaze went distant. Under the crypts, under the roots, curled around the tree's toes. He looked down at the ground between them, as if expecting to see a scaled body pushing up through earth. Black and white, like coals with snow on them. Its eyes were hot and cold at once. Jon swallowed. You saw someone with it. Bran blinked. How did you know? I guessed. He did not mention the way the raven's words in Bran's dream had echoed his own thoughts about the egg. Who were they? Bran stared at the weirwood as he spoke, as if reading the story off its bark. A man. He looked like father. Not exactly, but in the eyes, in the way he stood. And a woman with hair like silver moonlight. They stood together over an egg. This egg. His gaze flicked upward, toward where Skyrender's tail hung, just visible against a cluster of leaves. They spoke two languages at once. One like the Crannogman's stories, all hard sounds. One like the words in the book Maester Luwin keeps locked. The one about dragons. Balerion, Jon said. Bran nodded. They pressed their hands on the egg, and the tree wrapped its roots around it, like it was holding it safe. Why hide it? Jon asked, more to himself than to Bran. Why here? Bran shrugged, then winced. The motion tugged something in his back. The raven said it was born of two burnings, ice and fire, dark and dawn. He frowned. I don't know what that means. Only that when I saw you after, you were standing with Ghost and the dragon. And the raven told me to remember. Jon felt as if the snow around them had gone thinner, revealing slick ice beneath. One wrong step and he'd go crashing through. You're sure? He said. It was me. I know what my own brother looks like. Bran's tone held a flash of his old impatience. Even if you did look bigger, older, and the dragon was huge, it covered the sky. Jon followed his gaze again to Skyrender. The dragon shifted, metal dark scales rasping against bark. It was already as long as a small horse, though not nearly as bulky. When it unfurled its wings now, the membranes stretched broader than Robb was tall. It was nothing yet compared to the giants of old Valyria, if those had truly been as the books claimed. And still it grew faster than any creature had a right to grow. You saw a man and a woman, Jon said slowly. A Stark and a Valyrian. Together. Bran nodded. They didn't seem afraid, he said, of the dragon, or each other. They looked sad and proud, like father when he has to send someone to the wall. Old tales rose in Jon's mind, half-remembered stories of the Age of Heroes, of Brandon the Builder and the Storm King and the strange, pale men who rode fire. He had never heard of a Stark taking a Valyrian bride, but the tales from that time were more holes than cloth. Don't tell Maester Luwin, Jon said at last. Bran blinked. Why? Not yet, Jon amended. Luwin would want to study it, to fit it into his neat boxes of history and doctrine. He would send word to the Citadel. He would take something raw and strange and hammer it into theory. I need to know more first. More about what? Bran asked. Jon looked up at Skyrender, then back at his little brother. About what I am, he said quietly, and what you are, and what this dragon is doing tangled up in Stark roots. He went to Maester Luwin anyway, though not with Bran's dream. Instead, Jon brought questions. Were there ever dragons in the north? He asked one evening, after bringing a stack of firewood up to the Maester's tower and staying, as he sometimes did under the pretense of rest. Luwin raised a brow. You've been talking with old Nan again. Not about this. Jon watched Luwin's face. She says the children of the forest rode on the backs of shadows. That the kings of winter made pacts with beasts no Southron Maester would admit existed. But that's stories. Luwin set down the scroll he had been reading and steepled his fingers. Why the sudden interest? Jon shrugged, careful. I heard King Robert talking about dragons, about how the last one was no bigger than a dog, and sickly besides. He said it died in the dragon pit like a cat in a sack. His jaw tightened. It made me wonder what they were like when they were strong. Whether anyone in the north ever saw one. Luwin regarded him for a long moment. His eyes, behind the lenses, were sharp. Dragons were creatures of the south and east, he said at last. Of Valyria and the lands it bent to its will. The north has always had its own legends. Direwolves, giants, the others. Those are enough to frighten children without adding dragons. But is there nothing? Jon pressed. No mention in any book? Luwin sighed, but there was a glimmer of something else in his gaze now. Reluctant interest, perhaps, or the weary amusement of a man confronted with his own younger curiosity. There is always a mention in some book, he said. The trouble is deciding which books hold truth and which only the dreams of men who wish to impress their fellows. He rose with a creak of old joints and crossed to a shelf near the back of the tower. Jon had seen him go there before when questions touched on the oldest lore, the first men, the building of the wall, tales half legendary. From a stack of scroll cases stained dark with age, Luwin selected one wrapped in cracked leather. He brought it to the table and unrolled it carefully. The parchment inside was yellowed and brittle, edges crumbling. On the distant north, Luwin read from the heading. Copied in Old Town 400 years ago from a fragment even older. Attributed, dubiously, to a maester stationed at the Night Fort during the rule of some long-dead Stark. It mentions, he squinted, fires in the sky and winged shadows over the snow spear, most likely northern lights and cloud shapes. But there is one passage. He smoothed the parchment, pointing with a thin finger. Jon leaned closer, the cramped script blurred. He could just make out the words when Luwin read them aloud. And in those days there came to Winterfell a woman of strange aspect, her hair as pale as new-fallen snow and her eyes as dark as coals. She spoke the tongue of Valyria and claimed descent from their dragon lords, though her hands were raw with the work of common folk. She brought with her 3 stones like eggs, veined with ice, and said the old powers had fled south and east but might yet be called back, if wedded to the winter that first birthed them. Jon's heart hammered painfully. What did they do with her? The account is unclear, Luwin admitted. The maester wrote that some named her which others herald. That the Lord of Winterfell then, one Brandon, though it does not say which, turned her away at first, then called her back when the long winter did not break. There is mention of sacrifices. His mouth thinned. Of roots and blood and binding. Binding what? Jon's voice had gone hoarse. Fire to frost, so that neither rule all, Luwin quoted. It is likely poetic nonsense. So many of these old texts are. Is there any mention of, Jon swallowed. Of what came of it? Luwin frowned, scanning. Only this. And so the stone was given to the dark and the deep, to sleep until such time as winter and summer both cry out. He looked up, lenses catching the candlelight. It could refer to any number of things. A buried treasure, a metaphor for lineage. Maesters of that age loved their riddles more than clarity. Jon stared at the faded ink until the letters blurred. Stone, veined with ice, given to the dark and the deep, under the roots. It's just a story, Luwin said gently. The north is full of them, more than most places. Jon forced his shoulders to relax. Of course. But Luwin's gaze softened. There is truth, sometimes, in what a place remembers of itself. Winterfell is older than the dragons of Valyria, older than the Citadel, older than the Seven in most of Westeros. His bones run deep. If you feel pulled by that, Jon Snow, that is no shame. Jon met his eyes. What if what pulls me is both? He asked. North and south, old and older. Luwin's chain chimed softly when he tilted his head. Then you must decide what sort of man you mean to be, he said. The world will try to name you. Bastard, brother, steward, lord. It always does. But there are names you can choose for yourself as well. He smiled faintly. Just don't choose Dragonlord. The North would not know what to do with one. Jon managed a thin smile in return. He did not say that the choice, in some ways, had already been made for him the night an egg cracked in his hands and a creature stepped out that seemed to answer to both ice and fire. Bran's dreams changed after he woke. They did not stop. If anything, they sharpened. Sleep no longer meant endless falling. It meant windows opening in places he had never known had walls. Sometimes he was a wolf, padding silent through snow on paws that felt more natural than feet. Sometimes he was a bird, air rushing under wings. The world spread beneath him in a map of rivers and roads. Once, disturbingly, he was a tree. His awareness stretched down into earth and up into sky, aware of sap and frost and the slow creep of moss. Always, there were threads connecting him to others, to Ghost, whose mind felt like snow and blood and quiet watchfulness, to Jon, whose presence hummed with a restlessness that made Bran's heart ache, to Skyrender, whose thoughts were harder to grasp, a roil of heat and hunger and something cold and patient coiled at the center. and to the weirwood. Waking, he found himself drawn to the godswood as often as Catelyn's absence and his own recovering strength allowed. Hodder carried him sometimes, gentle hands careful not to jostle his still healing back. Other times he dragged himself with stubborn arms, refusing help from anyone but Maester Luwin's quiet pity. On a day when snow fell fine and constant from a leaden sky, he reached the tree and insisted on being left alone. "Just for a little while," he told Hodder. "I need to talk to it." Hodder frowned, but obeyed when Maester Luwin, watching from the edge of the wood, nodded assent. "Hodder," he said, as if to himself, and went to lean against a nearby oak, lantern in hand. Bran shifted until his palm rested flat against the weirwood's face. The bark was cold, but not as cold as it had been before. Or perhaps he was only more accustomed to the sensation of other things' lifeblood pulsing under his hands. He closed his eyes. The godswood fell away. He was suspended above a different scene now. Snow blew in sheets across a frozen plain. In the distance, looming impossibly tall, the wall rose, a blue-white cliff that cut the world in two. Men in black walked atop it, small dark shapes against the endless white. Ravens wheeled above them, crows of the true north, not Luwin's trained birds. Wolves howled on the wind, and there, cutting through the sky above the frozen forest beyond the wall, something moved. At first Bran thought it was a cloud or a trick of wind. Then it banked and moonlight caught on scales. The dragon he had seen curled beneath the roots was grown now, or another one like it, but Bran knew it was the same as one knows one's own hand. Its body was vast, its wings stretching from one side of his vision to the other when it turned. Black scales glistened like wet stone. White markings traced its shape like lightning frozen in midstroke. Its eyes burned bright and cold. On its back a rider clung, a dark shape, cloak whipping, sword at his hip. Bran focused, trying to see his face. At first the distance blurred him, but then something in the vision sharpened. Jon Snow looked back at him from the dragon's neck. Bran gasped. His breath fogged in the godwood's cold air and in the dream both. Jon's jaw was harder in this vision, roughened by a beard Bran had never seen on him. Thin scars traced his cheek and throat, pale against wind-burned skin. He looked older, tireder, and more himself than Bran had ever seen him. The dragon roared. Its breath spilled from its mouth in a torrent that lit the sky. It was not like the fire in Old Nan's descriptions. It was both too bright and too dark. The center of it burned white, so fierce Bran's eyes should have hurt to look at it, while the edges writhed with shadows that seemed to swallow light instead of casting it. Where it struck the ice below, the wall did not melt. It shattered, cracking in places that had been frozen for thousands of years. Blue-white shards flew outward. A scream rose, not from men, but from something older and colder. Shapes moved in the ice fog. Tall, thin figures with eyes like burning blue stars turned toward the dragon, swords of frozen fire in their hands. The vision wavered. "Enough!" a voice croaked. Bran tore his attention from the dragon and rider. The three-eyed raven perched on a branch of the weirwood, close enough that he could see each feather's barbs. His third eye was closed now, its other too sharp. "You see too much too quickly," it said. "You will drown in it." "I have to see," Bran insisted. That was Jon, and the dragon, and the wall will stand or fall whether you stare at it or not, the raven said. "You have roots to mind first, your own and Winterfell's. The dragon is bound there too." "Bound how?" Bran demanded. "What is it?" "Two worlds in one skin," the raven said, "born of fire's hunger and winter's patience. It belongs to no house's heraldry, no maester's neat column in a book. It belongs to the song that was sung before your Undulls and their 7 ever walked these lands." Bran's hand pressed harder against the trunk, fingers digging into grooves in the bark. "And Jon," the raven tilted its head. "He too is two worlds, as are you. As is every living thing, if you trace its roots down far enough and its branches high enough." "That's not an answer," Bran said. "It is the only one you can hold for now," the raven replied. "Remember the roots. Remember the dragon under them. Remember that when ice and fire meet, they do not always extinguish one another. Sometimes they forge." The vision receded. The wall and the dragon and the blue-eyed shapes faded, swallowed by snow. The weirwood's face swam back into focus under Bran's hand. Sapdark tears dried on its cheeks. He was back in the godswood, his breaths coming quick and shallow. The furs over his legs felt heavier again. Maester Luwin called his name from a distance, anxious. Bran ignored him a moment longer. He looked up, searching the branches. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw Skyrender's eyes gleaming there, watching him with a familiarity that had nothing to do with shared hunts and everything to do with shared roots. "Two worlds," Bran whispered, "and we're all tangled in them." Jon came to the godswood that same night, drawn as if Bran's vision had pulled a thread taut between them. He had not seen Bran since that afternoon. Judy's and the king's demands had stolen hours and placed walls. Catelyn Stark's refusal to leave Bran's side when Jon appeared at the door had helped as well. Her mouth a hard line that needed no words, but the pull remained. Ghost padded at his heel, white fur ghost pale in the starlight. Snow fell softly, each flake distinct for a moment before melting on his cloak. Winterfell's walls loomed behind him, torches guttering along the ramparts. The godswood ahead felt like another country. He ducked beneath low branches, boots crunching on old snow. The cold bit at his cheeks, but he barely felt it through the heat that seemed to travel with him now as surely as Ghost did. Skyrender's presence throbbed at the edge of his awareness, growing stronger as he neared the heart of the wood. The weirwood waited, its carved face pale and watchful. Beneath it, Ghost moved to his usual place, settling with a soft huff. Above, Skyrender shifted on a low limb, flakes sliding off scales where they landed and hissing softly when they hit the warmer patches of its hide. "You're getting too big to sit in trees," Jon murmured up at the dragon. "One day you'll bring the whole godswood down on my head," Skyrender answered with a quiet rumble. The breath that escaped its nostrils hung in the air as a faint mist, catching moonlight. Jon sat with his back against the weirwood, feeling the rough bark dig into his shoulders. He placed one hand on Ghost's side, fingers sinking into thick fur. With the other, he reached up and laid his palm against Skyrender's scaled foreleg where it hung over the branch. Heat and cold met in his hands. Ghost's fur held the chill even as his skin warmed it. Skyrender's scales radiated a steady furnace heat that did not burn him. Between them, Jon's own blood ran. "What are you making of me?" he asked the dark sky. "Of us." No answer came in words, but something in the quiet of the godswood shifted. He became acutely aware of the tree behind him, not as bark and cambium and sap, the way a maester might describe it, but as a slow, patient presence. It pulsed under his spine, a heartbeat measured not in moments or years, but in seasons and ages. Ghost's breath sank to it, then Skyrender's. Jon realized, with a start that made his own lungs hitch, that for a moment all three of them, wolf, dragon, boy, were breathing as one. "He's two worlds," Bran had said. "The dragon is, so am I," Jon thought, and the admission was like pulling a thorn from his skin. Painful and relieving both. He had always been between. Between Stark and Snow, hall and yard, family and servant. His place at the table was at the far end. His words weighed differently. He belonged to Winterfell and did not. He loved his father and brothers and sisters and felt the gap between them with every breath. Now he was between in another way, between ghost and dragon, between ice and fire, between a future on the wall in black wool and a future that smelled of ash and sang with the sound of vast wings beating. "You saw something," he murmured, thinking of Bran's description. "Something ahead, of me, of him." The weirwood's carved eyes seemed to look down at him, though logic said they should not move. A flake of snow fell from one branch and landed on his cheek like a cold tear. He wiped it away and laughed softly at himself. "Talking to trees and dragons," he said. "If Robb could see me now," Ghost huffed. Skyrender's tail twitched, sending a soft shower of snow down onto Jon's head. He shook his hair like a dog, sending flakes flying. For a moment, in the quiet of the Godswood, with Wolf at his side and Dragon above, he let himself believe that being between did not only mean belonging nowhere. It might mean touching both worlds instead. Far to the north, beyond where Bran's vision had reached in clear detail, a different kind of awareness stirred. The land there knew nothing of kings in halls or dragons in roots. It knew only cold and the slow grind of ice. The wind sang a thin, high song, threading between ancient blue-white spires that had never felt summer's touch. Among them, figures moved. They were tall and thin, armored in ice that caught no warmth. Their hair, what could be seen under their helms, was as pale as hoarfrost. Their eyes burned with a blue so intense it seemed almost white, a piercing gaze that did not blink. One of them stopped. He lifted his head, face turning slightly. Frost rimed the edges of his cheekbones, the angle of his jaw. The wind shifted, very faint, almost lost in the howl. A sound rode the air. Not a wolf's howl, though there was something of that long, wild note in it. Not a storm's roar, though wind threaded it. A cry older and stranger. A dragon's call, warped by distance and time. The figure's eyes narrowed. Around him, others stilled, sensing his pause. One tilted its head, as if listening. A white horse pawed at the frozen ground and snorted, breath fogging in the frigid air. The tall figure lowered his head. If he spoke, the words were swallowed by the storm. He lifted one slender hand, and frost crawled along the haft of the icy weapon he held, tracing patterns that looked, to Bran's dreaming mind, somewhere south, not unlike the pale veins in Skyrender's scales. Then he turned away. The others moved as one, their forms blurring in the swirling snow until it was hard to tell where ice ended and they began. Ahead of them lay the wall, a line of blue-white in the far distance. Beyond that, the south, with its men and their fires and their old, deep roots. Somewhere between lay a dragon learning to howl and a boy learning that his blood answered to more than one song. Neither knew yet that the sound of one had reached the ears of the other. They met in the Wolfswood one last time before the road took them in different directions. Bran sat bundled in furs on a small sled, his legs swaddled and strapped. Robb had argued that it was too cold, too risky, but Bran had insisted with a stubbornness Jon recognized well. Maester Luwin had relented in the end, provided they did not stay long. Jon pulled the sled himself, boots crunching in the snow, breath puffing in white gusts. Ghost trotted ahead, nose low. Skyrender walked beside them, no longer so small that he could be disguised under a cloak, but not yet so large that he could not pass for some strange, freakish hound if seen from a distance. They chose a clearing Bran remembered from before his fall, where he and Robb had once practiced archery until their fingers blistered. The target still stood at one end, its paint faded under layers of frost. Jon eased the sled to a stop. Bran tilted his head back to look at the sky. "It feels different out here," he said. "Lighter, even if I can't feel. You know?" He gestured vaguely at his legs. Jon swallowed. "You will," he said, though he had no right to promise it. Bran's eyes flicked to him, then to Skyrender. "Maybe not the way I did before," he said, "but there are other ways to move." Ghost approached the sled and laid his head gently in Bran's lap. Bran's fingers sank into white fur, the familiarity of the gesture settling something in his shoulders. Skyrender came too, head lowering until his nose almost brushed the direwolf's. For a heartbeat, wolf and dragon stared at each other. Ghost's ears flicked. Skyrender's pupils narrowed. Steam rose faintly where the dragon's breath met the cold air between them. Bran let his hand slide from Ghost's neck to Skyrender's snout. His fingers brushed scales, tracing the edge where black met white. "They're not so different," he said softly. "Not where it matters." Jon watched them, something twisting in his chest. "Father leaves soon," he said, more abruptly than he meant to. "4 Kings Landing. I go north with Uncle Benjen after that. To the wall." Bran's mouth tightened. I know. Bran. Jon hesitated. Words crowded his throat, tangled like roots. Don't let them forget me. Don't fall again. Don't follow ravens with too many eyes. Remember what you saw, he said instead. In your dream, the dragon, the roots, me. I couldn't forget if I wanted to, Bran said. He looked up at Jon, gaze very clear. You'll be there, you know, on the wall, with him. He nodded towards Skyrender. I've seen it. The snow, the blue eyes, the fire that's not just fire. Jon's skin prickled. I don't know how I'd get him there, he said, trying for lightness and falling short. I can barely keep him from eating half the kitchen as it is. Bran smiled, a quick flash of his old self. You'll find a way. You always do. Jon laughed, the sound rough. And you? What will you do? Sit in Winterfell and dream of flying? Bran's hand tightened on Skyrender's scales. I think the flying will come whether I want it or not, he said. But I'll do more than dream. I'll watch. I'll listen. The tree, it shows me things. And the raven. And sometimes I feel other roots, far away, like threads. I can't reach them yet. But maybe one day. He trailed off, eyes gone distant again. Ghost nudged his wrist. Skyrender huffed. Jon laid his hand on Bran's shoulder. Then we'll both be between, he said quietly. You in the roots, me on the wall. Him. He glanced at Skyrender. Everywhere he can fit his wings. Bran snorted. That's a lot of between. It is. Jon's hand tightened briefly. But it means we'll be tugging the same threads. You pull from here, I'll pull from there. Maybe we'll manage not to pull the whole world down on our heads. Bran's eyes shone, but he nodded. You're not just a Snow, you know, he said. Not just a Stark either. You're something in between. Like him. He nodded at Skyrender. Jon felt the words land somewhere deep. The thought that had been growing in him since the egg cracked finally took shape. A dragon of two worlds, he said, looking at Skyrender. And a boy of two as well. Bran smiled. Then maybe that's what we need, if the others are what they are. Jon didn't ask how Bran knew that name. There would be time, he told himself. Time for more questions. Time for answers. Skyrender lifted his head suddenly, nostrils flaring. He turned north, toward the invisible line where the world narrowed to a wall of ice and beyond that to whatever waited in frozen wastes. For a moment, all four of them, boy, wolf, dragon, stood still. The air was very, very cold. Under it, under the crust of snow and the hum of the weirwood's distant roots, Jon felt two currents sliding against each other. Fire. He had a sense, then, not in words but in the prickling of his skin and the thrum of his heart, that the world itself was holding its breath. Then Ghost shook himself, sending snow flying. Skyrender snorted, as if dismissing some far-off scent. Bran shivered in his furs. Jon drew his cloak more tightly around him. Come on, Jon said. They'll send a search party if we're late. And if Mother finds me out here with you in this cold, she'll decide I'm trying to kill you myself. Bran rolled his eyes, but his mouth twitched. Jon took the sled's rope and began to pull. Ghost trotted ahead. Skyrender walked just behind his shoulder, head level with Jon's own, tail swaying. Together they left the clearing, their tracks a tangled braid in the snow. Behind them, the trees watched. Beneath them, the roots listened. And above them, somewhere beyond clouds and crows and the wall itself, a song was forming. One that wove together the howl of wolves, the roar of dragons, and the slow, patient heartbeat of ancient ice. They left Winterfell in a thin line of horses and steaming breath, hooves crunching through crusted snow. The world was washed in gray. Dawn had barely broken. The eastern sky held only the faintest hint of color, a pale bruise along the horizon. The castle's looming walls receded behind them with each step, towers fading into the low cloud. For all its size and age, Winterfell looked small at a distance, like some child's toy forgotten in the snow. Jon Snow twisted in his saddle to watch it go. He saw the top of the broken tower where Bran had fallen, the curl of smoke from the smithy, the faint gleam of banners along the inner wall. Somewhere in that maze of stone and courtyards and secrets, Bran sat wrapped in furs, watching with eyes that had seen more than they ought. Sansa and Arya would be with their father, preparing for the south. Robb would be on the walls, he knew it, jaw clenched, watching Jon's back diminish. Catelyn Stark did not come to the gate. The space where she might have stood was as marked in Jon's mind as any face. "Don't break your neck looking over your shoulder," Benjen Stark said beside him. His uncle's voice carried easily in the cold. "The road goes one way at a time, Jon. There'll be naught behind you but your own regrets if you keep at it." Jon faced forward. "I know. You don't," Benjen said, not unkindly. "But you will." Ghost darted ahead, white against white, almost invisible until he flashed through shadow. One of the other recruits, a thick-shouldered youth with a broken nose and a thief's eyes, cursed softly under his breath at the sight. "What in all seven hells is that?" "Dire Wolf," Jon said. "He's mine." The youth muttered something about curses. Yoren of the Night's Watch spat and told him to mind his tongue unless he wanted it bitten off. Cold air knifed through Jon's cloak. He drew it tighter as they rode, feeling for the warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. It was there but faint. Skyrender was still in Winterfell. Jon had gone to him before dawn, slipping through the sleeping castle like a thief. The hidden chamber beneath the crypts had grown too small for the dragon. Jon had known it would, but knowing did not make the cracked stone and deep claw gouges any less worrying. Skyrender filled the space now, wings crumpled tight, tail curled, eyes bright in the dark. "You can't come," Jon whispered, pressing his forehead to hot scales. Skyrender had rumbled low in his chest at that, a protest that vibrated through Jon's bones. Heat rolled off him in waves, fogging the chill air. "I have to go," Jon said. "To the wall, to the watch. If I bring you, it'll be banners and crowns and maesters crawling all over you before we reach the King's Road. They'll put you in chains and call it honor." He felt the dragon's breath stir his hair. "We're not ready," he went on, as if arguing with himself as much as with the beast. "You can hunt here, hide here. Bran will watch you. The roots." His hand found the carved stone behind him, the faint hum he'd come to associate with the old magic of the place. "They'll keep you safe." Skyrender's head dipped, his muzzle pressed against Jon's chest, pushing hard enough to rock him back a step. Jon buried his fingers in the ridged skin at the base of the dragon's horns. "I swear," he said into the dark, "I'll come back, or I'll find a way to call you. There's a bond between us. You feel it. I feel it. That doesn't break for a few leagues of snow." Skyrender's tail lashed once, striking sparks off stone. Ghost, watching from the mouth of the chamber, whined softly, head tilting as if he understood too much of what was said. When Jon drew back, Skyrender reached with one foreclaw, talons curving delicately. The tip traced a line down Jon's breastplate, leaving no mark but a faint warmth. "Stay low," Jon whispered. "Stay hidden. Eat all the ravens you like if they bother you. Just don't get seen." Skyrender's pupils narrowed to slits, then widened again. The rumble in his chest shifted, flattening into a sound Jon was beginning to recognize as reluctant acceptance. He left then because if he stayed a moment longer he would not be able to make himself go. Now, on the King's Road, with Winterfell shrinking behind him and the north opening up in long, cold miles ahead, the absence of that constant, furnace-like presence made his bones ache. Ghost threw his head back and let out a low, short howl. Far behind them, unseen beyond walls and roots and stone, something answered in the dark. A muffled sound, half roar, half cry, that never reached human ears but vibrated through the marrow of a boy and a dragon both. Skyrender could not measure distance in leagues, nor time in days. He knew only nearness and farness, warmth and cold, the hum of roots and the call of the boy whose blood had woken his own fire. When Jon rode away, Skyrender felt it like ice creeping under his scales. The boy's presence, which had been a constant pressure at the edge of his mind since hatching, stretched. Not snapped, never snapped, but thinned like sinew stretched between 2 points. Ghost's awareness went with it, the familiar wolf note receding into the northern dark. Skyrender prowled the godswood that night, too restless to stay in stone. He had broken the storeroom wall once already, finding a narrow crawl that led up and up to a fissure near the weirwood's roots. The first time he had squeezed through, the tree had shuddered around him, leaves rattling in silent objection. Now the passage felt familiar, a stone throat he knew how to slide through without choking. He emerged into snow and sap. The weirwood rose above him, branches spread like bloodied fingers against the moon. Its carved face stared outward, but Skyrender felt its attention turn inward, toward him, toward the hollow beneath where his egg had slept. He coiled around the great trunk, claws digging into the frozen earth. Steam rose where his heat met the cold. The old roots brushed his belly, slow and patient and deep. Somewhere far away, a boy's heart beat faster. The wall loomed, though he had never seen it. The sky there smelled different in Skyrender's mind. Sharper, thinner, threaded with a cold that tasted like iron nails. He lifted his head and hissed softly. The tree answered with a groan no human throat could have formed. Branches creaked. Snow fell in a soft cascade. Red leaves whispered, rattling like distant applause or warning. Skyrender's tail lashed. He sank his claws deeper into the ground, anchoring himself. Not yet, the roots seemed to say. Not yet, but soon. The King's Road ran like a scar through the north, straight and hard and packed brown where the snow hadn't yet reclaimed it. They followed it for days, the company shrinking and stretching as the terrain demanded. Nights, they made camp in hollows and along frozen streams, huddling around small fires. Yoren told stories sharp as his knives. The recruits, thieves, poachers, one runaway lordling with soft hands and softer eyes, huddled close, their breath white in the dark. Tyrion Lannister sat apart most evenings, back against a tree or a rock, wineskin never far from his hand. His eyes missed little. "You look like a man caught between cell and gate," he observed one night, when Jon had drifted too near in his restlessness. Bars behind, snow ahead. Jon shrugged. Ghost sat at his back, fur warming the space where Skyrender's heat would have been. "The wall's not a cell." "No." Tyrion's smile was thin. "A band of men sworn never to leave it, under penalty of death? Sounds like a sort of cage to me." "It's a duty," Jon said. The word steadied him. "Someone has to stand there, to keep." He glanced at Yoren. The recruiter was busy picking his teeth with a knife, but his ears worked fine. Jon lowered his voice. "Things out." "Ah, yes." Tyrion tipped his head back, peering up at the stars. "The others, the shadows in old Nan's stories. I met your lady grandmother's tale-teller once. Fierce old woman. She nearly hit me with a ladle when I called her tales nonsense." "They're not," Jon said, with more conviction than he'd have had a year ago. "The world is," he faltered, "bigger, stranger, full of dragons under roots and boys who fly in dreams. Fuller than maesters say." Tyrion's gaze slid to him. "You have a tone," he said, "like a man who's seen something and been told not to speak of it. Careful with that. Secrets have teeth." "I know how to keep my mouth shut," Jon said, bristling. "Do you?" Tyrion sipped his wine. "Then you're already better prepared than half the men you ride with, and half the ones you leave behind." The fire crackled. Someone began to snore. Far off, a wolf howled. Not Ghost, whose steady breath warmed Jon's back, but some cousin in the dark. Jon listened to it, feeling the echo of a deeper roar far behind him, beneath Winterfell's roots. "Tell me something, bastard," Tyrion said soundlessly, his voice soft enough that only Jon could hear. "Do you ever feel like the world is leaning? As if someone has put too much weight on one side of it, and the whole thing might tip?" Jon thought of the king dragging Ned south of Bran's Fall, of a dragon's egg cracking in his hands. "Yes," he said. "Good," Tyrion replied. "You're paying attention." The night Skyrender chose to leave was clear and bitter. Frost had crept across every surface in the God's Wood, turning branches into white-laced fingers and the pool into a mirror of stone. The stars were hard points in a sky so dark it seemed to go on forever. The weirwood had gone still, sap sunk deep, watching with the slow attention of things that measured existence in winters rather than hours. Skyrender climbed from his stone throat as he always did, pushing his shoulders through the narrowest part, flattening his wings until they scraped the sides. The rock protested, shedding dust and thin flakes. His claws sank into the thawed circle around the tree, the only place in the wood where frost never quite reclaimed the earth. He coiled once, twice, testing his muscles. Jon was far now. The bond between them stretched thin as spider silk, but it had not broken. It hummed at the edge of Skyrender's awareness like a distant storm. The boy's fear and stubbornness and cold and heat all mixed together, a tangled song that would have made no sense to anyone else. The wall lay ahead on that thread. The dragon did not know walls, but he knew direction. He hissed. Snow sifted from the weirwood's branches. Roots tightened around the empty hollow beneath. "Not yet," the old voice seemed to say again, reluctant. Skyrender ignored it. He crouched low, wings spreading as far as the trees allowed, membranes catching the starlight. For a heartbeat, he was a dark, taut bough. Then he leapt. Earth and snow exploded outward where his hind feet had been. Claws shredded frozen soil, exposed the thick, gnarled roots below. Red leaves stormed around him, torn from branches by the force of his ascent. He cleared the topmost branches in a single bound. For a moment, Winterfell lay spread beneath him. Walls and towers, chimneys and courtyards, all smaller than they had ever seemed. He saw the broken tower where Bran had fallen. He saw the rookery. He saw the faint glow of fires through shuttered windows. Two shapes moved on a balcony. One tall, fur-bedecked. One shorter, hair pale as straw. Skyrender's eyes slit at the sight of Catelyn Stark and Maester Luwin staring up, their faces turned toward the sudden rush of wind. He beat his wings. Wind screamed as it tore past the walls. Snow whirled in his wake. He climbed, each stroke of his wings dragging him higher, farther. The cold bit at his scales. He shed it in steam. Below, Winterfell rocked on its foundations. Above, the stars watched a dragon carve a new line across the northern sky. Jon woke with his heart slamming against his ribs. He had been dreaming of flying. Bran's raven at his shoulder, the wall a blue wound below, when the dream shuddered, tilted, and became something else. Heat had flooded his senses, the rush of wind over scales and through wings. For an instant, he'd seen Winterfell from above, small and fragile and beloved. He sat up, breath tearing from his lungs. The camp lay around him, full of sleeper snores and the dull glow of banked coals. Yoren muttered in his sleep, some curse or prayer. Benjen lay on his back, hands folded across his chest, face unreadable even in rest. Ghost was already awake. The direwolf's head was lifted, ears pricked, eyes fixed on the sky. A low sound vibrated in his chest, not quite a growl. "What is it?" Jon whispered. He followed Ghost's gaze. For a moment he saw nothing, just stars, cold and distant, and wisps of thin cloud. Then one of the stars winked out. Another. A band of darkness swept across the sky, blotting a swath of light. It moved fast, silent as a held breath. Jon felt it in his bones before his eyes could make sense of it. The rush of air, the beat of wings, the hot coil of presence snapping taut in his chest. Skyrender. The shadow cut across the camp. The fire's last embers flared as if in sudden, startled response. Cloth rustled as the wind of its passage brushed sleeping forms. One of the horses stamped, tossing its head, eyes rolling white. Then the shadow passed, lost beyond the line of trees. Jon's mouth was dry. He realized he was smiling and didn't remember deciding to. He looked around quickly. Yoren stirred, scratching his nose and falling back into deeper sleep. One of the other recruits rolled over and farted. Tyrion Lannister, propped against his rock with his cloak wrapped tight, had his eyes closed and his chin on his chest. But Jon had learned by now that meant little. "You see no owls," Tyrion said softly, without opening his eyes. "And yet you stare as if the sky has insulted your honor." Jon started. "Did you see?" Tyrion opened one eye, peered upward, then shrugged. "Something. A trick of the dark. A cloud. A bird with delusions of grandeur." His gaze slid sidelong to Jon. "Or perhaps the magic of your old Nan's stories, come to pluck us from our beds." Jon's hand found Ghost's fur. "You don't believe in magic," he said. "My father didn't believe I'd live to see 10, Tyrion replied. "Sometimes the world delights in proving clever men wrong. Try not to look so guilty, bastard. Whatever flew overhead, you didn't set it on us. Did you?" Jon forced his face into blankness. "No," he said, and this at least was true. He hadn't called Skyrender. Skyrender had come. "Then sleep," Tyrion said. "If it means to eat us, it'll do it whether you've had your rest or not." Jon lay down again, though sleep did not come quickly. He stared at the slice of sky he could see between branches and thought of how thin the bond between him and Skyrender had felt, stretched across that distance, and how it had sung now, pulled tight and close. The wall was still ahead. The Night's Watch still waited, but he would not come to them alone. They saw the wall before the wall saw them. It rose out of the northern horizon like some impossible wave frozen in the moment before it crashed. Blue-white and sheer, its face caught the morning light and flung it back in cold, merciless glitter. The top edge curved slightly with distance, disappearing into haze. The road narrowed as it approached, flanked by sparse, wind-twisted trees. The air grew sharper, each breath knifing at Jon's throat. Ghost trotted closer to his knee, fur bristling as if the wall itself gave off a scent. Tyrion Lannister sat his pony and stared, wineskin forgotten at his side. "Now that," he said softly, "is a wall." Benjen's face was turned toward it too, expression unreadable. "And your new home," he said to Jon. Jon swallowed. "It'll do." His heart hammered, not just with awe, but with the awareness of another presence closing fast. "Uncle," he said, "I need a moment, before we go on." "To piss?" Yoren suggested dryly. Benjen waved a hand. "Make it quick. We'll not keep the old bear waiting because your bladder's shy." Jon nudged his horse off the road, into a shallow hollow screened by scrub. Ghost followed. He dismounted quickly, tying the reins with hands that wanted to shake. The air trembled. He felt it before he heard anything. A pressure on his ears, a subtle shift in the wind. Then the sound came. A low, rising rush like a distant waterfall, growing louder, closer. Skyrender dropped out of the eastern sky, a dark shape against the brightening blue. For a moment, Jon's knees went weak at the sight. The dragon had grown even in the short time since he'd left Winterfell. His body was thick as a small horse's now, longer, more corded with muscle. His wings stretched wider than a hall's length, membranes dark as storm clouds, veined with faint, pale threads. When the dawn caught his scales, the white streaks along his sides glowed like lightning captured in flesh. He came in too fast. "Easy," Jon hissed, stepping forward, one hand up as if he could physically slow him. Skyrender flared his wings at the last instant. Air slammed outward in a gust, flattening scrub and sending snow billowing. He hit the ground hard enough that Jon felt the impact in his boots. Claws dug furrows into frozen soil. Snow exploded around them, a white curtain hiding them from the road for a heartbeat. Ghost stood his ground. The direwolf's hackles were up, but he did not growl. His red eyes watched the dragon with the flat, measuring calm of a fighter who has already decided who stands in his pack. "7 hells?" Jon whispered, grinning despite himself. "You came." Skyrender's head dropped low, muzzle bumping Jon's chest hard enough to drive the breath from him. heat soaked through his cloak. Jon laughed, the sound choked, and wrapped his arms as far as they would go around the dragon's neck. Warmth surged through him where their foreheads touched. It was not just heat, it was a rush of sensation. Wind over wings, the sting of ice against scale, the dizzying height of the world seen tiny below. In return, Jon felt Skyrender taste the scents on his skin. Sweat and leather and cold and fear and stubbornness. "You were supposed to stay," Jon said, voice muffled against scales. Skyrender huffed. A curl of steam escaped his nostrils, brushing Jon's cheek. His pupils were narrow slits, then widened as he drew back to study Jon's face. "You bloody stupid, wonderful beast," Jon muttered. "You'll get us both killed." He stepped back, hands mapping the dragon almost unconsciously, checking for injuries, for strain. Skyrender watched him, turning slightly this way and that to accommodate his inspection. "You'll have to stay clear of the wall," Jon said, thinking aloud. "For now. If they see you, they'll either try to put a chain on you or send every raven in the world south screaming about dragons. We don't want either." Skyrender blinked slowly. "There are cliffs," Jon went on. He turned, peering toward the looming bulk of the wall. To the west, the land rose in ragged hills, sharp white and gray where rock broke through snow. Caves, places to hide. "You'll hunt up there. Fly at night. I'll come to you when I can." He hesitated, glancing back at the road. Felix, the broken-nosed recruit, was pissing against a tree, back turned. Yoren was arguing with his mule. Tyrion's pony shifted, ears flicking, but its rider was squinting at the wall, likely composing some barbed, dwarfish observation in his head. Benjen sat upright in his saddle, gaze sweeping the tree-line, but Skyrender's arrival had been shielded by the hollow and the burst of snow. Jon let out the breath he'd been holding. "We'll make this work," he said to Skyrender. "Somehow." Skyrender snorted, as if insulted by the suggestion that they would do anything else. Ghost padded forward, pressing his head briefly against the dragon's foreleg. Skyrender's claws flexed, careful, and he lowered his muzzle to sniff the direwolf's ears. A soft rumble passed between them, acknowledgement. "Your pack, both of you," Jon said. "Whatever comes." A shout from the road broke the moment. "Jon," Benjen's voice, "move your feet, boy. The wall won't get any softer while you dally." Jon grimaced. "Go," he told Skyrender. "Up into the hills. I'll call for you." He stepped back, making a sweeping gesture toward the west. For a heartbeat, he thought Skyrender would refuse. The dragon's tail lashed, claws sinking deeper into the snow. Then he crouched, wings spreading. The downstroke nearly knocked Jon off his feet. Skyrender launched himself skyward, clearing the ridge in 2 beats. Snow fell in glittering sheets from his wings. He vanished into cloud and distance as swiftly as he'd come, leaving only disturbed air and a faint echo of heat behind. Jon straightened, dusted snow from his cloak, and led his horse back to the road. No one commented on the extra steam that clung to him. Castle Black looked smaller than he had imagined, crouched at the foot of the wall like a cluster of black stones discarded by the massive glacial cliff behind it. Wooden towers and low, soot-stained buildings huddled together, their roofs laden with snow. Smoke rose from chimneys, torn thin by the wind. A rickety-looking elevator mechanism creaked and groaned its way up the wall's face, a tiny box on a rope against the sheer ice. The main gate was a heavy thing of wood and iron, far less impressive than Winterfell's, but the wall above it made up for any lack of grandeur. Jon's breath caught as they rode under its shadow. The cold there was a different beast, older, deeper, sharp as broken glass. It crept through his cloak and bit at his bones, and yet under it all he felt Skyrender's warmth thrumming faintly, like embered coal under a thick layer of ash. Men in black cloaks came to meet them in the yard, snow crunching under their boots. Some were young, faces still soft. Others wore beards stiff with frost, lines carved deep into their skin by wind and years. They looked at the new recruits with a mixture of resignation and faint, brittle hope. Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the old bear, stood at the front. His shoulders were broad under his heavy furs, his hair gone to gray, his eyes dark and sharp. A living wall in front of the dead one. Benjen dismounted and clasped forearms with him. Words were exchanged, formal greetings, private jokes. Jon listened, but his attention was snagged by the feel of many eyes on him. Another lordling with soft hands? A voice sneered to his left. Jon turned. Ser Alliser Thorne stood near the practice yard, arms folded, mouth twisted in what was probably meant to be a smile. His face was long and hollow-cheeked, his eyes like flint. "Not a lordling," Jon said, keeping his voice level. "A bastard." Ser Alliser's cold gaze flicked over him, then down to Ghost. "And a bloody walking rug," he said. "Lovely, just what we needed. A boy who thinks himself a man because he has a big dog." Ghost's lips peeled back, teeth flashing. "Dire wolf," Jon said calmly, "and he thinks himself a man without needing to." Murmurs rippled through the watching brothers. Some smirked. Others winced, as if they could already feel the drills Ser Alliser would inflict for that insolence. Jeor Mormont's lip twitched, almost a smile. "Thorne," he said, "try not to kill them all in their first week. Some of them may yet prove useful." He turned his attention to Jon. "You have your uncle's look," he observed, "and his knack for ill-timed words." "Yes, my lord," Jon said. "My lord is for south of the wall," Mormont replied. "Up here it's my lord commander. Or old bear, if you're drunk. You'll call me one or the other and you'll mean it." "Yes, lord commander." Mormont studied him a moment longer. His gaze slid to Ghost, then back. Something flickered in his eyes. Recognition of old blood, perhaps, or of some quality he couldn't yet name. "We'll see what you're worth," he said at last. "The North has sent us boys before. Some turn to men. Some," his mouth flattened, "some don't." Jon swallowed. "I'll do my duty. See that you do." Mormont turned away, barking orders to the men behind him. The yard burst into motion. Jon stood under the wall's shadow, Ghost at his side, feeling small and new and very far from Winterfell. Yet above the curtain of ice, beyond the line of sight, he felt another shadow moving, unseen. Skyrender circled high over the mountains to the west, following the tug of their bond, watching the tiny black ants at the base of the wall with eyes that saw farther and clearer than any ravens. A new piece had come into play in the north. No one but a bastard boy and a dragon knew it yet. The days fell into a rhythm sharp as the crack of wood on wood. Dawn brought cold that seeped into fingers and lungs. Jon woke in an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar drafty tower, surrounded by the snores and mutters of other boys who'd forgotten what warmth beyond a fire felt like. Ghost's presence at the foot of his bed was the one familiar constant. They ate the food as gray and thin as the light. Then they trained. Ser Alliser Thorne delighted in breaking them down. His voice cut through the yard, flaying pride and dignity alike. "Hit him, you sheep-brained wretch. Your mother swung a cleaver harder than that. You Snow, is it? Put that pretty blade to use. Teach Lord Slobber here which end goes in the enemy." Jon had always been quick with a sword. At Winterfell, he'd matched Robb and sometimes bested him. Here, among green boys from the south and men who'd never held anything but a farmer's scythe, his skill stood out like a wolf among sheep. He didn't mean to humiliate them. He meant to train as he'd always trained, with focus and intent. But intent didn't stop bruises. By the end of the first week, resentment stalked him as surely as Ghost did. "You think you're better than us?" One of the recruits, Gren, big and slow but loyal, grunted after Jon knocked him flat for the third time. "I never said that," Jon replied. "You don't have to," Dolorous Ed muttered nearby. "It seeps from your pores like arrogant sweat." Jon snapped more sharply than he intended. "If you learned to keep your feet," Ser Alliser seized on his words. "Hear that?" he called. "The noble bastards decided to grace us with his wisdom. Tell me, Snow, when you fight the dead in the dark, Will you have time to lecture them on their stance? The yard snickered. Jon felt anger rise, hot and sharp. Under it, like a second flame, he felt Skyrender's distant irritation, as if the dragon bristled at slights he didn't understand. He imagined calling Skyrender then. Imagined dark wings blotting out the insult, dragonfire washing away jeers. The image was so vivid he could almost see it. Ser Aliser's sneer wiped clean by awe and terror. He pushed it down. Again, he said to Gren, offering a hand. Gren stared at it a heartbeat, then took it. Again, he agreed, breathing hard. That night, when the others snored in their furs, Jon climbed the steps to the top of the wall. The world was simple from the top of the wall. South was shadow, dotted with the faint, hesitant glows of hearths and watchfires. North was a dark sea of trees and snow stretching to the edge of sight. Above, stars. Below, the long, dizzying drop of ice. The wind screamed along the top, tearing at Jon's cloak, biting through the thickest fur. Ghost hunched against it, ears flattened. His breath plumed white. Jon stepped as close to the northern edge as he dared. His stomach lurched when he peered over. The toe of his boot sat above nothing but a sheer fall that could swallow a castle. "You're mad," he told himself. The wind snatched the words away. He closed his eyes. Come, he thought. Not in words, not exactly. In feeling. In the tug he'd come to know at the back of his mind. In the ache of absence. In the memory of heat and the rush of air. The bond answered. A shadow detached itself from the greater shadow of the forest, hurtling upward. For a heartbeat, Jon thought the wall itself moved, that the ice was rising in some terrible, slow avalanche. Then Skyrender's head cleared the edge. The dragon clung to the northern face, claws sunk deep into ice. His wings were folded tight against his sides, keeping him flush with the wall. Frost rimed the edges of his scales. His eyes burned. "You're insane," Jon whispered, not sure whether he meant himself or the beast or both. Skyrender climbed higher, dragging himself until his foreclaws gripped the very lip of the wall. He did not haul himself fully onto the walkway. Jon had made it clear, even in their clumsy mental exchanges, that the black-clad men could not see him yet. Still, his presence towered. His head rose above Jon's own, long neck arching, breath steaming in great, slow gusts that turned to ice crystals in the air. Jon reached out. His hand met warm scale at the same time the wall's cold seeped through his boots. The contrast made his skin tingle, as if he stood between two fires of very different kinds. "Look at it," he said, nodding to the north. "That's what we're here for. That's what they fear. Not you. Not yet. They don't even know to." Skyrender's gaze followed his. The dark expanse of forest lay ahead, vast and indifferent. Somewhere out there, cold blue eyes watched, though neither dragon nor boy could see them. "Stay out there," Jon said. "In the hills. Hunt. Watch. If something comes..." He swallowed. "If the dead walk like the stories say, you burn them." Skyrender hissed softly, a promise. Ghost pressed against Jon's leg, nose brushing his hand on the dragon's scale. For a moment, boy, wolf, and dragon all touched, the wall a spine beneath them. A new power in the north, Jon thought, feeling the truth of it settle around him like a cloak. Not his alone, never his alone, but bound to him all the same. Down in the yard, men cursed and laughed and cursed again, unaware of the shadow clinging to the ice above their heads. Beyond the wall, in the darkness that belonged to no man's kingdom, something cold turned its face toward the faint, strange warmth blooming on the edge of the world. The first time Jon called Skyrender in battle, it was less choice than necessity. They were only meant to range a little way beyond the wall. A training sortie, Thorin Smallwood had said, "Show the new boys the forest's teeth." 3 brothers in black led them, men who'd ridden far and seen much. Jon had been glad for it. He wanted to see the world Ghost scented every day from the top of the wall. Snow fell thick and heavy, muffling sound. The trees crowded close, their branches sagging under white burdens. Ghost moved ahead, a streak of pale in the dimness, his body language alert but not yet alarmed. "Keep your wits about you," Smallwood muttered, "and for the love of the old gods and the new, listen if I tell you to run." They found the bodies near dusk. 2 men in black, frozen under a thin crust of snow, their throats torn out, their eyes wide and filmed with ice. Their swords lay nearby, blades rimed with frost. The third brother was nowhere to be seen. "Benjen's range came through here," Smallwood said tightly. "These are his men." The world seemed to tilt, just a little. "Sire," one of the others said, "we should go back. Tell the Lord Commander." "We will," Smallwood snapped, "after we check for survivors." Ghost's hackles rose all at once. The direwolf's lips peeled back in a snarl, teeth bared, a line of hair standing up in a ridge along his spine. "Ghost," Jon said. The forest exhaled. Snow fell from branches in soft plumes. The temperature, already brutal, plunged. Jon's breath froze in his nose. They came out of the trees with the slow, implacable inevitability of a tide. Whites. Jon had never seen one, but there was no mistaking them. Flesh gray and torn, clothes frozen to their bodies, eyes shining with an uncanny blue that was not light so much as absence of it. One was missing an arm. The ragged sleeve swung as it walked. Another dragged a broken leg, but the limb moved all the same. "Back!" Smallwood shouted. "Circle up!" Steel hissed free. The recruits stumbled into a rough ring, blades shaking. Ghost lunged forward, putting himself between Jon and the dead. The first white hit him like a falling tree. Ghost's jaws closed on its arm. Bones cracked, but the thing did not scream. It turned its head toward the dire wolf, fingers clawing. Jon moved without thinking. Long claw. Mormont's gift, Valyrian steel recently placed in his hands, whispered from its sheath. The blade felt lighter than air, like thought given form. He brought it down in a clean, two-handed arc. The white's neck parted as if it had been made of water. His head fell, blue eyes still burning. The body staggered forward 3 more steps, then collapsed. "Fire!" Smallwood bellowed. "They're afraid of fire." No one had brought torches. The snowfall made lighting anything a struggle. Men cursed, fumbling with flint and steel. Another white lunged at Jon. Ghost slammed into it, teeth tearing at long-dead sinew. Jon's sword arm moved again, muscle and steel and fear in concert. For each that fell, 2 more seemed to step from the trees. Panic clawed at the back of his throat. This was not a story. This was not old Nan growling by the hearth. This was cold fingers reaching for his skin, for his eyes, for his throat. Ghost yelped. A white had hold of his hind leg, fingers digging into fur and flesh. More dead hands reached, grabbing, pulling. Jon's mind buckled. Skyrender, he thought. Not in a word, not exactly. In a desperate, wild flare of need. In the bright, sharp image of dragonfire washing over snow. In the remembered warmth of scales against his skin. The bond snapped tight. The forest shook. A sound like distant thunder rolled overhead, growing louder, closer. The wind changed, gusting in sharp blasts that flung snow sideways. Branches groaned. Somewhere, a tree snapped with a crack like a breaking bone. The whites hesitated. They did not look up. Their eyes stayed on the living, on the heat they craved and hated and hungered for. But something in the air changed, and even dead flesh could feel it. 7 bloody hells, Smallwood whispered, staring at the sky. Skyrender tore through the clouds. He was a dark bulk at first, a shape that made the already narrow world feel smaller. As he dropped, details sharpened. The curve of horns, the flash of claws, the white streaks along his neck. Snow spiraled madly around him, whipped by the force of his descent. He hit the clearing not with his body but with his breath. His jaws opened. Jon had seen Skyrender's fire on stone, on mortar, on small, careful tests. He had not seen it like this. The flame that poured from the dragon's throat was not red and orange. It was white at its heart, so bright Jon's eyes watered, fringed with tendrils of darkness that writhed like shadows made liquid. It roared across the snow in a wide, sweeping arc. Where it touched whites, they did not burn in the way meat does. They flared, briefly, in a strange, ghostly light, the blue in their eyes pulsing once like a heartbeat. Then they dissolved. Flesh, bone, cloth, all crumbled into drifting ash that fell onto the snow and vanished. The fire hit trees. Bark blackened, branches cracked, sap hissed. It hit the ground. Snow flash melted, then refroze at the edges, leaving a steaming, muddy scar across the clearing. Jon stood in the eye of the blaze's path, only because Skyrender had bent it. Heat washed over him without burning. It curled around him, around Ghost pressed against his leg, leaving them untouched while the dead around them disintegrated. The last white reached for him as it fell apart, fingers clawing at air. Jon watched its blue eyes flicker and go out. Silence crashed down after the roar. Steam rose in great plumes where the fire had passed. The remaining trees creaked, shedding clumps of snow. Men panted, chests heaving, blades slack in their hands. Skyrender landed at the edge of the clearing with a thump that shook the ground. The dragon lowered his head, eyes locking onto Jon's. Steam curled from his nostrils. His chest rose and fell in slow, heavy breaths. Jon stepped forward as if in a trance. Longclaw hung at his side, forgotten for the moment. Ghost moved with him, brushing flank against his knee. He reached up and laid his hand on Skyrender's muzzle. "Good," he said hoarsely. "Good boy." Skyrender rumbled, a sound that vibrated through Jon's arm. Behind him, someone dropped a sword. The clatter jolted Jon back into the present. He turned. The men of the Night's Watch were staring. Smallwood's face was a study in contradictions. Awe, terror, calculation, fear. One of the recruits had fallen to his knees in the snow, eyes wide, lips moving in what might have been prayer. Another made the sign of the seven on his chest with trembling fingers. What is that?" one whispered. "A dragon." Another answered, voice thin. "That's impossible." Jon squared his shoulders. "This is Skyrender," he said. His voice sounded distant in his own ears. "He's mine." The clearing held the words for a heartbeat, as if trying to decide their weight. Then Smallwood spat into the steaming snow. "I don't know whether you've brought us salvation or doom, Snow," he said. "But either way, the old bear will want to see this." Jeor Mormont's chamber smelled of smoke, old paper, and the stale feathers of ravens. Jon stood before the Lord Commander's desk, Longclaw at his hip, Ghost at his side. He felt younger than he had in months, as if he'd been peeled back to the boy who'd first ridden through Castle Black's gate. Mormont had his back to him, looking out the narrow window slit at the dark line of trees beyond the wall. His hands rested on the stone sill, big and scarred. His bearskin cloak hung heavy from his shoulders. "You should have told me," he said at last. Jon swallowed. "Would you have believed me?" Mormont snorted. "I've seen things in the north that would make a maester piss himself and call it a burst pipe. A boy with a dragon would not have been the strangest." He turned. His eyes were very tired. "How?" he asked. No accusation in it. Just that one word, carrying the weight of a world that did not have room for dragons anymore. Jon told him. Not everything. Not Bran's dreams or the woman in Luwin's scroll or the voice of the roots. But he spoke of the egg under Winterfell, of the hatching in his room, of the bond that had grown since, of fire that healed as well as burned, of leaving Skyrender hidden, and of the dragon's refusal to stay. Mormont listened without interruption, only his fingers tightening on the edge of the desk when Jon spoke of the whites. "And you called him," Mormont said, "with your mind." "I don't know what I called with," Jon admitted. "Only that he came." Mormont's gaze went to Ghost, then back. "A dire wolf, a dragon, dreams of things beyond the wall. You are a bundle of old wives' tales given flesh, Jon Snow." "I'm a bastard," Jon said quietly, "sworn to your service." "Aye," Mormont scratched at his beard. "And now you are a weapon as well." He walked to the window again, peering out. I saw him, he said, far off, like a shadow over the trees. I thought my eyes were playing tricks. Jon's heart thudded. He won't attack without my call, he said quickly. He's not some mindless beast. I gathered that when he didn't roast you with the rest of those dead men, Mormont replied dryly. The question is not whether he is mindless, Snow. The question is who, in the end, commands that mind. You or something older, hungrier, and less inclined to keep its talons sheathed. Jon had no answer. Mormont turned fully, planting his hands on the desk. The world will not thank us for this, he said. South of the neck, they'll shit themselves in fear or delight. Kings will want to own your dragon, Snow. Queens will want to march behind it. The Citadel will want to cut it open and see if its guts match their books. I won't let them, Jon said. Heat rose in him that had nothing to do with Skyrender. He's not theirs. He's not yours either, Mormont said, not unkindly. Not holy. No more than Ghost is. No more than the North is Old Nan's. He studied Jon a long moment. We stand on the wall, he said at last. Our duty is to the realm of men, all men, even the ones who'd rather cut our throats than share a fire. That duty does not change because an old story flies again. Jon nodded, throat tight. I understand. Do you? Mormont's gaze hardened. Then understand this. I will not send word south. Not yet. The last time dragons and the Night's Watch tangled, too many of my brothers died in the name of someone else's war. Until I know what comes from the north, I won't invite Southron squabbles into it. Relief flooded Jon so fast it made his knees weak. Thank you, my Lord Commander. Don't thank me. Mormont sank into his chair with a groan. I am a tired old man, and a dragon is too heavy a thing to throw onto the board when we already play with our backs to the ice. He picked up a quill, then set it down again. You will train this creature, he said. You will learn what it can do. You will keep it out of sight unless I say otherwise. And if the dead come in numbers that our steel and fire cannot hold. His eyes met Jon's. You will burn them from the sky. Yes, Jon said. Mormont nodded, satisfied. Then go, before I remember that any sane commander would chain you to the rookery and feed your beast nothing but old ravens. Jon almost smiled. As he turned to go, Mormont's voice stopped him one last time. And Snow, yes, if you are two worlds, the old bear said quietly, then remember which one you stand on when the time comes to choose. The free folk saw Skyrender too. Word of a dragon over the wall spread through their camps with the speed of wildfire and the distortion of a dozen tongues. Some called it an omen. Some called it a sign that the gods of the Kneelers had grown teeth again. Some said it was a trick, a great black crow with wings of smoke and mirrors. Mance Rayder listened to them all. He stood at the edge of his largest camp, where tents and crude wooden halls sprawled between ancient stones. A great fire burned in the center, fed by logs dragged from miles away. Around it, chieftains and spearwives and raiders argued, their voices carrying. Burned them like tinder, they say. Rattleshirt crowed, bones clacking on his armor. Dead ones went up in a puff and then the snow was all steam. I'd like to see a wall of dead stand against a thing like that. If it's real, Tormund Giantsbane snorted. I've pissed twice today and both times it steamed. You gonna call my cock a dragon now? Laughter rippled through the gathered free folk. The fear in it was too loud. Ygritte stood near Tormund's elbow, eyes narrowed, staring north. Mance lifted a hand. The murmurs died. I've seen dragons, he said. That got their attention. Not close, he went on. Not like the Targaryen kings of old. But I was a crow once and I had eyes. I saw skulls in the king's city, big as wagons, black as midnight. Every man in the south swore no living dragon walked the earth. He looked up. Skyrender flew high that night, little more than a shadow against the stars. But Mance saw the shape of him, the way he moved, the way the very air seemed to ripple under his wings. That one's no skull, Mance said softly. That's flesh, scale, fire. "So we go south," Rattleshirt said eagerly. "Break our spears on dragons instead of dead men. Better a burning death than a cold one." Mance shook his head. "You die all the same, and if the dragon burns the dead for the crows," he shrugged. "I won't spit on anyone who keeps my children breathing one more winter." "Then what?" Tormund demanded. "We sit and wait for your ice devils to come nibble our toes while the crow boy plays at being Dragonlord?" Mance's eyes narrowed. "We watch," he said. "We learn. We see whether the dragon belongs to the wall or to the fire that's coming from across the sea." He glanced north, where the others walked unseen. "And we remember," he added, "that power cuts whatever way it pleases. Dragon or no, the wall's just as much a prison as it is protection." The fire crackled. Above it, Skyrender wheeled, a dark crescent across the stars. A new power moved in the north, one that did not belong wholly to crow or king or wildling. It belonged, for now, to a boy on a wall of ice, a wolf at his side, and a dragon that had learned to howl like both beast and storm. The sun bled itself out slowly over the horizon, streaking the sky in colors that looked almost warm, orange, pink, a thin band of purple. The light touched the top of the wall and broke, scattering in 1,000 shards of color over ice. Jon stood there, boots planted, cloak snapping in the wind. Ghost sat solid at his side. The direwolf's ears tracked every subtle shift in the air, every creak of the wall. His fur glowed faintly in the dying light. Beyond the edge, Skyrender glided. He'd grown into the sky with a speed that unsettled even Jon. Each week seemed to add another span to his wings, another coil of muscle to his frame. When he circled now, his shadow ran long over the forest, a dark question mark on the snow. He flew easily, riding the currents that rose along the wall's face, his body tilted with practiced grace. Now and then he flapped, more for the joy of it than necessity, sending gusts of wind tearing up the side of the ice. Jon watched him and felt the bond between them hum. Behind him, Castle Black went about its cramped, weary business. Men stomped their feet and cursed the cold. Fires were lit. Stew was ladled into bowls. Yoren told some filthy tale to a new batch of sullen recruits. Old Nan's stories walked the yard in the shapes of dead men and dragons. Ahead of him, the north stretched vast and indifferent, dotted with secrets and threats and the slow, creeping march of an enemy that did not care about crowns. "You feel it too," Jon said quietly. Ghost tilted his head. Skyrender banked as if in answer. "The game's changing," Jon went on. "They don't know it yet. South of here, they're still counting gold and names. But up here," he let the thought trail off. The wind tugged at his hair. The wall hummed under his boots. Somewhere far to the north, the others turned their heads toward this new warmth edging their realm. "A new power in the north," Jon said, half to himself, half to whatever old gods listened in frozen bark and flowing sap. "And I'm standing in the middle of it like a fool with a sword." Ghost huffed. Skyrender roared. The sound rolled across the sky, echoing off the ice, off the stones of Castle Black, off the distant peaks of the Frostfangs. It was not a full, world-shaking roar yet, but it was more than the thin, rasping cry of a hatchling. Men in the yard looked up, shading their eyes. Some crossed themselves, some spat, some smiled, grim and small. On top of the wall, Jon smiled too. He didn't know yet what this power would cost, or where it would lead. He knew only that he would stand with it, and guide it if he could, and burn with it if he must. The North had always belonged to winter. Now, for the first time in living memory, it belonged to fire as well. The narrow sea was not narrow at all. It stretched around Daenerys Targaryen in endless folds of slate and silver, waves capped with white like claw marks across the surface. The sky matched it, a thick, unbroken gray that seemed to press low enough to touch. The wind tasted of rain and old salt and the faint, distant promise of land. Behind her, sails snapped and groaned, a forest of masts bearing her sigil, the three-headed red dragon on black. Before her, Dragonstone loomed from the mist, a dark mass of rock and ancient stone-carved dragons. Their stone necks craned eternally toward skies that had not seen true fire in 150 years. Except they had now. Because of her, Drogon screamed overhead, a harsh, tearing sound full of wild triumph. His vast wings beat the air, sending spray flying from the waves below. Regal and Viserion wheeled farther out, green and gold-white shapes cutting lazy arcs through the clouds. Daenerys lifted her face to the wind and closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the world move around her. The deck shifted under her feet, the ship creaked, the sea hissed and slapped. Drogon's presence pressed against her mind, a hot, familiar weight that grounded her as surely as any keel. "They know we are coming," Tyrion Lannister said behind her, voice thinned by the wind. "Half the realm, I'd wager, perhaps more, if the ravens have not yet frozen in their towers." She opened her eyes. Dragonstone grew larger with each heartbeat, its towers and battlements resolving from the fog like something called up from memory. She had never set foot on Westeros, yet this place burned in her mind from Viserys stories and the Targaryen histories. The first foothold, the first stone in the long chain that had ended in fire and madness and exile. "And the other half?" she asked. "The other half pretends it hasn't heard," Tyrion said dryly. "Too busy squabbling over scraps of what was once yours to notice that the feast may be about to end." A cry split the air that was not Drogon's. Daenerys turned sharply. A raven veered toward them, black feathers streaked with white as if dipped in snow. It flew true despite the wind, wings beating a steady rhythm. It did not aim for the mast or for the rigging, came for her. Missandei's hand brushed her elbow. "Khaleesi, it's marked," Tyrion observed. "See the band on its leg?" It landed on the rail near her, claws clutching the slick wood, artificial weight tinkling as the metal band shifted. Its eyes were bright and black, beak opening for breath. It stared at her with unnerving directness. She reached out, fingers steady. The raven did not flinch when she unfastened the tiny leather cylinder from its leg. The parchment inside was stiff from cold. She unrolled it carefully, leaning toward the weak lantern light as the wind snatched at the edges. The writing was cramped and sharp. The seal, cracked by travel, had borne a black wax impression in the shape of a sword. "From the Night's Watch," Tyrion said, craning to read. "I'd know that miserable handwriting anywhere. Maester Aemon taught half the Citadel how to be old and stubborn." Daenerys scanned the lines. Her eyes caught on words and snagged, dragged forward like cloth on nails. "Dead do not stay dead. Wall thin. Whites. Walkers. Old stories. And then, Dragon of Winter Fire." Her heart kicked. "Read it aloud," Tyrion said. "If you would, your grace." She did. It was not a neat report. It read like the field note of a man who had seen too much and slept too little, Quill scratching desperately to pin down what sanity said could not be true. The dead rising in the snow, blue eyes and blades of ice, brothers turned into enemies by a touch of cold. Fire working, strangely, some flames sputtering, others flaring white. Men dying, men not staying dead. And above it all, a dragon. "Black as night with veins like ice," she read, voice steady despite the churn in her gut. "Its fire is not like yours, they say. It burns white and dark at once, and the dead fall to ash where it passes. The wall has always stood between us and the long night, but there is another shield now that moves in the sky. It answers to Jon Snow." She stopped. The name hung there between them, made of ink and wind and the soft, questioning croak of the raven on the rail. "Snow," Tyrion said softly, "a Northman's bastard name, but not always." Daenerys' throat felt tight. "Explain." "In the north," Tyrion said, "bastards take the surnames of their regions. Snow, rivers, flowers, sand." His mouth twisted briefly. "Storm. A man called Snow is almost certainly not a Targaryen. Almost. They say he is Lord Commander of the Night's Watch," she continued, eyes dropping again to the letter. "That he rides a dragon, and that the wildlings call him the wolf above the wall. That he is Stark's blood. but his flame is not theirs. Lord Commander? Tyrion frowned. Last time I was there, Jeor Mormont had that honor, and I seem to recall promising his steward I'd piss off the edge of the world in his name. That was some years ago? Missandei ventured gently. Tyrion grimaced. Time does insist on passing, yes. Daenerys's mind had already leapt ahead. A dragon. Another dragon. Not of her blood, not of her lineage, raised not on stories of old Valyria but under snow and stone and the watchful eyes of old gods. He answers to Jon Snow, the letter said, but whose blood runs in his veins. Send word back, she said. Tyrion blinked. Already? Yes. Her grip tightened on the parchment. Write that Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms, has heard of their peril, that I will treat with this Jon Snow at Dragonstone, and that if what they say is true, about the dead, about this winter that walks, I may lend them fire. And the dragon? Tyrion asked quietly. Daenerys looked toward Drogon, who dipped lower, as if sensing her attention. His shadow slid across the waves like a dark hand. Fire meets fire, she said. If he truly has one, we will see whether his burns as brightly as mine. The raven ruffled its feathers, as if shaken by some distant echo of dragon wings, then launched itself back into the gray sky, bearing the weight of her reply. The ravens never stopped. Since the dead had begun to walk in earnest and Skyrender's shadow had crossed the haunted forest, messages rained down on Winterfell like snow. Pleas from small lords who'd seen their dead rise at their own gates. Demands from southern kings who wanted dragons harnessed to their banners. Curious, half-mocking missives from lords who'd heard whispers and wanted confirmation of old women's tales. Sansa handled most of them. Jon was more comfortable with walls and watches, with steel and cold. His sister, Lady of Winterfell by right and hard-earned cunning, knew how to weigh ink and seal. This raven was different. He could feel it before he unrolled the parchment, just from the way Maester Wolkin's fingers were careful and tense, from the way Sansa's blue eyes tracked his movements, from the way the hall itself seemed to hush. It bears the three-headed dragon, Wolkin had said quietly when the bird arrived. Red wax. The seal is old, very old, reused perhaps from some chest. Or saved, Sansa had said, for when a Targaryen came again. Now, standing at the center of the hall, Jon broke the seal. The words were measured, formal, not the frantic scrawl of a man writing from the edge of the world, but the careful diplomacy of a queen who knew what power she wielded. Jon Snow, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch once, now called King in the North by some and traitor by others. Word of your deeds has reached even across the sea. You burn the dead. You ride a dragon. You have seen the long night with your own eyes. I have dragons too. He could almost hear her voice in the script, the iron certainty under the courtesy. I do not know if I believe all that is said. Men lie, stories grow. But I know this. I will not sit idle while a darkness rises that does not care for thrones or banners. Come to Dragonstone. Bring your truth. Bring your dragon if you dare. We will see whose fire the night fears more. Daenerys Targaryen. He read it twice, then looked up. The hall waited, Manderleys and Glovers and Umbers. All the proud, half-frozen stubbornness of the north gathered in one place. Torches spat and hissed. The long fires roared. Smoke coiled lazily toward the rafters. Sansa watched him. Well, Lyanna Mormont demanded, not waiting for older men to find their tongues. Will you go? Murmurs rose at once. Some angry, some fearful, some full of brittle hope. A Targaryen queen, Lord Glover scoffed. With dragons, we bled under her father, under his dragonfire. We bent the knee once and paid for it in burning. You'd have us do it again. Aye, but this time the fire might be burning corpses instead of castles. Davos Seaworth said from Jon's right. The Onion Knight had a knack for cutting through noise. I've seen a white. I've watched Skyrender burn them. If there's more fire to be had against that, I'd not spit on it. We don't know what she wants, Sansa said. Her voice was calm, but her hands were white-knuckled on the arms of her chair. Not truly. She speaks of helping, but she's not crossed the sea for charity. She'll want fealty, banners. The North bending the knee again to a southern ruler. Jon felt their eyes on him, their weight. He thought of the wall, of Skyrender's white and black flame turning dead men to drifting ash. He thought of the letters they'd seen from farther north, tales of the White Walkers probing, testing, growing bolder. He thought of the way the nights felt longer now, even when the days weren't shorter. "We can't fight this alone," he said. "Not the Walkers, not their numbers. I've seen what Skyrender can do, and it's not enough. Not for the whole realm. If she has fire, 3 fires, that can do the same." "You don't know that," Lord Glover said. "Her dragons may not burn the same as yours." "No," Jon agreed. "I don't. That's why I have to go and see." Lyanna snorted. "You're the king in the north. Kings don't go running when summoned like dogs." "I'm not a king," Jon said, and the words, spoken aloud, felt like a relief he'd denied himself for too long. "I never wanted the title. You gave it to me because I knew the dead, because I had a dragon, because we were desperate." He looked around the hall. "I'm just a man who's seen what's coming. If I have to sail to Dragonstone and kneel to make sure we have a chance against that, I'll do it. Titles won't matter when the dead are walking through this hall." Silence again, colder, sharper. Sansa's gaze was ice blue and steady. "You would kneel." Jon thought of kneeling before no one and nothing, of clinging to pride in the face of extinction. He thought of Skyrender's weight against his back, of Ghost's flank pressing into his leg, of Bran's visions whispered in letters from the south, walls of ice cracking under dragon shadow. "I would bargain," he said finally. "I would listen. I would make her see what we face. If that ends in kneeling, I'll decide then whether my pride is worth your lives." He met Sansa's eyes, then Lyanna's, then those of the other lords. "You made me your king because you trusted me," he said. "Trust me now when it matters most." Ghost's muzzle nudged his hand. The direwolf's red eyes reflected the firelight. Far above, through layers of stone and wood and sky, Jon felt Skyrender's attention twitch, as if some part of the dragon understood that their path was turning toward another fire. Dragonstone's shore was all black stone and jagged teeth. The beach seemed to crawl up toward the looming castle, its volcanic pebbles shifting underfoot with the soft grind of glass. The sea crashed against dragon-carved rocks, sending spray up in tall, white sheets. The sky was close and heavy, clouds thick as wool. Daenerys stood at the tide line, boots firm on the slick stones. Behind her, the Unsullied held their lines without needing to be told, spears upright, shields resting light but ready. Dothraki riders watched from higher on the slope, horses blowing steam in the cool air. Missandei stood at her left shoulder, Tyrion at her right, Grey Worm a pace behind. Drogon's shadow rolled over them as he passed overhead, a vast, moving blot that made men duck their heads even now. His roar shook spray from the rocks. Rhaegal and Viserion circled farther out over the waves, green and gold streaks against the gray. The northern ship approached the shallows, its stark banner snapping in the wind. The hull was thicker than most southern craft, built to plow through ice and storm. Men crowded its deck, bundled in furs and leather, their faces pale against dark hair. A white shape moved at the prow. "Is that..." one of the Dothraki began. "A wolf," Tyrion supplied. "A very large one." The gangplank dropped with a clatter. Men descended first, Davos Seaworth among them, face weathered and wary. Northern guards with gray cloaks and eyes full of suspicion followed. Then Jon Snow came down. He wore black and gray, no crown, no bright ornaments. His hair was tied back at his nape, dark curls damp with sea spray. A thick cloak hung from his shoulders, trimmed with fur. A sword with a direwolf's head for a pommel rode his hip. He looked smaller than she'd expected. In the letters, in the stories, he was tall as a king, shadowed by dragon wings, a figure out of legend standing atop ice. Here, walking down a wet plank toward her, he was just a man, Broad-shouldered, yes. Scarred, if the faint line along his neck meant what she suspected. But human. His eyes met hers across the space between. Gray. Stark gray. Eddard's eyes, her father's old enemy. Framed in a face that was not quite Stark's, either. The white wolf leapt down after him, landing with a soft, heavy thud on the slick stones. It shook itself once, sending droplets flying, then fell in at his side. "Your Grace," Davos said, stepping forward, bowing with a stiffness that spoke more of sore joints than lack of respect. "May I present Jon Snow?" The air changed. It was subtle at first, a stilling of gulls' cries, the sudden hush of the Dothraki behind her, the way Drogon's roar, mid-screech, cut off in a low, questioning rumble. Daenerys felt it a heartbeat before she heard anything. A prickle along her skin, as if the sky had just taken in a sharp breath. Far above the cloud layer, something answered Drogon's dominance with its own. The clouds tore, a shadow dropped through. For a moment, the sky was full of him. Skyrender came down like a falling piece of night, wings flared, tail lashing. His body was broader now, thicker through chest and shoulders, the cords of his neck standing out as he checked his descent. The veins of pale that laced his scales caught what light there was, glowing faintly like lightning buried in stone. He roared. The sound was not the raw, ragged cry of his hatching, nor the half-formed howl he'd learned from Ghost. It was something larger, fuller. It shook the water, sending ripples racing outward from the shore. Stones vibrated underfoot. Men flinched, hands going to weapons before their minds caught up and told them how useless steel would be against that. Drogon reacted like a struck nerve. He screamed in answer, wings snapping back as he banked hard, arrowing toward the intruder. Fire licked at the back of his throat. Regal and Viserion broke their lazy circles, eyes blazing, moving to flank. "Hold," Daenerys snapped, hand shooting up before the Unsullied could so much as shift their grips. Her dragons did not heed the word, but they heard something in it. Saw her posture, perhaps, the set of her jaw. Drogon did not unleash flame at once. He angled to meet Skyrender, wings beating harder, throat rumbling. Skyrender checked his own flight, beating to hold height. He did not dive at Drogon. He did not bare his teeth or flare his claws. He turned slightly, presenting his side rather than his throat, a position that was neither full submission nor open challenge. His eyes, white gold rimmed in pale blue, locked onto Daenerys. She was used to being stared at by dragons. It was never comfortable. There was too much in their gaze, too much that was not quite animal and not quite human. Drogon's attention was heat and hunger and fierce, simple possessiveness. Mine, everything mine, you mine, world ours. Skyrender's attention felt different, older in some ways, or perhaps not older but layered. She felt winter in it, frost on skin, the silence of snow-covered woods. But under that, fire as fierce as any she'd known. A twin song of opposites. "Khaleesi," Missandei whispered, voice soft with awe. "It's beautiful." "That's one word for it," Tyrion muttered. Jon had gone very still. He stood on the stones with his cloak whipped around his legs, Ghost pressed close. His hand did not go to his sword. Instead it lifted, almost unconsciously, palm open. "Easy," he called. His voice carried more than it had any right to, wind taking it and flinging it upward. "Skyrender, easy, down." Drogon snarled, a hot, furious sound. He swept past Skyrender, close enough that their wings nearly tangled, and circled back, body language shouting mine, mine, mine. Skyrender watched him pass. Then he folded his wings and dropped. The impact shuddered through the ground. Pebbles jumped under Daenerys' boots. Men staggered, one Dothraki curse dying on his lips as he found himself staring at a talon bigger than his head. Steam hissed where Skyrender's claws sank into the wet, cold stones, turning moisture to vapor. Up close, he was larger than Drogon. Not by much. Drogon had grown in the warm skies of Essos and over the Slaver's Bay, fed on herds and enemies for years, but enough that the difference pressed at the edges of Daenerys' perception. Skyrender's wings, when folded, overlapped more. His chest was broader, his neck thicker. If Drogon was a spear, Skyrender was a hammer. Ghost padded forward, unconcerned, and pressed his white shoulder against the dragon's foreleg. The contrast, wolf and dragon, fur and scale, snow and fire, was so stark that Daenerys' breath caught. "Seven save us," someone whispered behind her, a Westerosi voice. No one moved. Drogon circled low, growling, wings stirring the air in great, heavy strokes. Rhaegal and Viserion held higher, flanking, unsure. Their necks arched, eyes narrowed. Daenerys felt their agitation through the bond. Space, they demanded. Threat, burn, kill, challenge? "No," she murmured. "Wait, watch." Jon stepped forward. He moved with the careful confidence of a man who knew exactly how dangerous it was to approach a dragon and had done it anyway. His boots sank slightly into the slick stones. His cloak flapped around his legs. Ghost stayed where he was, a pale anchor against Skyrender's dark bulk. Daenerys watched the way Skyrender's head lowered, the way his pupils widened as Jon neared. The dragon's breath gusted, hot and sharp and edged with some mineral tang she could not name. Jon stopped at the dragon's muzzle. He laid his hand there, flat against the scale, fingers splayed. The world seemed to pause. Daenerys' own palm tingled in answer, remembering the first time she had touched Drogon. The first time the heat had surged up her arm and not burned her. "You're late," Jon said under his breath. "You scared half the island." Skyrender huffed. The tension in the air loosened a fraction. Pebbles clicked as men shifted their weight, testing their balance in this new reality. One of the Unsullied let out a breath he must have been holding as long as Daenerys. "Impressive entrance," Tyrion said quietly, though his knuckles were white on the rock he used as a cane. "You Northmen do enjoy your theatrics." Daenerys stepped forward at last. The wind caught her cloak, whipping it out behind her. Her boots crunched on the stones. Drogon dropped lower, as if to shield her, then subsided when she laid a calming hand on his neck without breaking stride. "Jon Snow," she said, "you were summoned to Dragonstone." He turned from Skyrender and faced her fully. "I received your summons," he said, "and I brought my truth." His gaze flicked briefly to Drogon, then back. There was no awe there, not the way most men looked at her dragons. Wariness, yes. Calculation. A flicker of recognition that she could not place. She let her eyes move over him, taking his measure. The set of his jaw, the scars at his throat and on his hands. The way he held himself as if ready to meet a blow from any direction. "And your dragon," she said, nodding at Skyrender. He looked back at the beast, and in that glance she saw affection as deep and complicated as her own for Drogon. Worry too. Responsibility. The same weight that had settled on her shoulders the day her eggs cracked. "Fire meets fire, your grace," he said. She did not smile, though the words pleased her in some quiet, dark place. "We shall see which burns hotter before this is done." The steps to Dragonstone's great hall seemed steeper than Daenerys remembered. Perhaps it was the weight of eyes on them as she climbed. Unsullied standing silent at their posts, Dothraki riders on higher ledges, Missandei's quiet support at her back, Tyrion's sardonic watchfulness at her shoulder. Or perhaps it was the man climbing beside her, cloak brushing stone, wolf at his heel. The dragons followed above, unable to resist shadowing their riders' movements. Drogon flew closest, occasionally gliding so low his wingtip brushed the castle's outer parapet, knocking loose a spray of old stone dust. Skyrender kept higher, as if wary of forcing a confrontation in too narrow a space. Rhaegal and Viserion wove between, uncertain which fire to lean toward. "You trained him," Daenerys said after a few steps of silence. The wind tugged at her hair. She did not look at Jon, but her peripheral vision caught the way he turned his head slightly at her words. Skyrender. No one trains a dragon, Jon said. Not truly. You will argue with them, and hope they listen. Her mouth almost twitched. That, at least, we agree on. Ghost paused ahead, sniffing a carved gargoyle with suspicion. Skyrender's shadow passed over the stone, and the gargoyle's dragon face looked briefly alive. How long have you had him? She asked. Jon hesitated. Since before the dead rose in earnest, he said. Before I became Lord Commander. Before I died. She stopped. The wind howled around them, a brief, sharp gust. Drogon's roar rolled overhead in restless echo. You died, she repeated. Jon grimaced. Once. I got better. She turned to face him fully. Explain, she said. It was not a request. He met her eyes without flinching. My own brothers killed me, he said. They thought I'd betrayed the Watch, the wildlings, the North. I bled out in the snow. Ghost howled. Skyrender. His gaze flicked up briefly toward the dragon shadow. He burned the men who'd done it, and a red woman with a strange god spoke words over me, and I woke up with a scar and a second chance I don't entirely understand. Daenerys searched his face for mockery, for some hint of exaggeration. She found none. In another life, she had walked into a fire and come out with dragons clinging to her skin like new-woken children. She had seen men burned to ash by Drogon's breath. She had watched slaves follow her with eyes that shone as if she truly were the breaker of chains they named her. Death and fire and rebirth were not strangers to her. Then we both owe something to flames, she said, and to gods who meddle. His smile, quick and rueful, flickered and was gone. Perhaps. They resumed the climb. Why did you come? She asked after a moment. Truly. You read the letter from the Watch, he said. You know what's moving in the north. The dead don't care about your father's throne or mine. I saw what Skyrender's fire does to them. It destroys them completely. I need to know if your dragons can do the same. And if they can? She asked. Then I will ask you to bring them north, he said simply. To fight, to burn, to help us hold the wall, or what's left of it when they come in force. And what will you give me? Her tone sharpened. I did not cross the narrow sea to be your sword and nothing more. He looked out over the Black Sea, where their ships rocked at anchor. I don't have much to give, he said. Only the north, only my name, only whatever weight there is in the stories people tell about me. I can promise you this. If you stand with us in the long night, I will stand with you when day comes. I will tell every man and woman from White Harbor to the Shadow Tower that we owe you our lives. And crowns? She pressed. Will you tell them to bend their knees? The wind gusted again. Ghost's fur ruffled. Jon's jaw tightened. If they're still alive to kneel, he said. I'll tell them to at least hear you speak. Her patience thinned. I ask for oaths, Jon Snow, not for polite audiences. And I ask for survival, Daenerys Targaryen, he shot back. Her name on his tongue startled her. Stripped of titles and thrown like a spear. We may both have to settle for less than we want. They locked eyes a long moment, two flints striking. Overhead, Drogon and Skyrender wheeled, fire against fire, neither bowing yet. The throne of Dragonstone was carved into the living rock, all black claws and jagged backs and the suggestion of scales. Daenerys sat on it, spine straight, chin lifted. The stone beneath her was cold even through layers of cloth and leather, but she did not let it show. Targaryens did not shiver in their own halls. Jon Snow stood below, at the base of the short flight of steps. Ghost lay close enough that a slight shift would brush his leg, red eyes taking in every movement in the room. The table map at the room's center lay between them, Westeros carved and painted in painstaking detail. The north was a smear of white and gray, the wall a thin, pale line. Someone had once carved dragons into the seas, tiny, curling shapes that looked almost childish now. Our ancestors built this place, Daenerys said. They carved dragons out of stone and made men kneel with the promise of fire. They united a fractured realm. And then they broke it, Jon said. She inclined her head a fraction. Yes, they did. My father most of all. I have heard every story you would tell me about his madness, and more besides. She leaned forward slightly, hands resting on the stone arms of the throne. I am not him. Jon's gaze held hers, steady. Then you'll not roast men for speaking ill of you. That's a good start. Tyrion coughed, badly hiding a smile. Davos shifted his weight, discomfort plain. I have burned men, Daenerys said, refusing to flinch away from the truth. Tyrants, slavers, men who stood between me and the freedom of those they chained. I won't pretend I am gentle. I have dragons, Jon Snow. They are not made for mercy. I know what dragons are made for, he said quietly. I've seen it. His eyes flicked to Skyrender's shadow, passing briefly across the high windows. The question is what you choose to do with them. What I choose, she repeated. You speak as if you had any knowledge of that weight. I do, he said simply. Silence stretched. You asked what I'd give you, he went on. The North remembers the Mad King. They remember what Dragonfire did to their kin. They will not bend easily, not even with me asking. But I will tell them this. You came when we needed you. You did not sit safe on an island of stone while the dead marched. You burned for them. You bled for them. If that is the truth, the North will listen. And if they won't? She asked. Then I will stand with you anyway, he said, because I've seen the dead, and I'd rather stand with dragons against them than with honor among bones. Davos sighed softly, Tyrion's brow furrowed, calculating. You put much faith in fire, Daenerys observed. I put faith in what I've seen turn whites to ash, he replied. I've seen your dragons from a distance. Their fire burns like the old stories. Red, gold. Skyrender's is... He hesitated, searching for words. Different. Show me, she said. The cave beneath Dragonstone smelled of salt and old secrets. Torchlight licked at rough walls, throwing shadows that danced over ancient drawings. Crude figures marched along the stone. White shapes with blue eyes, surrounded by curling lines that might once have been meant as snow. Others showed men and women with swords raised, standing between those pale figures and something that could be taken for fire. Dragons, too, were scratched into the rock, some with 3 heads, some with 1. Some with lines like rays or bonds stretching from their mouths to stick figures below. Your people, Jon asked, hearing his own voice echo in the hollow space. Perhaps, Daenerys said, or yours, or neither. Men leave marks. They do not always leave names. Ghost padded just inside the entrance, nostrils flaring. His hackles were up, not from threat but from the scent in the air that did not belong to stone. The white snarled. It was bound with chains stolen from a ship's hold, limbs lashed tight, the cold in it leaking into the cave's air like smoke. Its eyes burned blue in the dimness, unnaturally bright. Its mouth worked around broken, blackened teeth, jaws clacking as it strained toward heat. You kept it, Daenerys said, voice flat. I needed you to see, Jon replied. Stories can be denied. Paintings explained away. This keeps trying to kill us even after we've killed it. He stepped closer to the white, long claw drawn. The thing snapped at him as far as its bonds allowed. The sound of teeth on air made Daenerys' skin crawl. She had seen dead men before. Slaves crucified along roads. Bones left to bleach in the sun. They had never moved again. You've seen enough, she began. No, Jon said. He took another step. The white lunged as much as it could. Chains creaked. Not yet. He swung Longclaw. The Valyrian steel blade bit through the white's arm at the elbow, severing it cleanly. The limb fell, fingers still clawing. The stump did not bleed. The chains tightened with the twist of its body, bones creaking under the strain. Daenerys swallowed back bile. He let her look, let her see the way death did not mean rest here, not for these. Then he nodded toward the wide opening he'd had carved into the rock earlier that day, where cold air breathed in from the cliffside. Now, he said, Skyrender's head filled the opening, horns scraping rock. His breath steamed in the cool air, gusts stirring torch flames. His eyes flickered to Jon, then to Daenerys, then to the chain thing on the cave floor. The white struggle turned frantic. It sensed the heat before it came, shrieking in a voice that hurt to hear, bones straining against iron. The severed arm on the ground scrabbled uselessly, fingers cutting grooves in the dirt. "Skyrender," Jon said quietly. "Burn." The dragon's chest expanded. Daenerys braced herself. She had stood near Drogon when he unleashed his fire on the calls. She knew the sound and feel of that. This was similar and not. Skyrender's flame came out narrow and controlled. At first, a focused stream that widened only as it left his jaws. The color of it was wrong. The center burned a fierce, almost painful white, like the heart of a smith's forge. Around it, darker flickers writhed. Shadows that weren't mere absence of light but seemed to drink it, to warp it. The fire struck the white. It did not ignite the way cloth or oil did. There was no blossom of orange, no blackening of flesh. Simply ceased. The white scream cut off mid-note. Its body went rigid, every limb arched, mouth gaping. Then it broke apart. Not in chunks, not in the messy way a body comes apart under steel, but in a drift of ash and dust that collapsed inward, then puffed outward on the breath of the flame. For a heartbeat, the air was full of fine gray motes, swirling like snow in reverse. Where the white had been, there was only a dark mark on the stone, already cooling. Daenerys realized she had taken a step back. Her hand was on Drogon's imagined neck, fingers flexed, a phantom reflex seeking a dragon that was not there. Slowly, she moved forward again. She knelt, hand hovering above the scorch mark. Heat radiated from it, but not as fiercely as she'd thought. Less than one of Drogon's full gouts would have left. "You see," Jon said, "fire, but not just fire. Whatever they are, whatever magic animates them. His flames unmake it completely." "Drogon's don't?" she asked, looking up. "They burn the flesh," he said. "The bone. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes there's something left. Something that crawls or wriggles." His jaw tightened. Not with this. Not with him. Skyrender's pupils were enormous now, drinking in the cave's dimness. The white veins in his scales seemed to glow faintly, echoing the strange flame he'd just unleashed. Daenerys looked at the drawings on the wall again. Dragons carved in simple lines. Figures of men between pale, cold shapes and curling suggestions of fire. Lines of connection. "Two kinds of flame," she said softly. "Two kinds of dragon." She turned to Jon. "And you, Jon Snow? What kind of fire runs in you?" His lips parted. For an instant, something like panic flickered in his eyes, quickly masked. "That's something we're still learning," he said. By the time the sun began to sink toward the western sea, the dragons had grown restless. Drogon had never liked sharing a sky. In Meereen, he had flown above ships and cities like a king, his roar answering only his own reflection in windows and the frightened cries of men below. Rhaegal and Viserion tolerated other things in their air, gulls, corvids, smoke. Drogon did not. Skyrender answered his every dominant sweep with one of his own. They danced above Dragonstone in wider and wider circles, testing each other's limits. Once Drogon dove, jaws open, teeth bared. Skyrender twisted aside with a maneuver that made Jon's stomach drop even from the balcony. He rolled in the air, wings folding slightly, letting Drogon's passage take him underneath, then flared again, rising to match height. Fire flickered at both their mouths and died unspent. "They're going to fight," Daenerys said. "Not yet," Jon replied. His fingers curled around the stone rail until his knuckles whitened. "They're talking." Daenerys glanced at him. "Is that what you call it? What do you call it when two powers size each other up and decide whether to tear or share?" he asked. "Diplomacy," Tyrion said dryly from behind them, "or marriage, depending on the wine." Neither of them turned. The dragons wheeled. Drogon's scales caught the dying light and turned it molten, his red-black hide glowing like banked embers. Skyrender, by contrast, swallowed the light where his scales were darkest, the pale veins along his sides stark as scars. When they crossed in front of the sun, they both became silhouettes, wings cutting the disk into ragged shapes. "They could kill each other," Daenerys said. Jon's jaw tightened. "Not if we can help it." He stepped up onto the low lip of the balcony, ignoring the sharp, indrawn breath from Davos somewhere behind. The drop beyond was sheer, straight down to jagged rock and crashing sea. "Skyrender," he shouted. The name cracked across the sky like a thrown stone. Dragon heads turned. Then Daenerys' voice joined his, before she had time to think about what she was doing. "Drogon!" The two cries mingled, rose, tangled in the wind. Two names, two claims. Drogon folded his wings, dropping a dozen yards in a heartbeat, then snapped them open again and turned toward her. Skyrender, after a single stubborn moment more of circling, followed. "They listen to you," Jon said quietly. "They listen," she corrected. "Whether they obey is another matter." They came in slower this time. Drogon took the closer side, nearer the balcony, tail whipping idly as he held position, massive body bobbing with each breath. Skyrender hovered just beyond, wings beating more slowly, eyes flicking between queen and boy and each other. Daenerys stepped out onto the sliver of stone, the wind trying to tug her into the drop. Her palms were slick. She ignored it. "Come," she said to Drogon, stretching out a hand. He lowered his head, nostrils flaring, breath hot enough to make her hair lift. She pressed her palm to his snout, feeling the roughness of scales, the familiar thrum of heat and strength. When she reached with her other hand, slower, toward Skyrender, she expected the dragon to recoil or snap. He did neither. He huffed, as if offended by her hesitation, then leaned in until his muzzle almost touched Drogon's. Their breath washed over her in alternating waves. Drogon's the normal, brutal furnace heat she knew, Skyrender's edged with that strange, icy tingle. Her skin prickled where they overlapped, as if caught between bonfire and snowstorm. "You feel that?" Jon asked low. "Yes," she said. "We're going to need both," he murmured, "to fight what's coming." The dragons snorted, as if in amused agreement, then shoved at each other with their foreheads, a rough, oddly familiar gesture. Not quite affection, not quite aggression, something like brotherhood. Night pressed in against the walls of Dragonstone like a living thing. Rain lashed the windows, wind howling around the stone dragons perched on the towers. Thunder rolled in the distance, too far to be more than a low, constant growl. Inside, the map room was a pool of flickering light, candles guttering on the carved table, embers glowing in the hearth. Daenerys stood over Westeros, fingers resting lightly on the north. Snow was carved into the wood there, white paint flaking where age had taken its toll. Tiny trees had been chiseled along what once had been the line of the Wolfswood. The wall was a raised ridge of pale stone, its southern face smooth under her palm. "We burned slavers together," she said. "You and I, though separated by half a world. You freed them from chains. I freed them from their master's whips. And still, they found new ways to bind themselves." Jon stood opposite her, his hands braced on the table's edge. He'd shed his cloak. The black leather beneath was damp at the shoulders, hair curling at his temples from the storm's touch. "I freed some," he said, "failed others." He tapped the wall with one finger. "I thought this would be enough," he admitted. "Stone and ice and oaths. I thought if we manned it, kept it strong, we could hold the line as men always had." He looked up. "I was wrong. Men are often wrong," Daenerys said. "Sometimes dragons are needed." He huffed softly. "Dragons can be wrong too." She almost smiled. "Perhaps." She traced a path from Dragonstone's carved point to the north, a line over seas and coasts and hills. "In another life," she said, "I would have landed in King's Landing first. burned Cersei Lannister from her stolen throne, raised my banners over the Red Keep while the great lords watched and decided whether to kneel or rebel. You still could, Jon said. She shook her head. Not if I've seen what you've shown me. Not if I know that while I play at Queen over Ashes, the dead are marching. Her finger paused over the neck. I hate that, she said, surprising herself with the rawness of it. I hate that this choice was taken from me, that I do not get to be only what I thought I was, conqueror, restorer, Targaryen queen. Jon's gaze tracked her hand, then rose to her face. I never wanted to be what they made me either, he said. Bastard, Lord Commander, King. I just wanted, he pulled in a breath, to do right by the people in front of me, to keep them alive. Thunder muttered again. Candle flames wavered. She studied him. If you had the choice, she asked quietly, would you give Skyrender up? Lose that power? Walk away from it? Live as just Jon Snow? He didn't answer at once. I can't pretend I haven't thought about it, he said finally. There are days I dream of it. No dragon, no dead, just Winterfell and simpler worries. He shook his head. But then I wake up, and I remember what's out there, and what he can do, and what I can do with him, and I can't wish it away. Not without wishing all those people who'll need that fire away, too. He met her eyes. What about you? Would you give up Drogon? Rhaegal? Viserion? No, she said without hesitation. I would not. Then we're both cursed, he said softly, and blessed, in ways that don't let us walk away. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Cursed and blessed. You sound like a Septon and a wildling both. I'm told I'm two worlds, he said, mouth quirking. It fits. Silence settled between them, not empty but full. Outside, lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the dragons wheeling above the keep. For an instant, their shadows crossed the window, 3 and 1, tangled. Inside, Daenerys' hand closed over Jon's on the map. His fingers stiffened, then relaxed under hers. Fire meets fire, she said again, quieter now. We'll need both. And ice, he added. She thought of the cave drawings, of Bran's letters, mentioning three-eyed ravens and visions of dragons over snow, of Skyrender's breath turning death to nothing living. Yes, she said, and ice. The first time they flew together, the storm tried to stop them. Rain lashed at the dragon's wings, turning membranes slick. Wind clawed at their bodies, trying to shove them back toward the ground. Clouds boiled overhead, dark and full of hidden flashes. Drogon loved it. He soared into the teeth of the gale, roaring, wings beating with ferocious joy. Lightning forked behind him, turning his silhouette into a jagged, flaring shadow. Daenerys clung to the ridges of his neck, soaked to the bones, laughing despite herself. Skyrender took the sky more soberly. His wings beat with measured power, each stroke placed to fight the wind's push rather than simply defy it. His body moved with a predator's economy. No wasted motion, no unnecessary flourish. Jon leaned low over his neck, fingers tangled in the ridges along his spine, hair plastered to his forehead. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, delighted, threading between their larger cousins with youthful abandon. Dragonstone shrank below, its carved dragons and black stone falling away into mist. The sea became a restless, dark plain, flecked with white. Above, the clouds churned. Drogon broke through first, bursting into a brief, unexpected space of clear air. The world opened around them in a sudden, breathtaking circle, stormscapes below, stars and a bleeding sunset above. He screamed, exultant. Skyrender punched through a heartbeat later. His roar joined Drogon's, lower and threaded with that strange, almost metallic undertone that Daenerys was coming to associate with his ice fire. The two sounds twined, a harsh, wild harmony that made her skin prickle. Daenerys guided Drogon closer, until their wings almost brushed. Jon urged Skyrender to hold steady. For a moment, They flew side by side in that narrow window between storm and sky. Daenerys glanced across the gap. Jon's face was wet with rain, hair whipped back, eyes bright. He looked younger like this and older, alive in a way she had not yet seen on the ground. "How does it feel?" she shouted over the wind. He grinned, sudden and fierce. "Like I stole something from the gods," he called back. Lightning flickered below them, hidden by cloud. Far on the horizon, Daenerys thought she saw a faint glow that was not sunset. Cold, pale, wrong. "We'll steal more," she shouted. "For them." She nodded toward the distant north. He followed her gaze, his expression sobered. "Aye," he said, "for them." Drogon banked. Skyrender followed. Regal and Viserion wheeled behind. For dragons cut across the sky, their shadows crossing storm and sea alike. In the frozen wastes beyond the wall, blue eyes lifted toward those distant shapes. Old cold anger stirred. Fire had met fire. Soon, fire would meet ice. The far north had no walls. It had teeth of ice and bones of stone, winds that peeled skin from faces and songs of wolves that never quite died. It had silence, deeper than any crypt, and sky that seemed to stretch forever. It had him. The figure the stories called the Night King stood at the edge of a great blue cliff, the glacier's sheer face dropping away beneath his feet into darkness. The ice here was old. Older than the wall, older than the first keepstones men had set in place, older perhaps than the memory of trees. It glowed faintly from within, the color of frozen fire. He raised both hands and laid his fingers flat to the ice. Frost crawled out from his touch in elegant, branching patterns, spreading like white veins through the blue. The glacier groaned. Deep within it, something shifted. Around him, the others watched. They were tall and still, armor of ice catching the faint shimmer of distant aurora. Their eyes burned with the same unnatural blue flame, but none shone as bright as his. The ice moved, slowly, as if something long asleep were stretching after 1,000-year slumber. A shape began to distinguish itself beneath the surface. A ridge here, a curve there, indistinct at first, then sharper. A horn, another, a jawline like a blade, teeth forming as solid frost, each a yard long. A neck coiling, spines along its length. Wings, vast, membranous things, thin as glass and strong as stone, pressed flat within the glacier's heart. He did not shape it as men might shape clay. He woke it. The magic that moved through him was not fire and words and begging gods for favor. It was cold drawn in so deep it burned, old bargains hardened into ice. He remembered, it did not matter how. From a time when dragons had scorched the world and men had begged the trees and stones for something to stand against them. This was not the first of its kind. The last had died when the fires of Valyria cracked the earth and boiled the sea. The world had changed shape that day, but ice remembered. He pressed his hands harder. The glacier split. Cracks shot outward from beneath his palms with a sound like mountains breaking. Chunks of ice the size of houses sheared off and plummeted into the abyss, shattering on unseen ledges before falling farther still. A head emerged. It tore free of the ice with slow, inexorable strength, sending shards blinking in the starlight. Its eyes opened, pale as frozen glass, blue ghosting beneath the surface. Its breath gusted once, a plume of air so cold it made even the other's armor crackle with frost. It screamed. The sound was deeper than Skyrender's roar, older. It rolled across the empty land, echoing from peak to peak, scattering ravens from their perches miles away. Snow imploded where the sound passed, compressed under the weight of it. The ice dragon dragged itself from the glacier's womb. Its body was a cathedral of frost and frozen sinew, ribs like ribs of ships lost in old seas, skin a translucent film of ice stretched over ancient shape. Its wings opened, each span casting a shadow like a storm cloud. Inside, veins of darker blue pulsed, slow and cold. The Night King stepped back as it braced itself on the cliff, claws biting into ancient ice. Shards fell around him, tinkling like broken glass. He lifted one hand. The dragon's massive head turned toward him, blue light brightening in its eyes. It exhaled again. No steam, only a breath that turned the air itself brittle. No name was spoken. None was needed. The dragon knew him, knew his will. It had slept with it wrapped around its bones for longer than men remembered their own small kings. Far, far to the south, for other dragons wheeled above sea and stone. Their fires and bonds new by comparison. Their cries had threaded the wind, reached even here, thin but insistent. The Night King had felt them and had been still. Now he answered. His new dragon spread its wings, a crackle of frost shedding in sheets. It leapt from the cliff, the glacier trembling with the force of its takeoff. The Night King watched it go, the hint of something like satisfaction ghosting across his ancient, ruined face. Let fire come, he thought, not in words but in the deep, cold intent that bound him to ice and night. Let it see what waits. Bran Stark saw it coming through roots and stars. One moment he sat in his chair, furs piled around his wasted legs, hot or long gone, the gods would full of the soft whisper of snow on branches. The next, the bark under his fingers grew slick with cold, and his mind dove. He flew north, past Winterfell's walls, past the frozen fields where men hacked at the ground to dig ever more shallow graves, past the last river, past the gift, past the wall itself. The world blurred, landmarks smearing into streaks of white and gray as he slipped along unseen threads. The air grew colder. He reached the far north and kept going. No fires burned here. No voices rose in song or fear. Only silence, broken now and then by the groan of ice shifting or the distant rumble of avalanches. Then he heard it, a roar that was not a roar, deeper than anything he had ever heard. It wasn't sound so much as pressure, a vibration in the bones of the world. He slowed, mind-straining. There, a wound in the land, a vast blue cliff cracked open, ice calved into ruins at its base. And above it, circling slowly, wings cutting the starlit sky, was a shape that made the dragons over Dragonstone look suddenly smaller in his memory. It was dragon-shaped, yes. Long neck, horned head, wings that stretched like sails. But it glowed faintly from within, veins of blue light pulsing under its translucent hide. When it turned, he saw the ridges along its back were jagged frost, each spine a serrated blade. It drew breath. Bran saw the air around its mouth twist, turning clear to silver, silver to something so pale it was almost invisible. When it exhaled, the breath did not burn. It erased. Snow below vanished, leaving bare, glassy rock. A distant ridge took the touch of that breath like a caress and crumbled, whole chunks turning to powder and drifting away on the wind. He tried to pull back. He felt something pull with him. A presence turned its gaze up toward where he hovered, half here, half in Winterfell's godswood. It was the same he had felt before. A cold that went beyond any weather, beyond mere absence of heat. A will that moved armies of dead as easily as Jon moved his hand. The Night King, blue eyes, bright as stars over a frozen sea, looked at him. Bran gasped. Cold flooded his chest, pressed into his skin where the raven-shaped scar on his arm burned. Frost crawled along the edges of his vision, shards forming. He wrenched himself away. The godswood slammed back around him, sound and color returning in a rush. He choked on his own breath, fingers digging into the weirwood's bark hard enough to scrape skin. "Bran?" a voice said, far away and close at once. "Bran, what is it?" He blinked. The white washed from his eyes. Sansa knelt before him, hands on his shoulders, blue eyes wide with worry. Snow clung to her lashes. Behind her, the red leaves whispered, unsettled. "There's another dragon," Bran said. His voice sounded wrong to his own ears, too thin, too small. "In the north, not like Jon's, not like hers." Sansa's fingers tightened. "Hers? Daenerys," Bran said. "It's made of ice." The Night King woke it. Sansa's face went very still. "How many?" she asked quietly. How many dragons does he have? One, Bran said. But it's big, older, cold. He swallowed. And it saw me. Winterfell's great hall had seen fear before. It had watched the long winters come and go, seen kings fall and usurpers rise. It had held the weight of wails and laughter both. Yet the silence that fell now when Sansa Stark spoke seemed to sink deeper than even stone. A dragon of ice, Lord Glover repeated. From children's tales. From Bran's visions, Sansa corrected. He saw it with the weirwood's eyes. The last time he saw the Night King, that mark on his arm burned, and the dead found their way to the cave where his teacher hid. I am begging you not to call this tales. Lyanna Mormont folded her arms. I don't care if it's made of shit and dream wine. If it flies with the dead, we need to kill it. How? Another lord asked. If Dragonfire fails? Skyrender, Sansa said. The name still felt strange on her tongue, a word from a world that should have stayed in stories. But the ravens had brought tales from the Wall and Eastwatch, from wildlings who spoke in odd tones of a black and white dragon whose flame unmade the dead, from Night's Watch brothers whose ink shook as they wrote of fire that burned white and shadow, of whites turned to dust. Jon's dragon can break their magic, she went on. We've seen that. If this ice dragon is bound to the same power, then Skyrender may be our only answer. And Daenerys's beasts? Someone asked. 3 of them, they say now. Hers used to burn cities. Ours burns corpses. Maybe if they both. We don't know, Sansa cut in. And we don't have the time to learn slowly. She turned to Maester Wolkan, who clutched his quill like a drowning man might clutch a rope. Right? She said. He bent over the parchment. To Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen at Dragonstone, she dictated. The Night King has woken something new in the north, a dragon of ice. My brother Bran has seen it in his visions and felt its maker's gaze. If you mean to stand against him, you must know this. Your fire is not unchallenged now. You must come north at once, with all your strength and all your dragons. And you must bring Skyrender. She paused, then added, the wall may not be the only line that needs holding. Wolkan's quill scratched. As the ravens took flight that night, black specks vanishing into the snow, one of them carried the weight of old grudges and new fears southward. They always have more, Tyrion said quietly. He moved the rough fourth figurine, carved hastily from a chunk of obsidian by a nervous craftsman, closer to the carved wall. It had no detail, only the suggestion of wings and a gaping mouth. Somehow that made it more frightening. We thought the dead were old women's tales until Jon dragged one into a throne room, he went on. We thought the Night King had only whites and whatever those tall blue-eyed bastards are. Now he has this. In the books, Missandei said softly, there are stories of ice dragons, great beasts that haunt the shivering sea, made of living frost. Sailors say they breathe cold so deep it freezes your bones from the inside. Good, Davos muttered, because I was worried this might be easy. Daenerys's hands rested on the edge of the map. Her knuckles were pale where she gripped the carved wood. It changes nothing, she said. We were going north with the dragons. Now there is more reason to do so. That is all. It changes tactics, Jon said. He'd read the letter 3 times. He could still see Bran's cramped handwriting in his mind's eye, the way the ink seemed to wobble in places as if the hand that guided it had shaken. He could feel his brother's dread threaded through the careful words. If this ice dragon's breath can break stone, Jon went on, if it can freeze flame, then flying at it as we are now is foolish. Skyrender's presence pressed at the back of his thoughts, restless. Drogon's shadow passed over the window again, as if in echo. Your dragons are flesh and blood, Tyrion said. Whatever magic woke this ice creature, it's still bound to something. A spell. A will. The Night King's, Jon said. And Skyrender's fire unravels his magic, Tyrion finished. We've seen that. Whites falling to dust. White Walker shattered. Perhaps Skyrender can unmake the ice dragon. Daenerys said. Jon met her eyes. Perhaps. And if he cannot? Davos asked quietly. If Dragonfire meets whatever breath that thing has, and both die in the middle? Then we find out, Jon said. Before the wall does. Daenerys straightened. I came here to reclaim a throne, she said. But the more I see, the more I understand that throne will mean nothing if the dead sweep south. If this Night King reaches the neck, all our banners burn alike. She touched the carved north. We go, she said. All 4 dragons. You and Skyrender. Me and Drogon. Rhaegal and Viserion with our best riders. Jon nodded once. To Eastwatch, he said. There's a small castle there on the sea. The wall meets the water. If we can lure him there, away from full strength. An ambush then, Tyrion said. A dance of 4 dragons and 1 ghost against an ice monster and an army of corpses. I've heard worse songs, Davos muttered. The day they left Dragonstone, the sea tried to drag them down. Waves smashed themselves to foam against the black cliffs, flinging spray so high it touched the lowest parapets. Wind clawed at banners, set the trees on the island's sparse heights bending. Rain flew sideways, lashing faces and armor. Daenerys felt all of it and reveled in the fight. Drogon threw himself off the cliff with a scream, wings snapping open to catch the gale. She leaned into his neck, hands firm on the ridges, body moving with his. Water sheeted off his scales, turning to fine mist in his wake. Skyrender followed, less showy but no less sure. Where Drogon bullied the air, Skyrender cut through it, wings angled to slip between gusts. Jon hunched low over his spine, legs strapped with extra leather for security, Ghost's distant awareness threaded with his own. Rhaegal and Viserion rose behind, each bearing a rider whose knuckles were white around makeshift harness grips. Men of the North and the Reach who had volunteered for this insanity and been judged mad enough to accept. Dragonstone dwindled behind them. Ahead lay only Grey Cloud and the long miles to Eastwatch. They flew north. Eastwatch by the sea looked fragile. The wall plunged into the frozen ocean in a sheet of blue-white, its end vanishing under ice that had swallowed waves whole. At its foot crouched wooden towers and stone storehouses, huddled together against the wind like men sharing body heat. As the dragons broke through the low cloud, horns sounded on the ramparts. Jon saw tiny figures running along the top of the wall, black cloaks snapping. Fires flared to life, torches lit in a line like a spine of flame. On the narrow strip of shore between wall and sea ice, men and wildlings clustered, craning their necks. He glimpsed faces he knew. Tormund, beard full of frost, squinting into the wind. A handful of black brothers from the Shadow Tower. Free folk who'd chosen to fight on the side of the living rather than fade into stories. Skyrender rumbled low in his chest. We are seen, that sound said. Ours. Drogon screamed in answer, banking once over the wall, a deliberate show of power. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, their smaller forms weaving excited loops. Jon guided Skyrender lower. They landed on the outer ledge, claws biting into ice, wings half spread to keep balance. The wall groaned under their combined weight but held. Jon swung down, boots crunching on snow-packed stone. You always did like an entrance, Crow, Tormund called, trudging toward him, arms outspread as if to embrace the sight and Jon himself in one go. Now you've brought 3 more monsters to go with your first. Fewer monsters than you? Jon said, managing a tight smile as they embraced. Fur against leather, warmth against cold. Tormund's eyes slid past him to Daenerys, dismounting from Drogon in a swirl of black and silver, hair whipped by the wind. And this must be your Fire Queen, he said. I've heard of women who ride dragons, but I thought that was just something men say to make their cocks feel small. Daenerys's brows rose. Jon sighed. Tormund Giant's Bane, he said. He means well. Does he? She said coolly. Tormund grinned, entirely unrepentant. If you keep the dead off my people, I'll mean better. His face sobered as he gestured north. They're close, he said. The air smells wrong. like a storm that never moves, like breath that doesn't belong to anything living. "How many?" Jon asked. Tormund shrugged, a sharp jerk of his shoulders. "Enough to make the sea ice groan with their steps. Enough that if we fail, there'll be no one to tell stories about it after." They saw the army before they felt its cold. From the top of the wall, the world beyond looked like an endless sheet of white, textured only by the occasional ridge or cluster of half-buried trees. At first, the movement was easy to mistake for shadows or tricks of wind. Then the shadows resolved into shapes. Whites marched in ranks that were not truly ranks, more a mass, a tide. They stumbled and lurched and crawled, but all moved in the same direction, toward the wall. In their midst, larger figures strode, tall and pale and terrible. Over them all hung a storm. It was not the natural kind. The wind at the top of the wall blew east that day, dragging clouds across the sky. But over the army of the dead, a low ceiling of whirling snow and ice remained fixed, unmoved. Lightning flickered inside it now and then, a cold, blue-white flash without thunder. Drogon snarled from his perch, wings twitching. Rhaegal and Viserion shifted uneasily. Skyrender's scales rippled, white veins glowing faintly. "They're pulling the storm with them," Jon said. "No," Daenerys replied, eyes narrowed. "They're pulling something else. The storm is hiding it." As if in answer, a low sound rolled across the plain. A distant, bone-deep note that made the hair on every neck at Eastwatch stand up. It was like thunder, if thunder could whisper your name in a tongue you didn't know. Jon's hand went to Skyrender's neck. The dragon's muscles tightened under his palm. "He's here," Jon said. "And what he woke with him." "Good," Daenerys said. "Then we know where to aim." They did not come straight at the wall. As the living watched, the army of the dead angled to the left, curving away toward a wide bay where the sea ice pushed inland between jagged rocks. The shoreline there was treacherous even in summer. Hidden inlets, sudden drops, but winter had laid a smooth, deceptive skin over it all. The dead marched onto that ice without hesitation. Hundreds of whites spread out in a dark smear across the frozen bay. At the rear, on slightly higher ground, the White Walkers arrayed themselves like carved figures. Their armor caught what little light there was, flashing briefly. Spears of ice glimmered in their hands. At their center, the Night King stood. He was taller than the rest, his armor more intricate, his crown of frozen horns more jagged. The wind tossed his white hair around his ruined, blue-lit face. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. He lifted one hand. The storm above them thickened. Snow that had been swirling lazily began to spin harder, faster, tightening into a whirl. From the wall, it looked like a great, dirty white halo, its edges blurring as it grew more frantic. Lightning flickered within, flashes illuminating something huge that moved inside the cloud. "Now," Jon said. He swung himself into Skyrender's saddle, leather creaking. Ghost barked once, frustrated to be left behind, then loped to the stair to follow the ground party's part of the plan. Below, wildlings and brothers scrambled into position. Archers at the ready, barrels of oil set, pitch torches in hand. Daenerys climbed onto Drogon's back, movements fluid and sure. Rhaegal and Viserion's riders scrambled up their makeshift harnesses, faces pale but determined. "Burn the whites first," Jon called across to her. "Thin their numbers, then go for him." She nodded once. "For the living," she said. "For the living," Jon echoed. They dove like falling stars. Drogon led, a streak of black and red cutting through the gray. Skyrender followed just above and to the side, slightly higher, his white-veined scales gleaming. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked them, smaller but swift, eager. The wind screamed past them. Jon's eyes watered. He squinted into the gale, the army below swelling in his vision. At a wordless command from Daenerys, Drogon opened his jaws. Fire poured from him. It bloomed over the front ranks of whites, a torrent of red-gold heat. Bodies exploded under its touch, bone and cloth and frozen flesh turning instantly to char. Those behind stumbled, then burned in turn. A swath of the bay's surface went from white to black in a heartbeat. Regal and Viserion peeled off, spraying flame along the edges, hem of the army. Whites fell in droves, their blue eyes winking out. Skyrender held his breath. "Now," Jon whispered when they reached the heart of the mass. Skyrender exhaled. His fire met Drogon's in a seam down the center of the army. It was a different light. White so bright it hurt to look at, edged with flickers of darkness that seemed to drink their own glow. Where Drogon's flame licked and devoured, Skyrender's seared and erased. Whites hit by it did not fall burning. They shattered into dust, their forms turning to crumbling statues before wind scattered them. The line of white cut straight toward the Night King. He stood motionless, watching. The blast nearly reached him before he raised his hand again. The frozen bay cracked. The sound was as loud as a thunderclap, a deep boom that Jon felt in his chest. Jagged lines shot outward from the Night King's feet like spreading spiderwebs, blue glimmer rushing along them. Ice rose. It surged up from the bay in a great ring, a wall within the bay, a circle of translucent blue taller than any ship's mast. It encircled the Night King and his nearest White Walkers in a heartbeat, a smooth, glassy bulwark. Skyrender's flame hid it. For a moment, the world was nothing but light and steam. The white fire slammed into the blue ice, and both screamed. Steam exploded outward in a wave that knocked Whites flat and made Drogon veer, wings buffeted. Jon's ears rang. He clung to Skyrender's neck as the dragon grunted. Forced to pull up, his breath stream interrupted. When the steam cleared, the circle still stood. Cracks spiderwebbed through it where Skyrender's flame had struck deepest, lines of whiteness in the blue. Chunks had fallen away, hissing where they hit the bay. But the Night King remained behind it, untouched. His head tilted slightly. He had seen Skyrender's breath now. He had felt its bite on his magic. He was not smiling. His face did not seem built for such things, but something in the set of his shoulders spoke of grim satisfaction. He raised his arms. The storm ripped itself open. From within the whirling mass of snow and ice, the ice dragon burst forth. It was larger than any of them had guessed. Larger even than Skyrender, perhaps, though the difference was not in length or wingspan so much as in the impression of sheer, terrible mass. Its body shone with inner light, blue veins pulsing like a heartbeat under its translucent hide. Jagged spines of frost ran along its back, each one a spear. Its wings unfurled with a sound like mountains grinding together. The air around it grew colder. The four dragons' steaming breath turned to thin mist. Jon's teeth ached in his skull. The moisture in his eyes threatened to freeze. The ice dragon screamed. It was not fire that gathered in its throat, but something worse to those who flew opposite. The air in front of its maw twisted, visible as a shimmering distortion, then condensed into a pale, glassy bolt. It exhaled. The breath that poured out was not flame, but a torrent of pure, killing cold. It glowed faintly, a blue-white beam that froze the very air it passed through. Drogon rolled. The blast clipped the edge of his wing instead of striking straight on. It hit the sulfurous smoke of his own last breath and exploded in a cloud of razor-edged ice crystals. The impact sent him tumbling, roaring in pain and fury. Daenerys clung tight, teeth jarred. Regal and Viserion scattered, instincts screaming. Rime formed along the tips of their wings where the breath had brushed too close, edges turning glassy. Only Skyrender held his line. "Now," Jon hissed through chattering teeth. They met over the bay, mid-air, two ancient hungers hurtling toward each other. Skyrender's chest swelled as he drew in breath. The white veins along his sides glowed brighter, lines of light pulsing under the black. His throat lit from within, a radiance that showed through the thin membranes between his scales. The ice dragon's maw opened wider. The blue glow within its chest spread up its neck, a tide of cold. Frost spread ahead of it, a ghost of its breath yet to come. They exhaled at the same moment. Fire and cold met in a line between them. Skyrender's white and black flame slammed into the ice dragon's blue-white torrent. For a moment, the result was blinding. A sphere of light where the two forces collided, suspended in the air between them. Then the world exploded. Steam erupted in a vast, billowing cloud, so hot and cold at once that it shredded itself, twisting into shapes and vanishing. Shards of something, neither ice nor stone, but a strange, brittle substance that seemed like frozen fire, rained down, hissing as they plunged into the bay and the ranks of whites below. The shockwave hit both dragons. Skyrender's body jerked, wings thrown back. Jon was nearly unseated, only reflex and the leather straps saving him from falling into the chaos below. His ears rang. His vision snapped white, then dark, then slowly filled with smeared shapes. He felt Skyrender's pain. Not mortal, not crippling. A deep, bruising ache along the dragon's chest and wings where the opposing force had hit. But he also felt something else, resistance. The fire in Skyrender pushing back against the encroaching cold, refusing to be quenched. The ice dragon reeled too. Frost cracked along its neck where the mixed fire had touched. Lines of spiderweb fractures laced its translucent hide, blue light leaking through in odd patterns. It roared, a sound more furious now, more surprised. The Night King's head tilted again fractionally. His eyes narrowed. Below, the bay became a killing ground. Where the shards of frozen fire struck whites, they did what Skyrender's flame had done before, unmade them. Bodies collapsed into dust, armor and rotted clothes falling as empty shells. Those too close to the collision of breaths were simply gone, erased from existence as if they had never been. White walkers lifted ice shields, their magic reacting quicker than flesh. The shards rang off the translucent barriers, leaving spiderweb cracks but failing to penetrate. The circle of ice around the Night King trembled, a few more fist-sized chunks falling away, but still held. On the wall, men gaped. What in all seven hells was that? Someone breathed. The gods, another whispered. No, Davos said under his breath, eyes fixed on the sky. That's something older. Tormund spat over the edge. Whatever it is, it kills dead things, he said. I'm for it. They watched as the two dragons wheeled, recovering. Drogon fought his way back up, wings laboring harder than usual. Frost rimmed the torn edge of his left wing, a fragile-looking filigree that made his movements stiff until the heat of his heart melted it away. Daenerys felt the pain through their bond, a sharp, stinging chill, the memory of chains. She hissed sympathy between her teeth. Easy, she murmured, stroking his neck. You're not beaten yet. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked him, smaller bodies darting, their riders pale-faced but hanging on with desperate tenacity. Their eyes shone wild, the inimical cold below making their fires burn all the brighter. Skyrender took his place between them and the ice dragon. Jon's chest heaved, breath tearing in and out. His face was reddened by wind and frostbite, eyes narrowed against lingering steam. He shouted across the gap. His breath can break stone, he called. But it's not. It's not invincible. You saw what happened when they met. Daenerys nodded, understanding. He's not a god, she shouted back. He's a weapon, and weapons can break. The ice dragon hovered at a distance now, wary. His cracked neck pulsed with blue light. Where Skyrender's flame had touched deepest, a chunk of its hide had turned opaque, less translucent than the rest, frost blooming outward from that point like infection. The Night King lifted his hands again. He was not retreating, not yet. The dead surged forward once more. He drove his army forward like a man might press an advantage in a siege. The whites, heedless of the destruction that had torn holes in their ranks, stepped over the dust of their fellows and kept coming. Giant corpses lumbered among them now, vast, hulking shapes whose footsteps cracked the ice deeper. Dead bears padded forward, fur stiff with frost, mouths full of blackened teeth. The White Walkers moved with more caution, spreading out along the rear, spears of ice held loosely but ready. They watched the sky as much as the wall. The Night King stepped closer to the edge of his ice circle. He lifted a hand and made a subtle gesture. The ice dragon responded. It banked smoothly, angling away from the cluster of living dragons. Instead of charging them again, it turned its attention to the wall itself. "What's he doing?" Jon breathed. Daenerys saw it the same moment he did. "Stop him," she said. The ice dragon drew in a deep breath as it flew toward the wall's northern face, jaws opening wide. The wall screamed. The ice dragon's breath hit it in a broad swath, a beam of blue-white cold that sank into the ancient ice and stone with terrifying ease. For a heartbeat, the wall flashed brighter along that line, as if lit from within. Then the cracks appeared. They raced outward from the point of impact, threads of white and dark splitting the blue. Whole sections of ice bulged, then shattered outward in chunks that fell hundreds of feet, pulverizing the frozen sea below. Men on the ramparts fell to their knees. Some slid, boots losing purchase as the wall shuddered. Alarm bells clamored, their clangs lost in the roar. "Skyrender!" Jon shouted, voice raw. "Now!" He didn't have to explain. The dragon felt what he felt. The visceral wrongness of the wall breaking, the line that had stood for 8,000 years beginning to crumble. Skyrender dove. He did not go for the ice dragon this time. He aimed lower, white and black fire building in his throat, every muscle straining as he folded his wings for speed. He exhaled at the wall. The mixed flame slammed into the injured ice. For a moment, it seemed as if he was only adding chaos to chaos, heat and cold colliding in a riot of steam and screaming stone. But then something unexpected happened. Where Skyrender's fire licked along the cracks, the blue of the wall's ice changed. It flashed white, then settled into a deeper, more solid hue. Fractures that had been spreading began to slow, then stop, edges fusing together. The sections that had bulged retreated slightly, refreezing into smoother planes. Steam billowed, obscuring everything. Men coughed, eyes watering. Jon's skin burned and froze at once. But when the cloud cleared enough to see, the wall was still standing. Damaged, yes. A huge, rough, scorched gash marred its northern face. Chunks of ice and stone lay in ruin below. But the crack that had threatened to race across its entire width, to bring down an entire segment in ruin, had been stopped mid-spread, sealed by fire that understood ice. Skyrender's chest heaved. Jon felt the dragon's exhaustion. Deep, bone deep, but also a grim satisfaction. "You held it," Jon whispered. "You bloody held it." The Night King's head tilted again. For the first time, something crept into his eyes that was not perfect cold. Calculation. He weighed his options like a man might look at a board and consider a new piece in play. The wall was hurt but not fallen. His ice had met something it could not simply overwhelm. His new dragon had been checked, its neck marred by fissures it did not know how to heal. And there was Skyrender, the dragon of two worlds, standing in the sky, exhausted but unbroken, breath still hot enough to turn his magic aside. The Night King lifted his hand. Below, the army of the dead halted mid-step. Wights froze where they stood, heads snapping up in eerie unison. Dead giants stilled. Bears stopped mid-prowl. The storm above them slowed. Snow that had been whipping in frantic circles began to drift more lazily, as if someone had loosened a tight grip. The static blizzard thinned around the ice dragon, giving those on the wall a clearer view of its cracked hide. Then, as smoothly as if a commander had blown a horn and given an order for ordered retreat, the dead began to turn. Not all. A fringe remained, bodies left behind as obstacles, as corpses that could be reanimated if needed. But the main bulk of the army pivoted away from Eastwatch and the wall, moving eastward along the coast. The ice dragon wheeled, following. "He's pulling back," Davos said, disbelief roughening his voice. "After all that, why?" "Because he learned," Jon said quietly, "what our fire can do, and what it can't." "He'll look for a weaker place," Daenerys said, eyes narrowed, watching the retreating storm. "He tried the wall head-on and found it resistant, So he'll go where stone and magic are thinnest. East along the sea, Jon murmured. The map in his mind filled in, the coast beyond Eastwatch, the small fishing villages, the hidden inlets. Or west along the wall, toward where men have grown lax. Or both, Tyrion said grimly, appearing at his elbow. He has the numbers to split. The ice dragon gave one last, echoing cry, then vanished into the thinning storm, heading along the coast. The Night King spared one final glance at the wall. He lifted his hand, palm outward, not in challenge, in promise. Then he turned away. The world felt oddly quiet after the retreat. The wind still blew, tugging at cloaks. The sea still groaned under its frozen skin. Men still shouted, coughed, tended to minor wounds, and thanked gods they weren't sure they believed in. But beneath it all ran a new, taut silence. They had met him in open battle now, fire against ice, and neither side had broken completely. Drogon landed heavily on the wall, claws digging deep grooves in the ice. He shook himself like a dog, sending water and frost flying. Daenerys slid down awkwardly, boots hitting the slick stone with a jolt. Her arms ached, her face burned with wind. Skyrender's landing was less graceful than usual. He hit the rampart with a grunt, wings folding more slowly. His sides heaved with each breath, white veins along his flanks dimmer now. Jon dismounted, legs wobbly. Ghost appeared as if from thin air, pressing against his thigh, nose bumping his hand. "You did it," Jon murmured to the direwolf, to the dragon, to no one. "We're still standing." Men crowded around in a loose circle, giving the dragons respectful distance. Tormund's eyes shone oddly bright. "You stopped the wall from falling," he said, "with that beast of yours." "Not alone," Jon said. "Her dragons killed whites as fast as he did." Tormund snorted. "Her dragons burned them. Yours erased them. I don't know what that means, but I know I like it." Davos limped up, face gray with exhaustion. "He pulled back because of Skyrender," he said. "He's not going to come at you straight again. Not if he can help it." Daenerys wiped rain and sweat from her face with the back of her hand. "He'll come for what we can't watch all at once," she said. "Every weak point, every forgotten gate, every quiet village." Jon stared north, where the storm had become a smudge on the horizon, moving along the coast. "The Night King surprised us today," he said. "With that dragon, with the way he used it." "He won't surprise us the same way twice," Daenerys said. "No," Jon agreed. "Next time he'll find a different way." He felt Skyrender's head lower until the dragon's muzzle brushed his shoulder. The heat there was weaker than before but steady. Jon rested his hand on the scaled snout. "You're not done," he whispered. "You haven't grown as big as you're meant to yet, and he hasn't finished showing us what he can do." He looked at Daenerys. "We'll need more than fire and walls," he said. "We'll need every old magic Bran can dig up from the roots, every secret the maesters tried to forget, every blade that can break his generals. And we'll need your dragons and mine, stronger than they've ever been." Daenerys nodded slowly. "Then we grow them," she said, "and we learn, before he springs his next surprise." Above them, clouds parted briefly, letting a thin shaft of pale sunlight fall on the battered wall, and the dragons crouched upon it. For the first time since they'd seen the ice dragon, Jon let himself breathe all the way in. They had not won, not truly, but they had not lost. The night had teeth sharper than he'd known. The north had fire brighter than it had guessed. And somewhere between those two extremes, a bastard with a wolf and a dragon stood on a wall that was cracked but unfallen, staring into a horizon where surprises walked on blue feet. The dawn after the battle came thin and grudging, as if the light itself were wary of what the dark had birthed. Eastwatch's wall still stood, but it bore the memory of last night's wounds. A great patch of its northern face had turned rough and strange where Skyrender's fire had fused shattered ice, whirled and ridged, white lines twisting through blue like scars on a giant's skin. Below, The frozen bay lay pocked with impact craters where shards of frostfire had fallen and unmade whites, leaving only glassy potholes rimed with dust. On the rampart, life clung on. Men stamped their feet, breath steaming, faces drawn tight with exhaustion and disbelief. Some still stared north where the retreating storm had gone, waiting for it to return at any moment like a bad dream. Others just stared up. The dragons had not left with the darkness. Drogon crouched near the broken section of the wall, tail coiled, wings half-furled, eyes fixed on the horizon. Rhaegal and Viserion nestled together a little farther along, smaller bodies pressed close, heads resting on the ice. Frost rimed the edges of their scales where the ice dragon's breath had grazed them, but the warmth in their chests had beaten it back. And then there was Skyrender. He lay along the wall's crown like a living rampart, head near the central watchtower, tail tapering off toward the eastern end. His flanks rose and fell in slow, deliberate breaths. Each exhale sent clouds of steam curling up into the gray sky. The white veins along his sides pulsed faintly under the black scales, like frost tracing a river's path beneath clear ice. Jon stood beside his head, a small dark figure against the dragon's bulk. He could have walked under Skyrender's jaw without ducking. 3 men could have stood shoulder to shoulder between the dragon's foreclaws. In the fitful light, every new glance showed him something larger, as if Skyrender had grown in the night to fill the size the battle had demanded of him. "He'll not fit on this bloody wall long," Tormund muttered, crunching up beside Jon, beard full of ice. "He wasn't meant to," Jon said. Tormund snorted. "You sure? Looks to me like the gods, or whatever you've annoyed, decided one wall wasn't enough." Samwell Tarly had never seen a dragon. Not truly, not until the White Raid on the Fist of the First Men, not in any way that counted. He had read about them. He had copied drawings of them in cramped margins. As a boy in Horn Hill, he traced tiny painted wings with a chubby finger and dreamed of far-off fires. Now he sat in what had once been Maester Aemon's cell, papers spread before him, and felt the weight of dragons in his bones. The parchments were older than he was by many times. Some bore the careful hand of Citadel scribes, neat lines of text in faded black ink and precise illustrations. Dragons arching over burning fields, dragons coiled atop mountains, dragons curled protectively around kings. Balerion in particular dominated the drawings. In one, the Black Dread loomed over a row of men and horses, wings spread, a mountain of muscle and scale. The proportions were wrong. Sam knew that. The artist had clearly never seen him, but the sense of immensity came through. In another, the dragon's skull filled a hall, torchlight glinting off empty sockets big enough to swallow a soldier whole. In a margin in a newer script, someone had written wingspan estimated at 200 to 230 feet. Sam's own rough sketch lay beside the old page, a hasty profile of Skyrender based on Jon's halting descriptions, Gilly's questions, and the few wildlings who'd seen him pass over the haunted forest and were drunk enough to talk. "Bigger than the queens, that's for sure," one had said. "Big enough their shadows looked like his hatchlings." Another claimed Skyrender's pass had knocked snow from every tree above them, a blizzard of white and steam. Sam chewed the inside of his cheek. If the reports were even half true, Skyrender was already near Balerion's recorded size, and he was still growing. He dipped his quill, hesitated, then wrote in the margin under Balerion's neat, dry measurements. Comparative accounts suggest hybrid northern dragon has already reached or exceeded these dimensions at a fraction of Balerion's age. Continued growth likely. Source: Jon Snow, Lord Commander, former. Multiple eyewitnesses. Gods help us. The shutters rattled as wind shook them. A flurry of snow slipped through a crack, melting on the warmed stones near his feet. Sam wiped his palm on his sleeve and reached for another scroll. The old bear had once told him that knowledge was a sword that grew sharper with use. Right now, it felt more like a weight. What did the world do with a dragon that humbled the Black Dread? What did men, with their small banners and smaller grudges, become in the shadow of that? He did not know, but he knew who needed to. He began a letter to Old Town. In Old Town, the citadel pretended the world obeyed ink. Within its many rings of stone and glass, men who had never seen the far north argued over the shape of threats sketched in other men's hands. They weighed words like weapons and used chains of metal where other orders used steel. Archmaester Marwyn did not fit. His chain was thick and odd, heavier than the others, with more Valyrian steel than most maesters liked to see. His hands were scarred, stained with peculiar alchemical burns. His eyes, deep set under shaggy brows, were the eyes of a man who had not forgotten the feel of the world outside the library. He tapped one thick finger on Sam's letter. "The Night King has woken something new in the north," he read aloud. "A dragon of ice, fire that unmade the dead. A hybrid creature of winter and flame, and one that grows still, already rivaling Balerion in size." Around him, the archmaesters murmured. Some scoffed, some frowned. "The Night King," one said. "Children's nonsense, written by a boy who spent too much time listening to crones." "The same boy who killed a other and lived to write of it," Marwyn replied, "and who sent us obsidian when most of you would have dismissed dragonglass as jewelry." He set the letter down on the table beside an old, much-handled tome whose cover bore a dragon picked out in faint red. Its pages lay open to an account of Aegon's conquest, and the sketches there of Balerion rising over Harrenhal's melting towers looked almost childish beside Sam's cramped, desperate script. "The Black Dread," another archmaester said, adjusting his silver and iron chain, "largest of the Valyrian dragons to survive the doom." His skull proved it. Marwyn's lip curled. "We took measurements of a skull," he said, "and decided nothing living could equal it again, because it suited us to believe such power had gone from the world. We forgot that the world does not pen itself to our comfort. Even if this Skyrender is as big as the boy says," a third objected. "He is but one dragon. The queen across the sea has 3 of her own. This hybrid is a curiosity, nothing more. The real threat remains the Targaryen with her armies and her dragons and her claim." Marwyn shook his head. "The real threat," he said, "is the death that does not obey death. The real threat is the cold that breaks stone. And the real question is whether this creature, this dragon of frost and fire, will stand with us or against us when that cold comes south." He traced the line where Sam had written Dwarfs Balerion. "You can pretend the Age of Wonders is done," he said, "or you can accept that it's returned, whether you like it or not." He rolled the scroll up and slipped it into his sleeve. "I'll go north," he said. Several archmaesters barked laughter. "You? At your age? Better an old man who believes in dragons," Marwyn said, "than a young one who does not." He turned and stumped out, leaving the others to their dust and denial. Bran had never flown so far or with something so large. The weirwood's bark was slick with cold under his fingers. Sapdark tears dried in old tracks. Snow piled around the roots, muffling sound. In the dark, the faces of the carved kings in the crypts below seemed to bleed up through his mind, their stone eyes watching. He closed his own and the world slipped. He found Skyrender in a dream of air and heat. The dragon was coiled along a mountainside north of Eastwatch, where granite thrust through snow in jagged spears. His body wrapped around a crag that had once been a giant's marker, dwarfing it now. Wind tugged at his wings, ruffling the leathery membranes, but he slept through it, chest rising and falling in slow, heavy breaths. Bran drifted closer. Ghost's awareness came with him, a familiar thread of scent and instinct. He felt the dragon's warmth even in his mind, a furnace in a world of cold. He reached out, the first time he had brushed Skyrender's thoughts. They had been raw heat and hunger and a flickering confusion of images. Now they were layered. Memory had begun to accumulate in the dragon's mind, not like the straight lines men used to recall the past, but in spirals of scent and sensation. Fire and snow, the taste of white ash on the tongue, the feel of Jon's hand on his muzzle, the thrill of breaking through cloud into sunlight, the deep, satisfying ache of fighting something that fought back. Bran's ghost hand pressed to imagined scale. He felt a shock, as if roots and dragon skin had joined. The weirwood's awareness, slow and vast and deep, met Skyrender's in him. For a moment, Bran was neither boy nor raven nor wolf nor anything he knew. He was a conduit, old power, sap and stone, reached into new, fire and frost and wingbeat. The white veins in Skyrender's scales flared. In the physical world, far to the east, the dragon's body tensed. Steam rolled off him in a sudden rush, ribs expanding, muscles tightening as if some invisible hand had clenched around his heart and squeezed. In Bran's mind, he saw something that was not memory and not prophecy but both. A black dragon over Harrenhal, Balerion's wings casting the towers into sudden night. Men running, melting, stones sagging like tallow. Aegon on his back, Valyrian steel in his hand, eyes fixed on a future he meant to make. The vision slid. Now Skyrender flew over a different castle. Winterfell, its towers whole and unburned, banners snapping in a hard wind. Below, white and gray cloaks mingled with brown and black and the bright colors of new allies. Above, in the dragon's shadow, Balerion's memory shrank, swallowed by something larger. Not just in size, in weight, in the way the world bent around him. You're not meant to be a weapon only, Bran thought, though he didn't know if the dragon could hear words. You're meant to be a shield, and shields must be broad. The roots glowed behind his eyes. He felt something respond in Skyrender, like a coiled muscle finally given leave to unfurl. Grow, Bran thought, not commanding but allowing. Then he pulled away, heart hammering. He blinked awake in the godswood, breath steaming, fingers cold. The weirwood's carved face stared down at him, lines in its bark subtly shifted. "I hope I haven't killed us all," he whispered. A wind stirred the red leaves, scattering a few around his wheels. Sounded like a chuckle or a warning. When Skyrender returned to Winterfell, the sky shrank to fit him. It had been months since the clash above Eastwatch, months of patrols over the haunted forest and hunts among the mountain crags, of feeding and fighting and sleeping coiled around rocks that groaned under his weight. Jon had watched it happen in increments. A ridge that once came to Skyrender's shoulder now barely reached his belly. Trees that had brushed his wingtips when he flew low now snapped beneath him like twigs. The dragons in Daenerys' stories, Balerion, Merax's, Vhagar, were names and images on parchment. Skyrender was weight and heat and shadow 10 times larger than any hall. Word spread south on faster wings than his. By the time he crossed the last rise before Winterfell, the castle's people were already in the yard. They had watched dragons land here before. Drogon's arrival had made them scatter in fear and awe. Rhaegal and Viserion visits had drawn cautious curiosity. The courtyard stones were still cracked where Drogon's claws had dug in the first time Jon brought Daenerys north. Skyrender made Drogon look small. He came in low, body angled, wings beating slow and heavy. Each stroke pushed a wave of wind ahead of him that bent the bare-branched trees along the outer walls and sent snow streaming from rooftops. The sound of his approach was like distant thunder once, twice, 3 times over. "Gods!" Someone breathed beside Sansa on the rampart. He's bigger than the gods would." "Not quite," Sansa said. Her voice came out steady only because she forced it to. "But larger than any beast I've ever seen." Jon, watching from the courtyard, felt his throat tighten. He had flown with Skyrender in the months since, felt the slow, incremental increase in power with each beat of wings. He had known the dragon was growing, but distance softened scale. Here, with Winterfell's towers as reference, there was no softening. Skyrender's wings cast the entire yard into shadow as he passed. His body stretched from the broken tower Bran had once fallen from across nearly to the stables when he descended, claws reaching. He landed with a sound like the world exhaling. The ground shook, stones cracked, snow exploded in rings around his feet. Men staggered, some falling to hands and knees. Horses screamed and reared, eyes rolling white until handlers soothed or fled with them. Skyrender folded his wings carefully, each membrane shivering as he tucked them. Even so, the tips of his wings brushed the outer walls when they settled. He lowered his head, neck sinuous, until his muzzle was level with the top of the main gate. Ghost bounded into the yard, tail streaming, tongue lolling. He darted under Skyrender's belly without hesitation, a white streak beneath a mountain. Jon stepped forward, boots crunching on shattered ice and stone. For a moment, all of Winterfell held its breath. Then he laid his hand on Skyrender's muzzle. "Welcome home," he said. Tyrion had seen Balerion's skull. He had slipped past guards in the Red Keep as a boy, small enough to squeeze through cracks other children never noticed, and crept down into the cool, dark place where old king's trophies lay. He remembered the smell, dust and bones and faint traces of old oil. Most of all, he remembered the size. "The thing was so large," he said now, wine in hand, "that I could have ridden into its mouth on a horse with room to spare, in my memory at least. I grant you, childhood memory is a generous painter." Davos snorted. "And now," Tyrion gestured toward the hall's heavy doors, where faint vibrations ran through the wood with each shift of Skyrender's weight outside. "Now I suspect if we ever bring his skull to sit beside Balerion's, the Black Dread will look like a pup's jawbone in comparison." Murmurs rippled through the gathered northern lords. Lord Manderly's many chins quivered. "Balerion melted Harrenhal," he said. "Turned towers to slag. The Maesters wrote that no larger dragon ever was." "The Maesters write many things," Tyrion said. "Some of them even stay true." Drogon's head pushed through a high window then, drawn by the heat and the voices. His snout filled the opening, eyes gleaming in the firelight. A few men flinched. Others had grown used to the casual intrusions of dragons. He sniffed once, hot breath stirring banners. "Your big one is jealous," Davos murmured to Daenerys. She sat at the high table with Jon and Sansa, hands wrapped around a cup of mulled wine. "He's curious," she said. "He's never met anything larger than himself that wasn't a hill." Tyrion watched her, watching Drogon, then Jon, whose eyes kept flicking toward the doors where Skyrender lay. "You're thinking about what happens when we can't keep them both fed," he said softly. "Or satisfied." "I'm thinking," Jon said, "about what happens when the South sees him." He pictured King's Landing's crowded streets, its narrow alleys and high walls. He pictured Skyrender trying to land anywhere near that. The dragon would topple half the city by accident. "There's no need to bring him to King's Landing," Daenerys said. "Not if we can end this in the north." Tyrion raised his brows. "You truly think Cersei Lannister will sit meekly while you fix the world for her, then step aside when asked?" "I think she won't matter," Jon said. "If the walkers get past us, if Skyrender and your three fail, there won't be a throne left to squabble over. Only ruins." Sansa's gaze was cool. "And if we succeed?" He didn't answer at once. "If we survive," he said carefully, "we'll have to decide whether the world can bear a dragon larger than any who's ever lived, or whether such a thing should exist at all," Tyrion murmured. Bran dreamed of dragons more often now. Sometimes he flew on their backs. Sometimes he watched them from the weirwood's endless vantage, feeling their shadows pass over groves that had never known such shapes. The past was a sea he skimmed across, dipping now and then into deeper water. Tonight, the currents dragged him far. Valyria burned beneath him, or what had been Valyria. Volcanic peaks belched ash and fire into a sky streaked red and black. Rivers of lava wound between stone towers that had once been the marvel of the world, now half-melted and crumbling. Balerion flew over it all. He was vast, truly, wings beating slow and powerful. His scales shone black as obsidian, his eyes molten, his breath pure, overwhelming flame. Aegon sat secure between his neck spines, Valyrian steel bright at his hip, cloak snapping. From this height, he looked small as a beetle. The dragon turned his head, scanning the ruin below with an animal's indifference. When he roared, the air trembled. Bran felt the size of him, the weight. The stories had not lied. This was a beast who could blot out sun and swallow men whole. He let the vision tilt. He let roots and fire and Skyrender's memory seep into the old image, overlaying it, changing it. Now the same broken Valyrian landscape lay below. Ash plains, crumbling volcanoes, the skeletons of old dragons half buried in black sand. But Balerian's shadow was gone. Skyrender filled the sky. His wings stretched wider than the old dragons had, reaching from one smoldering peak to another. His body was thicker, his neck longer, his horns more jagged. The white veins that ran along his sides glowed faintly, lending him an otherworldly aspect. When he roared, the sound rolled over the ruin like a storm. Below, the bleached bones of ancient Valyrian dragons looked small. Some of their skulls were large enough to house a wagon, yes, but Skyrender's head alone could have crushed them. Bran felt no triumph in it, only weight. He understood suddenly why men in Old Town trembled at the idea of dragons at all, why the first men had bargained with whatever they bargained with to make the others. Fire this big could scour whole kingdoms, turn maps blank. He pulled back, the vision receding. When he opened his eyes in Winterfell's Godswood, his breath came in thin, white puffs. "He's bigger," he whispered, "bigger than their worst stories." No one answered but the tree. There was something almost comical about trying to measure a dragon. Skyrender lay in the snow outside Winterfell's western wall, body stretched to what he evidently considered a reasonable degree. He did not seem particularly interested in the process. His head rested on his forepaws, eyes half-lidded, nostrils flaring lazily in the cold. Ghost had claimed one of those paws as a pillow, white fur a stark contrast to black scale. The direwolf's sides rose and fell with slow, contented breaths. Archmaester Marwyn did not look content. "You are certain he is not growing as we speak?" he demanded, squinting along the length of a knotted rope. Jon lifted a brow. "If he is, it's no faster than any other hour." "Why?" "Because every time I write a number down," Marwyn said, "I get the sense that by the time the ink dries it will already be wrong." Around them, a handful of Northmen and a couple of skeptical maesters from Winterfell juggled ropes and staves, moving along Skyrender's side in segments. They called measurements back, passing them up the line to a skinny scribe whose wax tablet was filling with cramped figures. From snout to the base of the tail, one of the men called, breath steaming, "We've got 9 lengths of the 30-foot rope and some, Marwyn demanded. 3 paces, the man clarified. 9 times 30, plus, the scribe scratched furiously. 273 feet, Archmaester. Marwyn grunted. And tail? Another 150 at least, someone further down shouted. He won't uncurl the last bit. Skyrender flicked that bit of tail idly, sending a spray of snow over their heads like a lazy insult. "Wing!" Marwyn snapped. They stretched a rope from the dragon's torso to the tip of his folded wing, then multiplied, arguing briefly about angle and curvature until Marwyn nearly threw his inkpot at them. Finally, they settled on a span. Tyrion, watching from a small folding stool with a cup of wine that had already frozen at the edges, murmured, 250, give or take, if we're being cautious. Which we are, Marwyn growled. Because the maester who recorded Balerian's span did not have the benefit of standing under him with ropes. He had a skull and his imagination. He turned to Jon. "Your dragon," he said, "is longer than Balerian's measured accounts by at least 50 feet and broader through the chest. His wingspan could cast Harrenhal into night twice over." Jon absorbed this in silence. He had known Skyrender was larger. He had seen it with his own eyes, felt it in the way the dragon moved. But numbers made it something else. Something that could be written to Old Town and across seas. Something that would spread. "Congratulations," Tyrion said dryly. "You now officially own the largest living thing in the known world." Jon looked at Skyrender's immense, resting bulk, at Ghost's content sprawl, at Marwyn's ink-stained, anxious face. "It doesn't feel like owning," he said. Far to the south, where winter was still mostly a word and a chill wind rather than a knife, kings and queens heard whispers of the dragon who dwarfed Balerion. Cersei Lannister sat in the map room of the Red Keep, the floor beneath her painted with rivers and mountains and little crowns. Her golden hair had grown thinner in recent years. The lines at the corners of her mouth had grown deeper. The wine in her cup was rich and dark. Qyburn held the letter at arm's length, as if the ink might bite him. Wings that span from one tower to another at Winterfell. He read, lips pursed. An archmaester of the citadel has measured him and declared him larger than any dragon recorded, including Balerion. He is said to answer to Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen both. Cersei's fingers tightened on the carved arm of her chair. Larger than Balerion, she repeated. They used that name as if it were some common yardstick. As if dragons were not tools meant to serve kings but storms to be admired. Qyburn smiled faintly. Storms can be turned, Your Grace, with the right instruments. The way you turned wildfire once, she said coldly, and blew half my city, and my enemies with it. He bowed his head slightly, accepting the barb. A dragon that size, he said, is more than a weapon. It is a symbol. As long as he lives, the North and the Silver Queen will have a shadow to throw over any bargain we make. Her jaw clenched. She had grown up under skulls, told tales of Aegon and Balerion as horrors and wonders both, only to see dragons return to the world in someone else's name. She had watched one burn her fleet and her men. Now another larger still had hatched under stark snow. They think I will cower, she said, that I will sit here and wait while they decide how to use that thing. Qyburn's eyes gleamed. We can make preparations, he said. Old ways, new devices. The Citadel may cling to its scrolls, but there are other avenues of knowledge. She looked down at the map. The north was a smear of pale paint at her feet, but it weighed more now than all the bright colors in the south. Let them fight their ice and their dead, she said. Let them spend that monster's strength on the walkers. When they are both tired, dragon and corpse, then we will see what remains. She sipped her wine, fingers steady. And in the meantime, she added, have your men work on larger scorpions. Skyrender's size changed more than numbers and Maester's mutters. Changed how men marched. Lines of soldiers who might once have trudged across endless miles of snow under gray skies now walked beneath a living ceiling of wing. When Skyrender passed overhead, his shadow swallowed their banners whole, turned the whole column briefly into a moving blot on the white. Some men flinched every time, shoulders hunching, hands tightening on spears. Others straightened, chests swelling, eyes bright with something dangerously close to faith. He's like a god up there, one of the younger boys whispered, craning to see the dragon as it glided low, the beat of its wings stirring the fur on his cap. He's a beast, an older man said, and beasts die. Remember that. Daenerys felt the weight of their gaze even from Skyrender's back. She sat behind Jon, one hand wrapped around the base of a neck spine, the other resting lightly on Jon's belt. Drogon flew higher today, giving Skyrender space to move, his own pride bent enough to account for the bigger dragon's shadow. You see the way they look? She shouted over the wind. Jon glanced down, then nodded once. They look like they did at you in Meereen, he said. When you burned the masters. She grimaced. That was adoration and terror. This is adoration and terror and... He searched for the word. Relief. She looked again. Relief, yes. In the way men's shoulders loosened when Skyrender's shadow passed. In the way some unfroze their hands from their hilts, as if reminded that there was something on their side that might stand against the impossible. Do you trust it? She asked. Skyrender. Jon considered. I trust that he doesn't understand crowns or maps. I trust that he knows white from living. And I trust that so long as I stand in front of him, he won't burn what I tell him not to. Most of the time, she huffed. That's more than I can sometimes say for Drogon. He glanced back at her. And you? He asked. Do you trust a dragon bigger than any your ancestors rode? She looked up toward Drogon's silhouette, smaller now against Skyrender's bulk. I trust what we've made of them, she said. But I also know that if we fall, they may remember they are older than our names. that they were here before men put crowns on their heads. Jon looked ahead, where the wall's distant line cut a pale scar across the horizon. Then, he said, "We'd better not fall." The Night King did not measure in ropes. He measured in reactions. From a jagged outcrop of ice far to the north, he watched Skyrender's distant shadow cross the southern sky. It was little more than a smudge from here, long, dark, crawling along cloud and horizon. But he felt the weight of it in the pull of the world's magic as surely as he felt his own dragon's presence. The ice dragon crouched behind him, still carrying the scars of that clash over Eastwatch. Cracks cobwebbed its neck, filled now with a thicker, more opaque ice that pulsed with deeper blue. The breath that gathered in its chest responded more sluggishly than before, but it gathered all the same. The Night King laid a hand on its hide. Cold met cold. He sensed the limits there now. Not weaknesses, he did not think of things that way, but borders. He understood that this dragon of ice could break stone and breath, but that its own substance could be stressed by the hybrid fire from the south. So he changed his plans. He stepped off the cliff. He did not fall. The ice rose under his feet, forming steps where none had been, carrying him down to the frozen plain. Around him, the ground stirred. Ice grew, not in the simple shapes of walls and circles he had used before, but in stranger forms. Spiraled spires that caught the weak light and bent it, arches that looked almost like ribs, platforms that rose and fell like breaths. Within, some figures lay dormant, shapes vaguely dragon-like, experiments in scale and structure incomplete. He did not have the luxury of ages he'd had once, when he and his makers had sculpted endless variants on winter's theme. The fire that walked in the south demanded swifter work. Still, he was not without patience. He watched his ice rise. He felt that great hybrid presence far to the south, growing, stretching the world around it. If the Fire Child had reached the size of the greatest of Valeria's beasts, then winter would simply have to grow sharper teeth. He turned back to his dragon. Its blue eyes glowed, reflecting Skyrender's unseen shadow like a promise. The scroll crackled like old bones as Archmaester Marwyn eased it flat. Wax dripped from the nearest torch, ticking softly onto the stone wall. The great hall felt smaller than it ever had, despite the dragons outside and the armies camped beyond the walls. The weight in the room came from ink and memory, not steel. "Copied from a High Septon's private book," Marwyn said. His voice was rough with age and too much smoke. "Smuggled out of Old Town by a maester who still remembers that knowledge is more than chains." He tapped the margin where a younger hand had summarized the cramped Valyrian script. "Read it," Jon said. His throat felt tight, as if the air had thickened with the smell of old parchment. Marwyn adjusted his lenses and did. "In the year of the false spring," he intoned, "Prince Rhaegar Targaryen set aside Elia of House Martell, his lawful wife, before gods and men in a ceremony at Dorne. With the blessing of the High Septon, he took to wife Lyanna of House Stark in a secret rite performed at the Isle of Faces, joining fire and winter in lawful union. Any issue of this marriage to have all rights and precedence as trueborn heirs." The words fell into the silence like stones into deep water. Daenerys did not move. She felt the hall tilt around her, as if Drogon had banked sharply under her feet. Rhaegar, her brother she had never known, whose song's visceries had twisted into swords, whose image she'd clung to as the last scrap of noble Targaryen in a world that spat the name. And Lyanna Stark. She looked at Jon. He stood very still, shoulders square, hands on the edge of the table. Ghost's head pressed lightly against his thigh, the direwolf's ears flicking at the tone of Marwyn's voice. In his face she saw Ned Stark's reserve, Catelyn's stubbornness reflected in Sansa, and now something else. Something her own blood recognized. "That makes you?" Tyrion said softly, not finishing the thought. His usually quick tongue seemed oddly careful tonight. "Nothing," Jon said almost automatically. "Dust and dead men's mistakes. Whatever those two did." Bran's voice cut through his protest. "You were there," he said. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Bran stared into the fire, eyes larger than they'd been before he'd passed beyond the wall to the cave of the three-eyed raven. The flames reflected in them, and behind that reflection, Daenerys could almost see something else. Snow, roots, shadows. "Show him," Sansa said quietly. Bran nodded. "Jon," he said, "give me your hand." Jon hesitated only a moment before stepping away from the table. He knelt beside Bran's chair, feeling suddenly as he had when they were boys, listening to old Nan's tales and pretending not to be scared for Bran's sake. Bran's hand was cold, the skin thin and papery over knuckles that looked too big on a body too small. Their fingers locked. The room fell away. He smelled damp stone and blood and something floral beneath it, crushed blue petals. The air was thick and hot, a far cry from Winterfell's clean cold, but the light was gray as any northern morning. A tower bedroom, round and high, its plastered walls cracked by age and heat. Sunlight filtered through an arched window. On the bed lay a woman whose face Jon had seen only in carved stone and half-faded tapestries. Lyanna Stark. Her hair was dark and tangled with sweat, stuck in damp curls to a brow slick and pale. Her eyes, gray as his own, were bright even through pain. A garland of blue winter roses lay wilted on the bedside table, half crushed under a careless hand. At the bedside knelt Ned Stark, younger, his beard less shot with gray, but the line of his jaw the same. His face was streaked with dust and dried blood, his eyes full of a grief Jon had never seen in him awake. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna whispered, voice raw. "Promise me." Ned bowed his head, tears shining. "I swear it," he said, "on the old gods and the new." Lyanna's gaze drifted down to the bundle in her arms. The child squirmed, furious at the world as only newborns could be, skin flushed and slick. A shock of dark hair plastered his head. His mouth opened in a thin, outraged wail that filled the small room, louder than the cries of any king or dragon. Lyanna smiled, weakly. "Aegon," she breathed. "His name is Aegon Targaryen. He has his father's blood, and mine, the wolf and the dragon." Her fingers tightened weakly on the babe. "Robert will kill him, the usurper. He'll never suffer Rhaegar's son to live. You must hide him, raise him as yours, as Stark." Ned's hands shook as he took the child. "Lyanna, promise me," she whispered again. "Promise me, Ned." Her hand slipped from his sleeve. The room blurred, her face receding, Ned's silent sob lost in the rush of time. The baby's cry carried, echoing down years, across seas, through snow. Bran released Jon's hand. The great hall snapped back around them. The fire roared. The torches hissed. Someone was breathing too fast. It took Jon a moment to realize it was himself. He sat back hard on his heels. "Your name," Bran said quietly, eyes still not quite focused on the present, "is Aegon Targaryen. You are the trueborn son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." The words hung in the smoky air. Jon's mind tried to reject them. Ned Stark was his father. He had built his life on that certainty as much as on the cold stones of Winterfell. Being a bastard had shaped him. He had worn the name Snow like armor and chain both. "Rhaegar," he began, the name strange in his mouth. "Was a man," Daenerys said softly, "not a god." They all turned to look at her. She had always thought, that if Rhaegar had lived, he would have been the king Viserys should have been and never was. Wise, measured, stern and gentle in turn. A song in the shape of a man. He had been capable, it seemed, of doing something Viserys never could. Loving a woman not for her usefulness but for herself. And he had risked a realm for it. "You don't know that this makes you rightful," Jon said roughly. "Even if it's true." "It is," Bran said. "Even if it's true," Jon repeated. "I swore the Night's Watch. I was chosen king in the north, by acclamation." Tyrion cut in, voice quiet. "Not by laws written in books. Laws can be bent. Oaths. He glanced down at his own hand, the scars there from chains invisible but felt. Oaths have been broken for less than the end of the world. Marwyn cleared his throat. The letter from the High Septon, he said, tapping the parchment. And the vision your brother showed us. Together they established two things. One, that the marriage between Rhaegar and Lyanna was lawful. Two, that you are their issue. There is no bastard in you, lad, save what you cling to. Jon flinched. By the laws of the Undulls and the First Men, Marwyn continued, you precede even Daenerys in claim. The line goes, Aerys, then Rhaegar, then you. Daenerys could feel the attention in the room shift, as palpable as a dragon's gaze. She met Jon's eyes. He looked horrified. I never wanted it, he said. Any of it. The wall. The crown. This, I didn't come to you as a rival. I came as a beggar with dead at my heels. I know, Daenerys said. She did. She remembered his face on the beach at Dragonstone. Wary, stubborn, more concerned with whites than with her throne. He had bent, but not easily, and never in the way that came from long practice at courtly lies. What we want, Tyrion said quietly, has mattered very little since dragons hatched back into the world and corpses began to walk. What we are and what we can convince everyone else we are, that matters. Think, Sansa said, voice sharp enough to cut the fog of shock. If the North hears this, if the South hears this, what do you think they'll see? A bastard who became king by acclaim, or a man with the blood of Stark and Targaryen both who rides a dragon larger than Balerion? Some will see a threat, Davos said. Some will see hope. Most will see whichever they're already inclined toward. Word could not be kept. Even if they had wanted to, secrets like this slipped through walls like smoke. Maesters talked to ravens. Ravens talked to other maesters. Servants carried cups and overheard whispers. Free folk listened with sharper ears than most and had no patience for southern notions of keeping truths locked. So they called a council, not in the small, echoing chambers where kings plotted in tight circles, but in the great hall where the North had once named Jon their king. The hall was fuller now. Northern lords stood in their furs and leathers, direwolf badges flashing silver. Knights of the Vale with winged helms and blue cloaks pressed close. Free folk captains leaned against pillars, arms folded, skins smelling of smoke and snow. Dothraki calls towered in braids and bells, eyes raking over the stone wolves. The Unsullied stood like statues along the walls, spears upright, helmets polished. Above them all hung banners, hastily sewn in the winter's short days. The direwolf of Stark, the three-headed dragon of Targaryen, and newly, a banner that split itself down the center. A black field with a white wolf on one side and a red dragon on the other, their tails entwined beneath a seven-pointed star made of ice and flame. Bran sat in his chair by the hearth, the carved back towering over him. Sansa stood near him, hair bound in northern braids, expression composed and cold. Tyrion lurked near a pillar, cup in hand. Davos hovered at the side, as ever the craggy conscience no one had asked for and everyone needed. Jon and Daenerys stood together at the high table. Jon's face was set, mouth a firm line. Daenerys's hands rested lightly on the stone, knuckles relaxed by sheer force of will. Ghost sat at Jon's heel. Outside, through the high-slit windows, Skyrender's shadow occasionally passed, dimming the light. My father was not Ned Stark, Jon said when the noise had died. His voice carried better than he felt. I loved him as if he were. I will honor him as if he were. But the blood in my veins is more tangled. He told them, with as much of Bran's vision as could be made into words without cheapening it. He did not use the name Aegon. It tasted like someone else's sword. He told them of Rhaegar and Lyanna, of marriage and promise, of a babe hidden in Winterfell's nursery while the realm burned. Heir to the Iron Throne, Lord Manderly rumbled. Linen scattered over his belly like snow. You're saying you are that. I'm saying the laws would call me that, Jon replied. I'm saying my life has been a lie for my own protection. And I'm saying this, I didn't ask for it. I don't want it. I care for one thing now, that we survive the Night King and his dead. If this truth helps us survive, we should use it. If it divides us, we should bury it with me." The murmur swelled, lords talking to bannermen, captains to their seconds. Lyanna Mormont's small voice cut through it all. "Do you want to be king?" she demanded, chin lifted. "Of the North, of anything." Jon thought of the Night's Watch oath in his mouth, of the black cloak, of the knife in his heart. He thought of the shout of "King" in the north echoing off stone. He thought of the fear he had felt every time Skyrender took the sky, not for himself but for those below. "No," he said. The word felt like release. "I want us to live." Daenerys stepped forward. "I crossed the narrow sea for a crown," she said. "I won't pretend otherwise. Viserys raised me on stories of stolen thrones and broken promises until they were all I had to cling to. Then I hatched dragons, and the world decided my name once more meant fire and fear." She glanced up as Drogon's distant shadow brushed the window. "I have burned men," she said. "I have enslaved armies to break chains. I have had titles heaped on me until I thought they'd smother me. Khaleesi, Breaker of Chains, Queen of Meereen, Mother of Dragons." Her gaze returned to Jon. "But I have never had a brother's son." The hall rustled. "I didn't know Rhaegar," she went on. "I know only tales. But I believe this. He would not have wanted his son and his sister at each other's throats while darkness wipes the world clean of both their names." Her hand tightened on the table. "Whatever laws say, whatever maesters write, I will not make war on Jon Snow for the right to sit a melted chair in a ruined city." Her voice dropped. "If the realm needs a single figure to rally behind," she said, "then I am willing to set aside my claim, to stand with him instead of before him." The words hit Jon like another knife. "Daenerys," he began. She turned, eyes hard and bright. "One dragon," she said, "is a terror, for dragons with no united rider are a disaster. But dragons with one purpose, one aim, that is something the world has not seen." Tyrion coughed delicately. "You realize," he said, "that the moment you say that, half of these men will decide their best hope is to marry you to him and call it done." Lyanna Mormont snorted. "Half? More like all." Sansa's face flickered. Daenerys did not blush, though the idea had circled her mind in sleepless hours like a cautious vulture. "The realm can gossip as it likes," she said coolly. "What matters is this: we both have dragon blood. We both ride dragons. We both mean to stand between the living and the dead. Let titles bend to that, not the other way around." It did not happen all at once. Lord Manderly was the first to move his bulk, sinking to one knee with a grunt that sounded more like pain than reverence. He bowed his head. "King of the North or king of the bloody world," he said, loud enough to be heard. "If you're the one with the dragon that burns the dead, that's who I'm kneeling to." Behind him, Manderly men followed suit. "You're mad," muttered a Karstark, even as he bent. "I," Tormund said cheerfully, folding himself down with the rest. "But if we're going to put our necks under someone's axe, I'd rather it be the idiot who came back from the dead once already." Free folk did not kneel, not as a rule, but many of them bowed their heads, a concession as rare as summer snows. The Dothraki knelt with a fluid grace, bells chiming softly. Unsullied inclined their helmed heads. Not all did. Sansa remained standing. So did Bran. So did a few old men who'd bent the knee too many times in their lives to be moved by new titles. Daenerys hesitated, then went down on one knee as well. The move shocked the hall more than any other. "I am no good at half measures," she said dryly when Jon stared at her. "If I say I stand with you, I stand with you. Now stop looking at me as if I've grown a second head." Jon swallowed. He did not feel like a king. He felt like a man who had spent his life following duty down one dark tunnel after another. But as he looked over the bowed heads, at the banners that showed a shared sigil, at Daenerys kneeling and Ghost standing tall, something shifted in him. Not a hunger for power that had never taken root, but an acceptance of weight he had already been carrying without a proper name. "Rise," he said. They did. Cersei Lannister was not prepared for the sky to fall on her city. She had seen Drogon once before, black and blazing, searing a line of fire through her Lannister host on the Gold Road. She had watched the beast smash wagons and men as if they were toys, her careful plans reduced to ash in an afternoon. It had both terrified and thrilled her. She had not imagined anything larger. Skyrender's shadow swallowed the Red Keep whole. From the moment the Northern Fleet appeared on the horizon, rumors had run faster than rats in the Undercity. White wolves on the bows, strange banners showing both wolf and dragon, a queen with 3 dragons, a king with one that ate the sun. Cersei had scoffed. Then the dragons came. Drogon roared over the city first, a black streak that set everyone's eyes skyward. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, green and gold-white glints. The city ducked and screamed and mostly remembered that dragons had returned once already. Then the sky darkened. Skyrender descended through a broken band of cloud like a mountain torn free of its roots. His wings blotted out the sun where they passed, plunging whole districts into sudden twilight. His body was longer than the Red Keep itself, his tail trailing like a living whip of shadow. Where Drogon had made men feel small, Skyrender made them feel like ants under a falling boot. On the walls, the Golden Company froze. They had faced war elephants, foreign archers, even Mantry's fire traps. They had not faced this. Spears shook, bows dipped. A few men broke ranks, stepping back from the parapet as if distance would protect them. Qyburn's scorpions, hauled up and mounted in half-secret on the city's battlements, looked suddenly like children's toys pointed at a storm. Skyrender did not breathe fire. He simply hovered. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion took up positions around him, forming a living ring of scale and wing over the city. Their roars rolled over rooftops like thunder. Below, crowds poured into streets and squares despite the danger. Necks craned, mouths open. Bells clanged, some in alarm, some out of habit. The September of Baelor's shattered steps saw people kneel again, not to the Seven this time, but to whatever force could throw such a shadow. The throne room groaned. Dust sifted from the high, vaulted ceiling with each roar. The swords that made up the Iron Throne trembled faintly, their cruel points vibrating. Cersei's wine rippled in its cup. "Your Grace," Qyburn said, voice thin, "the scorpions are ready." "And what will they do, Qyburn?" she snapped. "Scratch his scales? Annoy him into burning the city we're trying to rule?" He shut his mouth with a soft click. Jaime watched her. His armor was still Lannister red, but the gold seemed duller somehow. Lines of strain marked his face more deeply than she remembered from their youth. His gaze, once so easy to read, had grown harder. "You cannot fight that," he said quietly. "Not with this." Cersei set her goblet down carefully. "Our men are not suicidal," Jaime said. "Not all of them. When they see that thing, they'll throw down their spears or run. The Golden Company didn't sign up to be kindling." Her eyes flashed. "You would have us surrender? Me? To Targaryens? To Starks? To a bastard on a beast?" "I would have you alive," he said. "Joffrey is gone. Tommen is gone. Our father is gone. You are what remains of House Lannister. If you cling to that chair when the city falls, you'll die on it. If you step aside," he hesitated, "you might live long enough to watch them choke on it." The hall vibrated as another roar rolled overhead, deeper than Drogon's, long enough to make some of the guards clap hands to their ears. Cersei's knuckles whitened on the throne's arms. She thought of wildfire, of green fire licking up September stone. She thought of dragonfire, of streets turned to ovens. She thought of the child she carried. Fragile promise, hardly more than a hope in her belly. She hissed out a breath. "Send for their envoys," she said. Each word sounded like it had to fight through iron. "And tell the men on the walls that any who fire without my command will find themselves hanging from them." The courtyard outside the Red Keep felt like a stage built atop a powder keg. Unsullied stood in perfect lines, spears upright, shields forming a wall of disciplined steel. Behind them, northern guards in fur and mail waited, standards bearing the direwolf dragon sigil snapping in the harbor breeze. Dothraki rings circled the edges, horses stamping, hands on rocks. King's Landing's own guards watched from the walls, nerves stretched taut. The great gates of the Red Keep creaked open. Cersei Lannister emerged with Jaime at her shoulder, Qyburn lurking like a pale shadow. Her gown was dark red, almost black, her hair cut short, crown a simple band of gold. She walked with the same regal assurance she'd worn the day she took the throne, as if the shadow of Skyrender's wings sweeping over her did not matter. "You came," she said, when Jon and Daenerys stopped a short distance away. "We did," Daenerys replied. Her voice was cool even. "We brought our dragons and our armies. Not to sack your city, but to make sure you could see what awaits you if you cling to that chair while the dead march." "And if I refuse to bend?" Cersei asked. Jon's gaze flicked up as Skyrender's massive shape slid across the sun again. "Then you'll die," he said. "And your people with you. Not today. Not by our hand. By the Night King's." His ice dragon broke the wall. "My dragon held it. Next time, we might not be there." "Your dragon," Cersei said. "Bigger than any who has ever lived, they say. Bigger than Balerion. And you, Jon Snow. Or should I call you Aegon now?" A rustle went through the assembled. Jon's jaw tightened. "Call me what you like," he said. "It changes nothing about the dead. It changes everything about the living," Cersei countered. "A Targaryen bastard in the north I could dismiss as a curiosity. A Targaryen heir with a dragon that dwarfs my grandfather's nightmares? That is a king whether he wants it or not." "Kings don't matter to the dead," Daenerys said. "Queens neither. Only whether we stand together or fall apart." Cersei's eyes flicked to Skyrender again. He hovered just beyond the walls, massive wings beating slowly, creating a wind that tugged at cloaks and banners. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion flanked him. Their combined presence pressed on the city like a storm front. "I will not bow to you," she said. Daenerys set her jaw. "We didn't ask." Cersei blinked. "We came to tell you this," Jon said. "We're marching north. Every man we can muster. Every house that will ride. We will face the Night King on ground he chooses, with dragons and steel and whatever old magic we can rouse. If we fail, your walls won't save you. Your scorpions won't save you. Your gold won't save you. And if you succeed?" Cersei asked softly. "What remains for me then?" "Whatever you can keep," Tyrion said, stepping forward. His eyes were sad. "We're not here to strip you naked, sister. Not today. There'll be time enough for reckonings when the snow melts. If it ever does." He met her gaze with a mixture of old affection and cold judgment. "For once in your life, think beyond the next stroke," he said. She stared at him. Then she laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "You expect me to trust you," she said. "After all the betrayals, all the lies. After being told that dragons were gone only to see 4 of them hanging over my city like executioner's blades." "No," Jon said. "I expect nothing from you. I'm telling you what we'll do. Come or don't. Bend or don't. When the dead come for your gates, don't say you weren't warned." He turned, cloak flaring. Daenerys turned with him. Cersei watched them go, jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. "Let them fight their war," she murmured. Jaime's hand brushed her arm. "And if they win? Then we find a way to kill the dragon who dwarfs Balerion," she said softly. "Or we learn to live in his shadow." The coronation was nothing like the stories. There was no great sept, no crown forged anew in gold. There were no Tyrell roses to scent the air, no Lannister trumpets. Winterfell's courtyard was cold, its stones still cracked from Skyrender's arrival. The sky was a washed-out blue. Men smelled of sweat and leather and fear. The old gods did not care for pomp. Bran spoke the words, his voice oddly resonant for such a thin frame. "By the blood of Stark and Targaryen," he said. "By the oaths sworn before we remember. By the fire woken in stone and the frost that binds the north. We name you Jon Snow Aegon Targaryen, King of the Realms of Men." the heir of ice and fire. Sansa stepped forward with a cloak. It was black and gray, heavy with fur, trimmed with a subtle line of red along the hem. The clasp at the throat was newly forged, a dire wolf intertwined with a three-headed dragon, their bodies forming a knot. She fastened it around his shoulders. "You are my brother," she said under her breath. "Whatever name you wear, don't you dare let this crown break you." "I'll try not to," he murmured. Daenerys stood at his right, dressed in white furs that made her look like a spark of flame in snow. Drogon's distant shadow brushed the outer wall. Rhaegal and Viserion crouched beyond the gates, restless. Skyrender coiled behind Jon, a living backdrop. The dragon's head lowered until his muzzle hovered just above Jon's shoulder. His breath warmed the new cloak. "King in the north," Lyanna Mormont shouted first. "King of the bloody world if he must. We named him before. We name him again." Voices rose in answer. "King in the north," some cried. "King of the north and south," others amended. "The heir of ice and fire," a Dothraki voice bellowed, the accent thick but the words clear. Jon raised a hand, and slowly, the noise subsided. "I don't know how to be a king," he said plainly. Murmurs rippled. A few men laughed, startled. "I know how to hold a sword. I know how to stand on a wall. I know how to die and get up again when the world needs it." Ghost bumped his leg. Skyrender's tail curled tighter. "I know this. The Night King is coming. He will not stop at our walls or our names." He glanced at Daenerys. "I am Stark and Targaryen both," he said. "Wolf and dragon, ice and fire, but a song needs more than one note. I will not sit a throne in King's Landing while the queen who brought her dragons rides with us. I will not kneel in her hall while the North stands. We stand together or we fall apart." Daenerys stepped forward, voice ringing. "Then let it be known," she said, "that the North and the South have one purpose, one war, one bond." Her gaze swept the host. "We will not fight each other while the dead breathe. When the long night is over, if it ever ends, then men can argue over whose chair is tallest. Until then, we follow him." She nodded to Jon. "Until then," she said, "he is our king." The host that left Winterfell that day was larger than any the North had seen since the days when legends walked openly. Northern spears marched beside Reachmen's swords, their green and gold dulled by frost. Knights of the Vale rode with Dothraki screamers, horses puffing steam, bells chiming under gray skies. Free folk strode with Unsullied, one in furs and hide, the other in polished armor, both faces set with the same grim determination. Above them, dragons flew. Not as separate beasts now, but in a formation that felt almost deliberate, an instinct they'd learned in battle. Skyrender in the lead, his vast wings beating slow, each stroke pushing air over the army like a blessing or a warning. Drogon to his right, slightly behind, black scales gleaming. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked them, weaving in and out, their riders finding a tentative balance between terror and exhilaration. Jon sat in the hollow between Skyrender's neck spines, cloak whipped by the wind, crownless head bare to the cold. Daenerys rode Drogon just off his shoulder, white hair streaming, eyes narrowed against the glare. From above, the world looked smaller. The armies were patterns on snow. The trees were black lines. The wall ahead was a pale slash. Beyond it, the sky darkened where the Night King's storm gathered, waiting. Jon looked sideways. "You were right," he shouted over the wind. "You said once that if we wanted to break the wheel, we'd need more than fire. We'd need something new." She smiled, a quick, fierce curve of her mouth. "You were born to be something new," she shouted back. "Half wolf, half dragon, heir of ice and fire." He shook his head. "We were," he said, "together." Skyrender roared. Drogon answered. The sound rolled out over the host, over the wall, over the distant, waiting dark. The heir of ice and fire Ascendant did not ride alone. The last battlefield was not chosen by men. It lay beyond the wall, where the land dipped into a shallow, frozen basin ringed with low, broken hills. Old trees, long dead, jutted from the ice like black ribs. The ground beneath snow was uneven, pitted with sinkholes where permafrost had cracked and settled over centuries. The wind came off a distant glacier, dry and cutting as broken glass. Jon Snow stood on a ridge of ice and looked down at the army they had gathered to fill that basin. It seemed impossible that so many banners could be coaxed into one place. Dire wolves fluttered beside lions and stags and krakens. Sunbursts of House Karstark snapped next to the winged knights of the Vale. Free folk standards, rags and bones and crude sigils, rose alongside the unsullied spears and the Dothraki's flowing hair. They filled the valley floor in uneven blocks. Shield walls of Northmen at the fore, pikes and spears behind, archers and crossbowmen on the flanks. The Dothraki spread in a wide crescent where the ice was least treacherous. The Unsullied held the center like a blade sunk deep into the heart of the line. Behind, at the broken segment of the wall where Skyrender's fire had sealed the worst of the damage, siege towers and scorpions bristled, pointed northward, not to hold men off, to pin giants and dead things long enough for dragons to reach them. Overhead, those dragons circled. Regal and Viserion were bright flashes against the dim sky, still smaller by far than Drogon, who glided near them like a black storm cloud. Above all three, Skyrender moved. He made the others look like whelps. Every beat of his wings stirred the air in great drafts that flung snow sideways across the hills and set men's cloaks snapping. From Jon's vantage, when Skyrender passed between him and the sky, the world went dark for a heartbeat. The dragon's white-veined scales glimmered faint and cold when the light caught them, a ghost of lightning in living flesh. "This is where he means to meet us," Jon said, not taking his eyes off the storm boiling on the northern horizon. Daenerys pulled her furs tighter around her shoulders. The cold here still shocked her, even after weeks in the north. Dragonstone's damp chill had been a lover's caress compared to this knife. "How do you know?" she asked. Jon inclined his head toward the dark cloud. "Because that's where he's pulling the night," he said. The storm wasn't like any Daenerys had seen in Essos or Westeros. It didn't sweep across the land with the wind. It gathered. It hung low and heavy over the far side of the basin. A mass of roiling gray and black shot through with occasional flashes of blue-white. Snow fell from its belly in thick sheets, but the flakes turned to a fine, icy dust before they hit the ground, stinging the skin like sparks. Bran had called it the Endless Night. "The place is wrong," Tormund Giant's Bane muttered behind them, stamping his boots. "The wind sounds wrong. The ice smells wrong. Even the ravens fly around it instead of through it. This is a bad place for a last stand, Crow." "It's not a last stand," Jon said. "It's the last hunt." He looked over his shoulder. Bran Stark sat in a low, padded sled rather than his usual chair, its runners lashed to steel stakes hammered deep into the ice. The weirwood branch they had brought south from Winterfell, cut with care under the old god's face, rose beside him, its white bark incongruous among black trunks. Red leaves clung to it still, stubborn, fluttering in the chill wind. Bran's hands rested on the branch. His eyes were half-lidded, pupils narrow. "I can find him from here," Bran said quietly. "When he comes. He carries the mark of the children's spell in his chest, same as I do on my arm. They tried to bind Winter. It bound them instead." Sansa moved closer to her brother, fingers flexing in her gloves. "And you're sure this works?" she asked. "That you can reach him through whatever it is you touch when you go away like that?" Bran's mouth twitched. "I've walked the roots of this world," he said. "I've seen its first storms and its last summers. I can find one thing whose cold upends everything it touches." He lifted his gaze to Jon. "But I can't break him alone," Bran added. "That's why you're here." "You mean him," Tormund said, nodding toward Skyrender overhead. "Big as a mountain and twice as stupid." A faint smile stole over Bran's lips. "Him too." When Bran closed his eyes fully, the world shifted. The weirwood's slow, deep awareness expanded beneath his fingers. The roots of the small branch sank into ice and earth and memory, linking with others far away, threads weaving into an invisible net under the world. Through that, Bran's mind flowed. Ravens came to him like leaves caught in a current. They settled in his perception, one feathered form after another, eyes sharp, wings beating. He slipped into them, one after the other, until a storm of black wings rose from the low hills around the basin. They exploded outward toward the northern storm. From dozens of eyes, Bran saw the dead. The army of the Night King did not march in a neat line. Poured. White stumbled and lurched in close-packed masses, a spread of gray and bone across the ice. In their midst, dead giants moved, each step cracking the frozen ground. Corpses of bears and dire wolves and strange northern beasts lumbered among the press, eyes burning blue. The White Walkers rode at the rear on dead horses, their thin, cruel bodies gleaming with ice armor. The Night King rode at their center, one hand resting on the neck of the ice dragon beside him. Bran's sight darted in closer. The ice dragon looked worse than the last time he'd seen it. The cracks along its neck and chest had widened, filled with a darker, thicker ice that pulsed with an unnatural light. Its eyes glowed a brighter, bluer flame. When it exhaled experimentally, a puff of air turned the snow in front of it to glass. The Night King's gaze swept the sky. For a heartbeat, his eyes met Bran's through a raven's. Cold shot down the connection, sharp as a knife. The raven's wings faltered. It dropped a yard before recovering and veering away. Bran felt a hand rest on his mind. Not gentle, not violent either, just present. The Night King had learned since their last contact. He pressed, probing. Bran pulled back into the weirwood's deep, heart without beating. Then he reached for something else. Skyrender. The dragon's mind was a furnace of sensation. Cold air and hot blood, the itch of new scars along his chest, the awareness of smaller dragons around him, the tug of Jon's weight at his neck. Underneath all that, deeper now than the simple hungers of his youth, was something Bran recognized, an echo of roots. The egg had slept under Winterfell's heart for centuries, soaking in the old god's slow strength. That seeped into Skyrender still. The dragon's blood remembered the cold earth as much as it did Valeria's fire. Bran slipped into that. For a moment, dragon and boy and tree blurred. Through Skyrender's eyes, the world sharpened. Colors intensified. The red of a Dothraki cloak burned like ember against the gray-white of snow. The blue-green of Regal's scales gleamed. Heat sources, men, horses, fires, glowed in shades of orange and gold against a backdrop of cold blue. The endless night storm wasn't just dark. It was deep cold. It sat ahead like a wall of negative heat, a mass that sucked warmth from the air. Inside it, the ice dragon shone as a core of intense, piercing brightness, blue-white so strong it hurt Skyrender's gaze. He felt Jon's hands on his neck, the pressure of leather straps, the small heat of Ghost far below, the distant, stubborn warmth of Daenerys on Drogon's back. Behind that all, he felt Bran's touch, not like Jon's. Jon's bond was hot and immediate, all weight and muscle and instinct. Bran's was slower, cooler, threads reaching from roots in the earth up into his blood. Pack, Bran's presence whispered without words. Tree and wolf and man and dragon. We are all one knot in this world. Pull with us. Skyrender's chest swelled. The white veins along his sides brightened. He roared. The basin grew still. On the side of the living, shields locked. The unsullied spears angled forward like a forest of steel. Dothraki horses snorted and pawed the ground, their riders' eyes burning. Northern archers on the surrounding ridges stood with bows drawn, arrows nocked, waiting for the first command. On the side of the dead, there was no shuffling, no nerves, no murmurs. They simply stopped. The front ranks of whites stood half a spear's length from the living's furthest outposts. Their jaws worked soundlessly, their eyes glowed dimly. Then the Night King lifted his hand. He did not need to shout. He did not need to gesture more than that simple, cold command. The dead surged forward. The living answered. Now! Jon shouted. The first volley of arrows loosed with a hiss that sounded like a sigh. Shafts arced through the air, black streaks against gray sky. They fell upon the front ranks of wights, punching through skulls and ribs and limbs. Some dropped. Others kept coming, arrows jutting from their bodies like broken feathers. A second volley followed, then a third. On the ground, the first clash of steel and bone began in a grinding, messy line. Shields buckled, spears thrust, wights pushed, heedless of wounds, piling into the shield wall with weight and cold. Above, dragons moved. Drogon dove first. He dropped low over the front ranks of the dead, wings tucked enough to cut the air, jaws parted. Fire poured from his mouth in a roaring stream, red and gold and fierce. It swept over wights, turning them to blackened heaps before they could even twitch. Chains snapped, bones cracked, frozen flesh exploded into char. Regal and Viserion followed, their flames narrower but no less deadly. Green fire from one, pale gold from the other, they seared paths along the flanks, thinning the press where it threatened to overwhelm the shield walls. The smell was indescribable, a mix of burning hair, old rot, and something sour and sharp. Men gagged even as they cheered, eyes watering. Skyrender held back. He circled higher, chest rising and falling faster, waiting. His fire was not for the front ranks. His fire was for something greater. Jon squinted through the rushing wind. "He's not sending the walkers in yet," he shouted to Daenerys across the gap when Drogon rose to match Skyrender's height for a heartbeat. "Of course not," she yelled back. "They know dragonfire can shatter them. They'll wait until we're tired." "Then we tire them first," Jon said. They dove again. The battle became a terrible rhythm. Fire, clash, scream, crack. Arrows, ice, roar, ash. Men died, their bodies falling to be trampled by wights or dragged back by comrades. Giants swung clubs the size of trees, smashing whole ranks of living and dead alike. Dothraki riders slashed through the enemy's flanks, only to be dragged from the saddle by grasping hands and torn apart. The dead kept coming. For every wight that burned, another clambered over its remains. For every giant that fell, smaller corpses scrambled over it, using its bulk as a bridge. When one White Walker finally stepped forward and was shattered by a direct blast of Drogon's flame, a radius of wights around it collapsed lifeless, but more pushed into the gap at once. "They won't break," Davos rasped on the ridge, throat raw from shouting orders. "They don't know how." "Then we break him," Sansa said. Her gloved hand pointed to the heart of the storm, where the Night King's pale figure stood like a shard of bone in a vortex of cloud. "Bran," she whispered. "Now." The storm opened. Snow that had been swirling in chaotic patterns suddenly parted, forming a wide, circular gap in the clouds. In its center, like the eye of a hurricane, the ice dragon emerged. It didn't so much fly out as rise with the storm's breath. Its wings beat in slow, mighty strokes, each one shedding a halo of frost and shattered ice. The glowing fractures along its chest and neck pulsed, casting a sickly blue radiance. Its eyes burned the same fierce hue. On its back stood the Night King. He barely seemed to be affected by the motion, body swaying with the dragon as naturally as Jon's did with Skyrender. His cloak whipped around his thin frame, armor gleaming. In one hand he held a spear, long, slender, made of that same translucent, terrible ice as his weapons before, but thicker at the head, where frozen fire seemed to coil inside. His gaze raked the battlefield once. Then he lifted the spear and pointed it at Skyrender. The ice dragon banked. It came on in a great sweeping arc, breath glowing in its throat. "Now!" Jon shouted, though Skyrender was already turning. He felt Bran with him more strongly than before now. The boy's mind threaded through his own like woven rope. Images flickered behind his eyes. The children of the forest driving obsidian into a man's chest, weirwood sap bleeding white tears, blue eyes flaring open in horror and power. "They made him a hinge," Bran's voice whispered along the bond. "Between seasons, between life and death, between what should be and what men wanted." We can't just smash him. It will break everything." "Then what?" Jon shouted into the wind. "We're running out of time, Bran." "Change him," Bran said, the weirwood's deep patience in him. "Heal the hinge. Don't tear it out." Skyrender's wings beat harder. He angled up, trading some of his forward momentum for height. Below, Drogon curved underneath the line of the ice dragon's flight, Daenerys directing his fire downward into a cluster of giants that threatened to break the left flank. Rhaegal and Viserion flared their wings and pulled back, keeping clear. "Let them go," Daenerys shouted at their riders. "This is their fight." The air between Skyrender and the ice dragon crackled with cold and heat. The ice dragon exhaled first. The breath that poured from the ice dragon's jaws was worse than before. It was wider, denser, the core of it a white so bright it was almost beyond color, wrapped in a sheath of biting blue. The air around it froze as it passed, sparkling in suspended crystals that shattered when the beam moved through them, spraying shards. Skyrender twisted in the air, tail lashing, and met it head-on. His own flame burst from his mouth in a rushing torrent, white at the center, fringed with flickering loops of pure darkness where light seemed to vanish. The moment it left his jaws, the air warped, as if the world itself wanted to recoil. They met between them in a sphere of impossible light. For a heartbeat, everything was white. On the ground, men on both sides were shoved back by a shockwave that felt like being slapped by a god. Ears rang, eyes watered, breath left lungs in one hoof. Fires guttered, swords fell, whites toppled like cut stalks. High above the basin, the pressure built. Jon felt it in his bones. Power clashed between the two dragons' breaths. Cold that wanted to stop all motion. Fire that refused to be contained. Skyrender's chest burned. The ice dragon's fractures glowed brighter, strained spiderwebbing outward. "It'll tear them both apart," Jon gasped. Bran's presence pressed in harder. "Lift it," Bran urged. "Up, not out. Bind it." "How?" Jon demanded. "I'm a swordsman, not a sorcerer. You're Stark and Targaryen," Bran said. "Winter and fire. You ride a dragon birthed from roots and flame. You are the hinge's mirror. Use it." The words weren't instructions. They were permission. Something inside Jon that had been clenched all his life, against being a bastard, against wanting more, against the blood he had never known, unclenched. He pushed, not with hands, with will. Skyrender answered his rider. The dragon's head tilted, not down toward the ice dragon now, but up. His neck arched. His wings beat harder, driving his body into a steeper climb even as the breath poured from him. The sphere of colliding energies between them stretched. Instead of pushing outward into a disk that shoved air and snow and men aside, it tightened into a column. The blue-white of the ice dragon's breath wrapped around the white and black of Skyrender's like bands around a core. Together they rose. The ice dragon shrieked. It tried to wrench its head aside, to break the line of its own attack, but Jon's will, Bran's presence, and Skyrender's stubborn, instinctive power held the connection for a few crucial heartbeats more. The column of mixed energy stabbed upward into the clouds. Above, the sky, which had been a chaotic mess of storm and stars and swirling aurora, convulsed. Colors flared. Green and purple and red streaked across the firmament, northern lights surging, twisted by the unnatural force. The endless night storm boiled, its core ripped open by the vertical lance of power. For a moment, a hole appeared. Through it, Jon glimpsed something he had never truly seen. The clear night sky beyond the storm, sharp stars and a pale swath of milky light crossing their field. Then the column burst. The explosion was silent. Light blossomed above the clouds in a vast, pale dome, its edges rippling out across the sky like water disturbed by a stone. The storm that had hung over the Night King's army shivered as it touched that light. Then it tore. Clouds shredded, unraveling into thin wisps that faded into nothing. The heavy, oppressive sense of being under a lid eased. Snow that had been falling in harsh, stinging sheets turned suddenly to a fine, shimmering mist. It rained down over the battlefield, glinting in the strange light like dust from some broken crystal. The temperature shifted. It was still cold, bitterly so, but the particular bone-deep, unnatural chill that had seeped into men's marrow since the Night King came within sight lessened. Breath still steamed, fingers still numbed, but hope didn't freeze in throats as quickly. Skyrender sagged, the dragon's breath cut off. His head dropped a fraction, neck trembling. His wings faltered a beat. "Hold," Jon whispered, gripping the neck spines hard enough to bruise his palms. "Hold, boy." The ice dragon faltered too. The fractures along its chest and neck flared one last time, then dimmed. Its next breath came ragged. It shook its head, as if trying to clear snow from its ears. Frost fell from its wings in sheets. The Night King swayed. For the first time, his balance seemed anything less than perfect. He took a step, boots crunching on his dragon's hide, hand clutching his spear more tightly. Bran's voice came again along the bond, stronger, threads of weirwood and raven and wolf all braided into it. "Now," Bran said, "before he recovers. The hinge is loosened. We must reset it." "How?" Jon snapped, already urging Skyrender into a new angle of ascent, circling above the ice dragon. "With the same steel that bound it," Bran said. "Dragon glass, Balerion steel, blood, all of it at once." Jon's hand went to Longclaw's hilt. The world narrowed. The clash of armies below became a distant, muffled thunder. The cries of men and wights, the grind of steel on bone, the roar of other dragons all blurred into background. There was only Skyrender's back under Jon's boots and the ice dragon's neck arcing ahead with the Night King upon it. "Closer," Jon murmured. Skyrender obeyed. He beat his wings, forcing his exhausted body into one more burst of speed. The distance between them closed. Jon could see the individual icicles hanging from the ice dragon's jaw, the pattern of cracks along its chest. He could see the Night King's eyes. They were not human eyes. They were blue fires burning in ice sockets, alien and cold. But as Skyrender's last attack had torn the storm open, something else had torn there too. A thin thread of something that wasn't just winter. Memory. Bran touched it. Jon saw it, flickering behind the Night King like an afterimage. A man, dark-haired, eyes wide with terror, bound to a weirwood tree. Children of the forest circled him, their small, heart-hard faces set in grim determination. One held a shard of dragonglass as long as a dagger. They plunged it into his chest. His scream was muffled by centuries, but Jon felt it as the echo of his own knifing. Blue light flared in the man's eyes. The tree's sap bled white. Snow rushed over them all. Then the image snapped back. The Night King reared on the ice dragon's back, spear lifted. Frost crackled along its length. He threw. Jon moved before he truly saw it. He stepped up in the saddle, boots finding impossible purchase on Skyrender's slick scales. For a heartbeat, he was standing unsupported between heaven and earth, wind tearing tears from his eyes. He raised Longclaw. The spear sang through the air. Skyrender twisted, but not enough. The spear skimmed his flank, punching through scale and flesh. The dragon roared, pain shocking through the bond like lightning. Heat flared along Jon's side where blood spattered his cloak, steaming in the cold. The spear carried on. It would have taken Jon through the chest. Bran's hand, memory, magic, whatever it was, pulled. Jon dropped. The spear passed inches above him, frost trailing like a comet tail. It vanished into the clear sky with a sound like cracking bone. Jon hit Skyrender's neck hard enough to knock the breath out of him. He clung with his knees, fingers tight around Longclaw's hilt. The dragon's muscles coiled under him, instinctively keeping him upright despite the pain. "Again," Bran urged. "One more. This time you jump." "You're mad," Jon wheezed. "You're used to it," Bran said. Skyrender dove. He folded his wings tight, reducing his vast bulk to a streamlined spear of scale and muscle. The world whistled past in a blur. The ice dragon loomed ahead, its own wings flaring, trying to twist aside, but it was too slow now, too wounded. The distance between them shrank. Jon did not think. He jumped. For a heartbeat, he was weightless, suspended in air between two gods of old songs. Snowflakes hung around him like stars. His cloak flared. His fingers tightened on Longclaw. The Night King watched him come. There was no surprise in that frozen face. No anger, no fear. He simply raised a hand, palm out, as if to catch a falling feather. Jon hit him. Longclaw drove forward. Tip aimed not at the Night King's chest, but at his palm.
Stil met ijs.
Balerion met whatever strange, frozen magic the children had set long ago. The contact sang up Jon's arm, a note so high it hurt his teeth. For an instant, his hand felt like it had plunged into a blazing fire. The Night King's palm split. A thin crack opened in the ice covering his hand, shooting up his forearm, spiderwebbing across his chest. Blue light leaked out in sharp, jagged beams. Jon shouted, whether in pain or triumph he wasn't sure. "Now!" Bran cried, channeling for all he was worth. Skyrender exhaled. Skyrender's flame wasn't aimed at the Night King this time. It was aimed into him. The dragon's jaws were only yards away when Jon leapt. As Longclaw cracked the ice in the Night King's palm and drove that fissure up his arm and into his chest, Skyrender's mouth opened. The white and black fire poured straight into the wound. It didn't burn the Night King from the outside. It flooded him from within. Blue light met white flame inside the ancient shell of ice and bone. For a heartbeat, the Night King's eyes widened, not in fear, in something else. Recognition, perhaps, or the shocked awareness of a man remembering pain after ages of numbness. Then his world exploded. The ice dragon froze mid-flight, its muscles locked, wings snapped out rigid. The fractures along its chest shone so bright for an instant that its body seemed made of pure light. Then, from the point where Skyrender's fire had entered the Night King's chest, frost and steam burst outward. Not in all directions. Downward. The blast fell like a curtain, from the Night King's body, still fused to the ice dragon's back. A wave of white energy rushed downward and out, expanding as it went. It hit the battlefield in a wide ring. Whites it touched simply collapsed. They fell apart, bones and tattered clothes turning to ash and thin drifts of dust. Swords clattered to the ice, their metal suddenly heavy without the flimsy thread of magic animating the hands that held them. White walkers, caught in that light, froze. Not the smooth, purposeful ice they had been made of, but a brittle, crystalline lattice. For a heartbeat, they stood there like statues, spears lifted, faces as stark and alien as ever. Then cracks raced through them, and they shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. The blast washed over the living. Men staggered, cloaks snapping, breath hoofed from lungs. For an instant, it felt as though something was reaching down their throats to snatch their souls. Then it was gone. They still stood. On the ridge, Davos bent double, hands on his knees, gasping. Sansa clung to a broken spear haft, hair whipped loose from its braids. Arya, halfway through a leap at a white that had vanished mid-swing, landed in an empty space, rolled, and came up with sword ready, only to find there was nothing left to stab. Silence spread. It rolled outward from the center of the basin as surely as the blast had, settling over the valley. No white groaned, no ice-cracked bone, no unnatural breath, only wind. The ice dragon hung in the air, too still. Then slowly it began to fall. It didn't plummet like a stone. The ice dragon's descent was strangely graceful, as if even in death the old magic that had held it aloft refused to give into pure gravity. Its wings remained rigid, catching the air and turning the fall into a long, slow glide. The Night King dissolved. His form, once so solid, so terrible, fractured from the inside out. The ice that made up his flesh and armor broke into finer and finer pieces, until he was a cloud of glittering dust riding the wind. For a moment, that dust hung in a rough man shape, as if memory clung to the outline. In that translucent figure, Jon glimpsed the man he had seen in Bran's vision. A human face, contorted with pain and something like apology. Then the dust scattered. The ice dragon's glow dimmed. The blue light in its eyes went out. It became what it had been before the Night King's hand woke it. Dead ice in the shape of a nightmare. It began to drop faster. Skyrender moved. Exhausted, wounded. His flanks torn and scorched by his own efforts. He still beat his vast wings and slid underneath the ice dragon's falling bulk. The two bodies passed within feet of each other. One full of stubborn, furious life, the other an empty shell. For a terrifying moment, Jon thought Skyrender would be crushed. Then the giant dragon angled his wings, caught the air, and lent just enough lift to shift the ice dragon's trajectory. The frozen carcass missed the densest cluster of living by a long shot. It fell past the lines, past the ridge, and slammed into the far side of the basin. The impact was like an avalanche in miniature. Ice shattered, snow geysered. A plume of frozen debris rose high, then fell in a slow, sparkling shower across the distant slope. The ground shook, then stillness. Jon didn't realize he'd been holding his breath until Skyrender's wings faltered and a warning tremor shook through the dragon's neck. "Easy," Jon murmured, voice ragged. "Easy, boy. It's done. It's done." Skyrender's great head dipped. His next breath came in a wheeze. The wound along his flank, where the Night King's spear had grazed him, smoked faintly as his own heat cauterized it. Blood dark, almost black, streaked his scales. The dragon turned back toward the basin. Below, the battlefield had changed. Where there had been seething masses of dead, there were now only heaps of empty armor, scattered bones, and dust. The giant wights lay in wrecked piles, their enormous skulls caved in by their own collapse. The bears were nothing but skeletal frames. The living stood among the detritus like survivors of a shipwreck that had washed everything deadly back into the sea. Slowly, hesitantly, cheers began to rise. A free folk voice first, wordless and raw. Then a northern shout. Then a Dothraki ululation. The sound grew, spread, blending into one ragged roar that had nothing to do with banners and everything to do with the simple, stunned relief of still being alive. Ghost appeared on a ridge of broken ice, fur dusted with snow, muzzle smeared with old blood. He threw back his head and howled. Other wolves answered, far off. Dire wolves, smaller wild cousins, voices raised in a chorus that bounced off the basin's walls. Skyrender answered with a roar of his own. It wasn't his battle cry, not the full, fearsome sound that had split storms before. It was hoarser, lower, worn by effort, but it rolled across the valley, echoing off ice and stone, the sound of a mountain sighing in relief. Jon bowed his head against the dragon's neck. He could feel Bran's presence withdrawing, threads loosening. The boy had spent himself too. The weirwood branch by his sled would be slick with melted frost. "You did it," Jon whispered to no one and to everyone. "We did it." The last battle of the long night ended not with a climactic charge or a final duel, but with the quiet work of the living. Men moved among the ruins of the dead, their steps slow, tired. They lifted wounded comrades, wrapped blankets around shivering shoulders, bound gashes with cloth stripped from the dead's gear. Archers gathered discarded arrows. Unsullied checked their ranks with ritual precision, counting softly in their own tongue. The ground was treacherous. Under the thin layer of snow that had started to fall again, ice was slick with spilled blood and melted frost. In places, the bodies of dead wights had broken bones in ways that left jagged edges waiting for missteps. Men slipped, curses rose, then laughter, sometimes fragile. Daenerys walked through it all like some strange, pale flame. Her hair hung in damp, icy strands around her face. Her cheeks were raw from the cold. Drogon moved beside her, a black wall of scale, his head lowered to sniff at fallen weapons and watch her step. Each rumble in his chest vibrated the ground. Regal and Viserion circled overhead, their shadows sweeping across the basin in lazy arcs. Their riders had dismounted for now, letting the dragons stretch and shake out their wings free of harness. Dany's eyes found Jon and Skyrender at last, lowering toward a relatively clear patch of ice at the basin's edge. Skyrender's landing shook the ground. His claws bit deep into cracked ice. Snow fountained around his feet. He folded his wings with a slow, careful motion, membranes quivering. Steam rose from his flanks in thin streams, his body struggling to dump excess heat into the bitter air. Jon slid down from his neck. Halfway, his legs nearly gave out. He caught himself with one hand on a neck spine, the other still gripping Longclaw. His knees hit the ice harder than he meant them to. For a moment, black edged his vision. Ghost hit him square in the chest, knocking him back onto his arse. "Easy," Jon wheezed, arms wrapping around the direwolf's neck. Ghost whined low, licking his face, paws leaving prints in melting frost around them. His fur was coarse and warm against Jon's frozen hands. Jon buried his face in it for a heartbeat, breathing in the familiar, wild scent. "You did it," Daenerys said. Her voice came from a few paces away, soft and unbelieving. He let go of Ghost enough to look up. She stood there, cloak torn, hair tangled, eyes weary. Behind her, Drogon lowered his head, nostrils flaring. His gaze met Skyrender's over their riders' heads. Two dragons, both enormous in their own right, regarded each other. Skyrender had no energy for posturing. His eyes drooped, lids heavy. But there was something like acknowledgement there. Drogon, with surprising gentleness, reached out and bumped his muzzle against Skyrender's shoulder. Not in challenge, in comradeship. Jon huffed a tired laugh. "Look at that," he said. "They learned to share." Daenerys stepped closer, boots crunching in the thin layer of fresh snow. She held out a hand. He took it. Her grip was firm, fingers calloused in ways that had nothing to do with embroidery. She hauled him to his feet with more strength than her frame implied. For a moment, they stood very close, breathing hard, the steam from their mouths mingling in the cold air. "King of the realms of men," she said quietly. "Savior of stupid plans. You're the one who agreed to fly under that storm," he replied equally low. "Madness must be catching." "From Targaryen to Targaryen?" she asked. "I suppose it would be." There was humor there, and something else, something that had been growing between them since the dragon pit under Dragonstone, since the first flights, since the first arguments over pride and survival. It burned warm in his chest, even in the cold. Bran watched the end of the world's longest night settle over ice. His sled had been pulled closer to the basin's rim, the path up the ridge made treacherous by cracks that hadn't been there that morning. The weirwood branch behind him, its roots sunk deep into the ice, glowed faintly along its bark, red leaves trembling as if in a breeze no one else could feel. His own breath steamed in the air. Frost rimmed his lashes. "How bad?" Sansa asked quietly. She stood beside him, one hand resting on the back of his sled, the other tucked into her cloak. Her cheeks were pale with cold and strain. A lock of auburn hair had escaped its braids, curling damply against her temple. Bran's gaze swept the basin. "Bad enough," he said. "We lost many, more than the bards will ever count, but fewer than we would have if the wall had fallen, fewer than if the dragons had failed. And the dead," Sansa pressed. "Gone." Bran's tone held certainty. "The hinge has been reset. The spell that made him has been rewritten." She frowned. "Into what?" He thought of the man bound to the weirwood, of the scream, of the brief glimpse of something like peace in the Night King's dissolving outline. "Into nothing," Bran said slowly. "Into rest. The dead will be dead again. Winter will come and go by itself. Men won't be able to bind it anymore, or push it around like a piece on a board." He looked at her then, eyes clearer than they had been in years. "We broke more than him today," he said. "We broke the old game, the one that made kings think they could bargain with seasons." Sansa's mouth tightened. "Good," she said. "We've had enough of old games." She looked down at Jon and Daenerys, at the dragons, at the mixed army. "Now we get to decide what comes next," she murmured, "without a dead thing at our backs." The road back south was quieter. There were no horns sounding an enemy's approach, no endless crack of ice under unnatural weight, only the ordinary creak of leather, the clink of harness, the low hum of men talking about food and home and what they'd seen. The wall's broken section, fused by Skyrender's fire, stood as a scar and a reminder. The gate below it swung open more easily now that it didn't carry the weight of the world's fear. Men passed through it without feeling something reaching for their throats. Snow still lay thick on the ground, but in places, where the land dipped and the sun hit harder, dark earth began to show through in patches. Tiny, stubborn shoots of green poked up, as if unsure they had permission to exist. Wildlings peeled away from the southern host as they went, slipping back into forests and hill valleys they'd once called home and had been forced to abandon. Some waved, some didn't. Tormund clapped Jon on the shoulder so hard he nearly fell over, then laughed and trudged north, beard full of ice and pride. The Unsullied marched in disciplined ranks until they reached the ships at Eastwatch. Grey Worm conferred briefly with Daenerys and Jon beneath Skyrender's shadow, then saluted and boarded his vessel. Their destination would be Old Town and then, perhaps, distant shores where their discipline could be used to hold something other than walls. The Dothraki grumbled at leaving a land with such fine open killing fields, but even they seemed to understand that the Great War was over. There would be other battles, other rides. For now, their horses carried them south, bells chiming in the thin, warming air. Above, dragons flew. They stretched their wings over a world that had not seen such a sight since before even Old Nan's tales. Skyrender's shadow rolled over snow and then bare earth and then, finally, stone and grass. He flew a little slower now, wounds not yet fully healed, but his strength returned each day. The endless night did not pursue them. Winterfell changed. Snow retreated slowly, in ragged patches, unveiling the stone like an old scar revealed. Mud took its place, sucking at boots, splashing up cloaks. Children loved it. They chased each other through puddles, shrieking, their laughter bouncing off towers that had heard too much crying. Grass speared through the thawing earth along the walls. A few hardy flowers, crooked, frost-burnt, but determined, poked their heads out near the Godswood's edge. Skyrender liked the sun. He sprawled outside the Godswood, where the trees were tallest and the ground driest, his vast body soaking in warmth like a giant cat. His torn flank had healed in a strange pattern. New scales had grown in paler than the old, forming a jagged white streak up his side like a scar the size of a farmhouse. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion roost on ridges and towers, occasionally sliding down to the courtyard to nudge Skyrender awake and convince him to take to the air. When they rose together, the sound of their wings sent every loose shutter around flapping. Jon and Daenerys walked the walls. They moved slowly, not out of caution, but because there was finally time to move slowly. They stopped often to look out at the green creeping over white, at fields being replanted, at small camps dismantling as southern men prepared to go home. "I don't know what to do with all this time," Daenerys admitted at last, leaning on the stone parapet. Her breath misted less than it had weeks ago. "My whole life has been moving toward that battle." Jon rested his elbows beside hers. "I don't know what to do with all this peace," he said. "Every time the wind changes, I keep expecting another dead thing to crawl out of it." She smiled faintly. "We'll both have to learn new habits." He watched Regal swoop down to snap playfully at Ghost, who danced away, tail high. Skyrender watched them both, one massive eye half open. "The South will still quarrel," Jon said. "Cersei will scheme. Some lords will chafe under the idea of a northern king with dragon blood. The North will remember. Men will be men. And dragons will be dragons," Daenerys said. "They won't vanish just because the dead have. They'll roost somewhere. They'll grow." He looked at her. "And us?" he asked. "What do we do?" She thought about Viserys, who had dreamed only of crowns he could not grasp. About Rhaegar, who had dreamed of songs and prophecies and left a trail of corpses and broken oaths. About herself, who had dreamed of breaking chains and nearly wrapped new ones around her own wrists. "We try not to be like them," she said. "We build instead of burn where we can. We let the north heal. We help the south remember that winter really came. And we make sure that if the world ever starts to slide back toward this, if men start trying to bind seasons to their will again, there will be a dragon's shadow to remind them what that cost." Jon huffed. "You mean his shadow?" He nodded toward Skyrender. Daenerys followed his gaze. "He's as much yours as mine," she said, "if not more, and you are as much Stark as Targaryen. That's the whole point. The realm doesn't need another pure firehouse. It needs something that remembers cold and warmth at once." He gave her a look that was half skepticism, half wary hope. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't," she said. "But we survived the longest night. Compared to that, convincing a few stubborn lords to live in peace sounds almost easy." "Almost," he said. King's Landing had seen dragons before. It had never seen them like this. The first time Skyrender and the others flew over the capital after the long night, people poured into the streets. Some fell to their knees, making the sign of the seven. Others ran for cover, shoving children under carts or dragging them into doorways. Some just stared, mouths open, forgotten bread or tools dangling from their hands. Skyrender flew highest. His shadow covered the Red Keep entirely for a few breaths, plunging the throne room and Cersei's private balcony into sudden shade. His passing sent curtains billowing, rattled windows, and made the gold of the lion banners look dull. Cersei stood at that balcony, goblet in hand. She watched Skyrender pass with an expression that was almost physically painful. Narrowed eyes, thin lips, knuckles white around her cup. Jaime's absence at her shoulder was a hollow space she could feel without looking. When Drogon banked lower, his roar rolling over the dragon pit's broken dome. Small fires flared in the city below. Spills of cooking oil, torches dropped in panic. None spread far. The dragon's shadows moved on. "You'll have to live with them," Qyburn said quietly. Cersei did not look at him. "So will everyone else," she said. "If I cannot be the only lion, I will not be the only one who feels crowded by wings." Years later, when the stories had already begun to change, children in the north would climb the broken remnants of old ice and point up at the sky when shadows passed. Sometimes those shadows were only clouds. Sometimes they were birds. And sometimes still they were dragons. Skyrender loved these flights most. There was no battle cry in them. No need to push his chest to its limits, to strain breath against unnatural cold. He glided on thermal currents rising from the sun-warmed earth. Wings spread wide, body relaxed. Below, forests thickened, rivers glittered, fields sprouted green. On his back, Jon sat with relaxed knees, one hand resting on a neck spine more out of habit than necessity. Ghost ran far below, a white streak bounding through a field where wildflowers grew among old battlefield scars. Drogon flew beside them, Daenerys on his back, her hair shorter now, braided in a more northern fashion. Rhaegal and Viserion raced below, diving low to stir herds of wild aurochs into brief stampedes, then rising again with triumphant screeches. No dead hand reached from the forest. No unnatural storm gathered on the horizon. Jon looked over at Daenerys. Her eyes were closed, face tipped toward the sun. "Tired of ruling yet?" he called. She opened one eye. "Constantly," she shouted back, "but I find it preferable to the alternative." "Dying?" he asked. "Letting someone else do it worse," she said. He laughed. Skyrender's rumble joined it, a contented vibration. Below, at the edge of the godswood that had birthed his egg, the weirwood's face watched. Roots that had once tasted the Night King's magic now held only sap and memory. The hinge had been reset. Winters would come and go. Children would grow up chasing each other through snow that held no other footprints but their own. High above, a dragon who had dwarfed Balerion cut a long arc across the sky. He cast a shadow over fields and forests and towers, but it was a shadow men could live under, a reminder of what had been faced and what had been refused. a living, breathing piece of a world that had decided, at last, that the endless night would not be its ending.